Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 851 Rebuilding Lingyun Sect. Fang Qingran rubbed Da Kun's plush head with both hands and said, Da Kun, don't be rude, this is my person. Da Kun's eyes were even more shocked, and there was a hint of aberration in them. Little master, how did you capture him? Fang Qingran heard Da Kun's question and instantly realized that it had misunderstood, but her heartbeat could not help but speed up. She slapped Da Kun on the head. Da Kun, did you hurt your head? I think you need to rest more. Fang Qingran turned around and met a pair of dark pupils, full of smiles. Only then did Fang Qingran think of a question. It seems that she has no place of her own in the fairy world. Fang Qingran conceived the issue of reorganization of the fairy world. All the immortal ancestors in the immortal world are dead, so the news about the ancient cultivation techniques must be spread quickly. There are too few powerful people in the immortal world now. In addition, only Tianling Palace still has ancestors, and all the ancestors in the remaining 6 palaces are dead. There is no ancestor in charge of Yuqing Palace and Tianchun Palace, and there is no palace master. This is the best time to take advantage of the situation. But there are really not many people she can arrange. Fang Qingran thought for a long time and finally came up with an idea. She put away the beasts around her, leaving 8 herons and the giant kun outside. Da Kun is Fang Qingwu's beast, and she can't take it in. The 8-headed heron did not have a contract with her and could only stay outside. Now that she has rewritten the laws of the fairy world, the 8-headed heron is no longer restricted. Fang Qingran passed a piece of information into the 8-heron consciousness sea and said, you first go to the Yi family sword ancestor, then go to the goddess Qingqiong and the scholar Danqing respectively. After listening to Fang Qingran's words, the 8-headed heron left the first level of heaven according to the map of the fairy world in the sea of consciousness. Suddenly, only Fang Qingran, Mo Jinggong and Da Kun were left. Da Kun's eyes were spinning, and his gaze kept scanning Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong. When he looked at Fang Qingran, his eyes were worried, and when he stared at Mo Jinggong, they turned into worries. Resentment. In short, if eyes could be lethal, Da Kun would definitely stare right through Mo Jinggong. Jinggong, let's take a stroll in this realm first. Fang Qingran asked. It is good. The two walked forward side by side. As for Da Kun, he snorted coldly and chose a distance not too far or too close to follow. It won't care about anything else, but it must not let its little master be taken advantage of. Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingran walked aimlessly, neither of them spoke. Everywhere they passed was devastated, the landscape was destroyed by alienated beasts. Not long after, the two stepped into the second heaven. You can see the building from the second level. There are no traces of the alienated beast's destruction. It's obviously been restored. The two heard a noisy sound not far away, and following the sound, they saw 2 groups of people fighting. One of the leaders said, HMPH. What Yuqing Palace? Damn, the palace master and ancestor of your palace are dead, a bunch of bulk goods, I tell you, this land must belong to our Yushu Palace. The leader of the other side is obviously weaker, but still unwilling to be outdone. Our Yuqing Palace is leaderless, which is better than your Yushu Palace being torn apart. You can't even manage your own internal affairs well, and you still want to seize our territory. What a dream. So, you Yuqing Palace are not going to give in. I won't let you do it. If you, Yushu Palace, dare to do this again, we will stand on the side of Yuqing Palace. It will not be easy for us. In this case, let's let our strength speak for itself. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong listened for a while, looked at each other, and neither of them planned to meddle in others' business. They went to look elsewhere. The second heaven is much more prosperous than the first heaven. There are also many mines and good spiritual lands where various spiritual herbs and medicinal plants are planted. The two of them didn't stay in the second heaven for long, and soon went to the third heaven. When visiting the first heaven, Fang Qingran did have some ideas, but when she arrived at the second heaven and saw the dispute between Yuqing Palace and Yushu Palace, she had another idea. After observing all the places in the seventh heaven, she chose one place to re-establish the Lingyun sect. She wanted everyone from Lingyun sect to have a place to stay in the immortal world. And her Qinghe Tower will also be opened in the fairy world. In this way, Fang Qingran spent a while to visit the seventh heaven. The first level of heaven is the most desolate, with almost no resources and mostly divine beasts. Most of the people in the second heaven are people with mediocre qualifications, or cultivators who ascended by luck, and the resources there do not belong to them. It has always been controlled by the seventh house. There are 2 families, Yi and Chu, in the third heaven, as well as the territories of various palaces. There are various pavilions and pavilions in the fourth heaven, as well as many black markets and auction houses, which are trading places. Qingqiong Temple and Chang Pavilion are both in the fifth heaven, and most of the remaining places are empty, but the heavenly soldiers were often stationed in the fifth heaven before. Later, those heavenly soldiers were disbanded and those places became vacant. There are several small secret realms in the fifth heaven, as well as other resources, but these resources still have owners. The sixth heaven and the seventh heaven are basically the territory of the seventh palace, with rich resources and pleasant scenery. What Fang Qingran valued in the end was a mountaintop in the seventh heaven. There is also a fairy stone mine there. Fang Qingran naturally took it down without hesitation, and she also took advantage of the time when the seventh palace was competing for territory to quietly acquire many places. Fang Qingran released the entire Lingyun sect, suspended it on the top of the mountain, and set up steps. When viewed from the bottom up, Lingyun sect almost stands on the top of the clouds, giving people a sense of extreme majesty. Jinggong, this is my sect from now on, come in and sit down. Fang Qingran raised her hand and pushed open the creaking wooden door. Mo Jinggong's eyes sparkled and he walked in. The two of them made a tacit agreement not to mention the past. Wait for the two of them to enter. Da Kun appeared sneakily and looked up at the three powerful words above. Da Kun muttered, my little master is really hiding deep. Such a sect was built with just a wave of his hand. When it wanted to go in, it was suddenly blocked by a force. Da Kun was stunned for a moment, then took a few steps forward, but still couldn't get in. This door has a Shunyuan formation. Only the owner invites you to enter, otherwise you will never be able to enter. A joking voice came. Who? Da Kun said warily. A red-haired man stood in the air, overlooking the entire Lingyun sect. But he couldn't see anything inside, all his sight was blocked by clouds and fog. Ling Tianyun shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, Jiang is still hotter than ever. The Shunyuan formation created by the old man is really powerful. Ling Tianyun then fell next to Da Kun. Da Mao, how long have you been following them? Can you tell me everything you saw? As long as you tell me, I will give you benefits. Da Kun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ling Tianyun. You are not from the same place as the Mo Lord, are you? Yes, he is our territory lord. Ling Tianyun nodded without concealment. He saw through Da Kun's true identity, but his eyes were clear. Eating Kun's flesh and blood can lead to becoming a saint, and there is no temptation for him. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 852 Invitations are widely distributed in the fairy world. Shortcuts that seem very easy to take are often traps. And once you fall into the trap, the price you pay will be so huge that the realm of a saint cannot bear it. Therefore, in Ling Tianyun's eyes, the big Kun in front of him was just a mythical beast. Region Lord, could he be the domain lord of the immortal domain? Da Kun exclaimed, and the scene of Mo Jinggong raising his hand and causing many mysterious people to disappear flashed through his mind. When the master got rid of Yuan Ji and Mu Wudao and rushed to the battlefield of the gods, he only saw a group of mysterious people fleeing in a hurry. That group of mysterious people with extraordinary strength became extremely embarrassed. It and its owner saw a figure from a distance, and the person caused a massacre with just a slight move. It's just that he killed the mysterious person who attacked this plane. Before the man left, he seemed to sense it and glanced at the place where it and its owner were. He probably didn't see it and its owner at all. But just that one glance made it and its owner feel like the blood had been drained from their bodies. Fortunately he didn't do anything to it or its owner. The master guessed at that time that the person was the immortal domain lord. From then on, the master no longer particularly rejected outsiders. Ling Tianyun turned sideways and saw Da Kun looking dumbfounded, and couldn't help but laugh. Do you still know about the immortal realm? Ling Tianyun said it with a smile, but Da Kun could hear a bit of coldness. Not many people know about the immortal realm. Da Kun felt an extremely oppressive feeling. Instead of being afraid, he became unhappy. Please understand, you are outsiders. Is it really okay to be so arrogant? Its little master has already captured Mo Jinggong. It didn't believe that Ling Tianyun dared to touch it. I'm just curious how you know about the immortal realm. Ling Tianyun asked with an inquiring look. The place where the immortal realm exists is inherently hidden, and few people know about it. There are only a few people wandering outside the immortal realm now, and it is impossible for them to expose the existence of the immortal realm without authorization. And it is even more impossible for Lord Mo to speak of the immortal realm. An outsider said it. Da Kun said. Ling Tianyun took out a box and waved it in front of Da Kun. As long as you tell me who the outsider is, the contents of this box will be given to you. Da Kun stared blankly at the box. It actually had the language of the Kun clan on it. Where did the box come from? An old monster gave it to me. Ling Tianyun said. I heard about the immortal domain from Yuan Ji, the darkest one. He said that only the immortal domain master can destroy the predators. Da Kun stared at the box and never left for a moment. Ling Tianyun was very satisfied after getting the news he wanted, and handed the things to Da Kun. Here you go, that old monster also asked you to give you a message. Kun's law goes retrograde, and all things follow its course. He may have been the one who took the lead in eating Kun, and now he has received retribution. Who is he? Is he in the immortal realm? Da Kun asked with cold eyes and a slightly cold tone. Then there is no comment. He only said that when he met the Kun clan, he gave this thing to Kun, and the rest was gone. Ling Tianyun turned to look at Ling Tianyun's entrance, not intending to communicate with Kun anymore. The old monster was pretty good to him, and there was no way he would betray him. As for the feud between the old monster and Da Kun, that is a matter between them and he will not interfere. Ling Tianyun felt Da Kun's burning eyes, but he didn't react at all. He is just thinking now, if he continues to stay here and is discovered by the domain master, will he be beaten? After all, he deceived Zhuo Yan and left only a clone in the 19th level of hell to guard the goo. Ling Tianyun didn't stand for long before the door opened. A voice sounded, Master, please come in. At the same time, all walks of life received invitations from the fairy world. Invite them to participate in the Fairyland competition. The top 3 in the final competition will receive very generous rewards. Underworld. In the Hades Palace. Yan Miyu held the invitation in his hand, with a smile on his stern face. Yan Miyu looked at the 5 yin and yangs not far away. Senior Earth 5, invited by the immortal world, who do you think is appropriate to send? You are the ancestor of the underworld, it's up to you to decide. De Wu's expression was indifferent. It had been back to the underworld for decades, and it found that the underworld was well managed. Except for some problems on the road to reincarnation, the underworld is very peaceful. Presumably, if the Empress knew such a situation, she would be relieved. When De Wu returned to the underworld, Yan Miyu recognized its identity at a glance and greeted him respectfully. De Wu also successfully handed over the things Feng Qingran gave it to Yan Miyu. Okay, why don't we set off to the immortal world today, and leave the affairs of the underworld to Yama of the 10th palace? Yan Miyu couldn't wait to stand up. Daewoo did not refuse. Yan Moyu's figure immediately disappeared into the Hades Palace. He decided to go to the 19th level of hell before leaving. He always felt that there was something there. And when Yan Moyu entered the 19th level of hell, he found that the place was deserted and deserted. Yan Moyu's eyes became increasingly dangerous, and he looked around, trying to find some clues. Duo Yan was slightly surprised when he saw Yan Moyu appear. Shouldn't he be here for no reason? Fortunately, the owner has set up a misaligned formation space, otherwise it would really not know what to communicate with Yan Moyu. Duo Yan stared at someone who was always sitting cross-legged, and then he realized something was wrong. Ling Tianyun, Ling Tianyun. Duo Yan shouted several times but received no response. Just as Duo Yan continued to doubt, the man who had closed his eyes opened his eyes sharp and dangerous. For a moment, Duo Yan felt as if his throat was being strangled. I just heard the man say in a cold voice, "Don't disturb my practice." After Duo Yan was frightened, he became a little angry. Ling Tianyun, have you become stupid because of practice? It's good that I didn't provoke you. Wrong. Ling Tianyun would not speak to it in this tone in the past. You are not Ling Tianyun, who are you? Duo Yan asked warily. Don't you want your newly grown feathers? Ling Tianyun asked coldly, seriously. Duo Yan was instantly angry. You, if you dare to touch my hair again, I will fight you. After Duo Yan finished his harsh words, he found that the person in front of him had already closed his eyes. Yan Miyu outside the space did not find what he expected and had already left. Only the sound of goo insects devouring could be heard in the space. Duo Yan suddenly felt that the entire space became strange, and a sense of crisis surged into his heart for no reason. This time, when the demons and the Buddhas were at war with each other, the Buddha asked the demon ancestor to hand over Liu Kanglan, but the demon ancestor said that he had left the demon world. Buddha didn't believe it and wanted to search the demon world. Seeing that a fight was about to start, the demon ancestor received an invitation from the demon emperor. The demon ancestor looked at the content on the invitation, his eyes changed, and finally he sent the invitation to the Buddha. The immortal realm is going to hold the competition, and all walks of life are invited to go. I guess you, the Buddhist realm, have also received it. Buddha should go back quickly to prepare. After all, it is clearly stated here that the first place can get 1 ancient skill book and 10 god-level skills. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 853 The reward is eye-catching, additional update 2. Demon ancestor read out all the rewards for first place on the invitation, and he became jealous. You can bring out so many things and still show off on the market, are you really not afraid of being robbed? A demon ancestor's pupils flashed red. Why don't our two forces join forces and capture this fairyland? As long as we do it, we can share all the rewards. The reward for first place is incredibly generous. The second place is certainly not bad. The reward for third place won't make them jealous, but it can still make people greedy. Demon ancestor Chongwang cannot provoke wars at will. Since Liu Kanglan is not in the demon world, I will go find him elsewhere. After the Buddha finished speaking, he led the Buddhas away. Watching the Buddhas leave, some demon ancestors showed disdain on their faces. What a bunch of hypocritical guys. I don't believe they can be so calm when they see the real invitation. Said a demon ancestor. Demon ancestor Chongwang, should we call Chongji back? Why did you ask him to come back? Come back to make us angry, a demon ancestor said angrily. Chongwang's eyes were majestic, and he looked at the content on the invitation. I remember that Su Exingheng from the God realm is dead. After his death, there is still someone who can call the immortal realm to hold the competition. This person must not be simple. A demon ancestor said, if Su Exingheng dies, a new heavenly emperor will definitely appear, just like the God realm can choose a new God lord. But do you think this seal is signed with the word, Phoenix? Could it be that the immortal realm has been controlled by the God realm? Quote. That shouldn't be the case. There are some powerful people in the immortal world. The Feng family and the Jiang family shouldn't dare to stretch their hands that far. What do you think the person who started the competition has the confidence to do? Why does that person think he can guard so many treasures of heaven and earth? Isn't he afraid of siege from all walks of life? Chongwang listened to the discussions of the ancestors and fell into deep thought. This time, it is impossible for the demon realm to remain closed. No matter which realm these rewards fall into, they are a threat to them, so they must not give up. Chongwang said, the invitation says that 500 strong men can be sent to participate, so this time, Zhongshan, you will bring 10 demon ancestors, 6 demon emperors, and some strong men from the demon world to participate. Zhongshan asked in surprise, aren't you going? I want to stay and guard the demon realm to prevent anyone from taking advantage of it. Chongwang's eyes were stern. Some opportunities hid dangers. He could not abandon the demon realm and ignore the dangers. You are still thoughtful, but if this is the case, our strength will be weakened a lot. Zhongshan said worriedly. He wasn't afraid of anything else, he was most afraid of dealing with that old guy Buddha. It doesn't matter, whoever takes first place will be the target of public criticism, so our goal is to be the bottom two, so that we can bring back the rewards. In this way, they can unite many forces to attack the first place, and they can also divide the rewards of the first place. This is a double benefit to the demon world. After Chongwang analyzed it, all the demon ancestors were convinced and went down to prepare. It was exactly 100 years before the competition began. This time is not short, but it is fleeting for cultivators, and it also gives everyone from all walks of life room to operate to improve their strength. Of course, Fang Qingren's main purpose in sending this invitation was to distract everyone's attention. She will use these 100 years to build Qinghe Tower in the fairy world. She also took a trip back to the land abandoned by the gods, hid the ancient correct cultivation system in a secret realm, and secretly sent a treasure map to Tongwen Pavilion, waiting for them to find the technique. Afterwards, she returned to the god realm without staying any longer. Today's land abandoned by the gods may be the only pure land in the entire plane. Before the enemy is eliminated, Fang Qingran just wants to hide it. Especially the secrets hidden in aura. Fang Qingran returned to the fairy world again, and suddenly she felt that the Taoism in her body had risen to another level. She only thought it was the influence of the land abandoned by the gods and didn't think much about it. But Mo Jinggong clearly saw the power of merit in her body. Back to God realm. Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong sat leisurely in a pavilion, observing the scenery outside. The seventh heaven of a mortal realm has been transformed, and prosperous places can be seen everywhere. Fang Qingran laid down a layer of barrier and asked seriously, Jinggong, do you want to see them? Of course Mo Jinggong knew who she was asking. In fact, if it hadn't been for the unexpected appearance of the small box, he and Fang Qingran would not be sitting here drinking tea now. As for meeting the remaining people, Mo Jinggong had no plans. Fang Qingran's Taoist practice determined that there would be no problem for them to meet each other. But others can't, their strength is too weak after all. This is a gift for you. You can take advantage of this time to practice well. Fang Qingran's bright eyes were full of smiles as she pushed the thing in front of Mo Jinggong. She was still afraid of changes, forcing Mo Jinggong to leave. Ling Tianyun said that since they came from the immortal domain, they were not afraid of cause and effect. But there is something more terrifying than cause and effect involving them. Ling Tianyun was not injured and could do some things without any problem. But Mo Jinggong seemed to be injured, and he came here to heal his wounds. Fang Qingran was not sure why Ling Tianyun told her these things. However, she could not detect Mo Jinggong's injuries. Fortunately, she has a mouth and can ask. After asking Mo Jinggong, I knew that he needed something from Hongmeng to heal his injuries. Fang Qingran immediately set his sights on the Hongmeng tree again. The Hongmeng thing that Mo Jinggong needs is something with the aura of Hongmeng. The Hongmeng pearl in her space was contracted by her. Only the Hongmeng tree is left. The Hongmeng tree is willing to give her leaves, but the only requirement is to paint it. Fang Qingran didn't know what was special about the paintings in the space, so she chose to ask Mo Jinggong again. Mo Jinggong also told her truthfully that there were secrets about the Hongmeng period in the painting, and as long as she could understand them thoroughly, it would be beneficial to the growth of the Hongmeng tree. After hearing this, Fang Qingran took out 2 paintings and successfully exchanged 21 leaves from the Hongmeng tree. At this time, the leaves on the Hongmeng tree became completely sparse. 21 plus the remaining 9 pieces from last time, a total of 30 pieces, all packed in the box in front of me. The Hongmeng tree was originally in seclusion in the space, but seemed to feel something and woke up. The Hongmeng tree resented, you were so generous, giving him so many leaves like this. Fang Qingran heard Hongmengshu's complaint and touched her nose with guilt. I thought Hongmeng tree wouldn't notice. She also deliberately chose a box with the strongest enchantment to seal the leaf. Opposite him, Mo Jinggong looked at Fang Qingran's little movements, and his starry eyes flashed with a smile. Jinggong, you heal your wounds first. After you finish your business in the fairy world, I will accompany you to find other things. Fang Qingran suddenly felt her cheeks feel hot. Thank you Ranran. Mo Jinggong put away his things and poured another cup of tea for Fang Qingran. Hongmengshu's sour voice sounded, that's right, Ranran has already been called. After Hongmengshu complained, he went to see the paintings and reflect. Since getting the painting, it has quickly taken root, the trunk has become thicker, and the veins of the leaves that have grown out have become purer in purple. Once you understand more of the power of the law, the leaves that will grow in the future will slowly turn purple. At that time, if Fang Qingran dared to pick its leaves again, it would shock her. Think about it this way, when the Hongmeng tree is constructing the rules, it chooses a small branch to free up, and the leaf that grows out is reserved for someone. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 854 9 Heaven's Profound Jade. Fang Qingran was sitting alone in the attic. The teacup on the other side is still warm. Fang Qingran flicked her sleeves, and everything in front of her disappeared, as if she was the only one here from beginning to end. Come in. Fang Qingran raised her apricot eyes slightly and said in a crisp voice. Miss Fang is so powerful, she can even detect my presence. The Territory Lord said that during the period of his seclusion, I will protect you every step of the way. Ling Tianyun, with his eye-catching fiery red hair, appeared opposite Fang Qingran and sat down comfortably. After Ling Tianyun sat down, he was not polite. He stared at Fang Qingran's teacup with his charming eyes and said, Miss Fang, can you give me a cup of the tea in your hand? Fang Qingran had long been accustomed to Ling Tianyun's familiar temperament and nodded. A crystal-clear teacup immediately appeared in Ling Tianyun's hand. There are no unnecessary patterns on the teacup, which looks simple yet exquisite. Fang Qingran raised her hand to pour tea for Ling Tianyun, and Fang Jingyu's voice came from within her consciousness, Sister Fang, what he is holding is the 8 treasure glass cup. When Fang Qingran heard Fang Jingyu's words, she poured the tea calmly and asked, Master Ling, do you still have the cup in your hand? I don't have this anymore. Why does Miss Fang want this cup? Your hand is much better than this one. Ling Tianyun looked at Fang Qingran curiously. 8 treasures glaze is very precious to some immortal cultivators. But compared with Jutian Shuani, it is far behind. Everything decorated with Jutian Shuani will have a certain amount of aura, which is of great benefit to immortal cultivators. Does Jinggong have any enemies in the immortal realm? Fang Qingran changed the subject. The Territory Lord has no enemies. Ling Tianyun suppressed his smile and said seriously, Miss Fang, I believe you will not have any enemies in the future. Ling Tianyun's words were implying something. Whether Fang Qingran understood or not was not within his scope of consideration. After all, there are some things that you will naturally understand when you reach a certain height. Ling Tianyun briefly observed Fang Qingran's expression, and then continued, I don't know much about the Territory Lord. He is someone I can't look up to. Most of the time, I only learn from my father and some old monsters. Hear legends about him. Every one of them feels awe and gritted teeth when mentioning the Territory Lord. Their feelings towards the Territory Lord are very strange. I can't guess what they think. I just feel that the Territory Lord is a being that no one can match. But the Domain Lord is very tired. He has too many creatures to protect. Unknown strong men often come to the Immortal Domain to ask him to solve many problems. I don't know what happened in the middle. My father became the Deputy Domain Lord and temporarily managed the Immortal Domain on behalf of the Domain Lord. I overheard from my father that the Territory Lord left the Immortal Territory to heal his injuries. With his level of strength, there are basically no injuries. Once injured, the consequences will be very serious. Most of the powerful people in the world who are injured will end up falling. And the Territory Lord's strength is far stronger than that of the powerful men in the heavens. I don't know what will happen to him. I checked countless ancient books and finally found the answer in a book. If a strong person above the heaven level is injured, he must use the Hongmeng object to heal his injuries. I found this secretly. I didn't dare to tell anyone, and I was even more afraid that the old monsters in the Immortal Domain would find something unusual. I hid the ancient book and sneaked out quietly. I wanted to find the Hongmeng object to heal the Domain Lord. Unfortunately, I made a miscalculation. I traveled through thousands of universes, but I still couldn't find the ghostly shadow of the Hongmeng thing. When Ling Tianyun talked about what happened here, a rare expression of frustration appeared on his face. He was really depressed. The god he had looked up to since childhood was injured, but he could not help. He didn't find anything from Hongmeng, and he didn't dare to go back to the Immortal Realm. There were mostly old monsters and weird people there. If he got caught and accidentally leaked the news that Mo Jinggong was injured, it would be a disaster. The Immortal Realm is a world and a cage in disguise. What does a strong person at the level of the heavens look like? Fang Qingran asked seriously. Ling Tianyun quickly pulled away from his emotions. It's hard to say. Although most worlds follow the ancient cultivation system, after the Imperial Realm, the standards for judging strength are different in each place. Ling Tianyun thought for a while and asked, do you know the difference between starfield, plane and universe? Fang Qingran shook his head. Ling Tianyun's eyes flashed slightly and he said, for example, if the starfield is a small ball, then there are countless small balls hidden in one plane. Each of these small balls has its own characteristics, and they form a completed plane. Of course, in addition to these small balls in a plane, there are also time and space turbulence, as well as various invisible dangers hidden in the darkness. A universe is made up of hundreds of millions of planes. The planes are separated by a boundary sea. The weird creatures hidden in this boundary sea are something that most powerful people would not dare to pass through. The boundary sea prevents the strong people in the plane from leaving, and it also protects the strong people inside. The boundary seas of some planes will connect to the turbulence of time and space in the upper plane, so there will also be strange creatures in some planes. Be extremely careful when traveling through the turbulent flow of time and space with the presence of strange creatures, and block it in time. That's a little too much talking. A powerful blow from the heavenly level can shatter an entire universe with one full blow. After Ling Tianyun finished speaking, he saw that Fang Qingran had fallen into deep thought. Fang Qingran had never left the plane and didn't even know much about his own, so he still had little idea of the power that could shatter the universe. However, one thing Fang Qingran was sure of was that the powerhouses at the heaven level were unreachable at the imperial level. Otherwise Ling Tianyun wouldn't go around in such a big circle to give an example. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes narrowed slightly. Just one plane was so complicated. It seemed that all immortal cultivators must obtain the ancient cultivation system as soon as possible. After all, her ability to withstand risks alone is limited. Ling Tianyun saw that Fang Qingran had been thinking, so he didn't bother him and looked sideways out of the window. Various spaceships shuttled high in the sky, and it was a peaceful scene as far as the eye could see. Compared with the strict rules of the God realm, the atmosphere in the fairy realm is obviously more relaxed. There are mountains, water, and life everywhere. Sure enough, a good leader can create a good environment. I just don't know how long this orderly situation can last. It is easy to create a short period of prosperity, but difficult to maintain it. Sudden. Ling Tianyun saw a familiar figure. Ling Tianyun looked at the girl in purple clothes and skirt below and smiled unconsciously. Not long after, the girl stopped in front of Qinghe Tower, said a few words to the man next to her, and then they stepped in. The beautiful shadow in his eyes disappeared, and Ling Tianyun suddenly felt that the scenery in the fairy world had lost its color, and he looked away without interest. Such an airy girl may not be suitable for going to the immortal realm. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 855 Sparks for Splash. Ling Tianyun lost all his momentum and resumed his wanton smile. Boom. There was a knock on the door. After a few breaths, it started ringing again. Boom. Come in, Fang Qingran said with a bit of majesty in her almond-shaped eyes. A shopkeeper walked in and saluted respectfully. Master, there is a girl who has matched the code you left. Do you want to invite her up? Fang Qingran's eyes were a little brighter, but she still said in a deep voice, please come up. Yes, the shopkeeper backed out. Fang Qingran glanced at Ling Tianyun and said, you can go shopping elsewhere first. There won't be any danger here. Ling Tianyun sat still. I want to protect Miss Fang. Fang Qingran was well aware of Ling Tianyun's shamelessness, so she stood up without saying anything, went to the door, and waited for the visitor. Little junior sister, Qin Hanyan came to Fang Qingran, followed by Tang Chongshu and Qin Zixuan. Third senior sister, long time no see. Fang Qingran's face was filled with a bright smile. Long time no see. After Qin Hanyan finished speaking, he looked behind Fang Qingran as if he was looking for something. There was no sense of joy at first sight between the two of them after a long separation. But there is a unique atmosphere, and people can see at a glance that they have a good relationship. Qin Zixuan instantly felt a little redundant. Miss Qin, I didn't expect to see you in the fairy world. Ling Tianyun took the initiative to step forward and say hello. Mr. Ling, are you here to participate in the competition too? Qin Hanyan asked. Fang Qingran looked back and forth between Ling Tianyun and Qin Hanyan, and finally looked at Tang Chongji not far away, her eyebrows slightly raised, as if she had discovered something interesting. Third senior sister, do you know Ling Tianyun? Fang Qingran asked with a smile. He was the divine lord of the god realm before. Qin Hanyan explained. The divine lord. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with danger, an outsider became the divine lord. Miss Fang, you must not tell the territory lord that I have passed on the position of divine lord to others, and I am no longer here. Ling Tianyun said in a message. Fang Qingran nodded and said to Qin Hanyan, third senior sister, come in and tell me about the god realm. I haven't been there yet. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she looked at Ling Tianyun and the others, shopkeeper, arranged 3 lofts for these 3 young masters to entertain them. Immediately, the 2 walked into the house, and Fang Qingran set up a barrier. Outside the room, Jin Zixuan broke the silence. Do you want to play a game? I heard that there is a game room in Qinghe building. I heard that only people with high IQs can pass the level. Okay, I wonder if young Master Tang is interested in joining us. Ling Tianyun looked at Tang Chongji with a smile and asked proactively. Okay, Tang Chongji responded coldly. The shopkeeper lowered his voice and said, you 3, follow me. This is the landlord's distinguished guest, and he is really afraid of offending him. Inside the house. I heard the 3 people outside leaving. Fang Qingran directly set up a defensive formation. Third senior sister, I know what you want to ask, don't worry. Fifth senior sister and the others are still practicing in one place and will be out soon. After all, she had a way to leave before leaving the battlefield of the gods. Little junior sister, do you know Wen Yun? Ah. I heard some news in the god realm. They all said that Wen Yun is the reincarnation of your mother Fang Qingwu, and she also used your mother's banner to recruit powerful people. Qin Hanyan only took the position of the head of the family. I heard this news. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with coldness. Third senior sister, don't worry, I have known about her existence for a long time and will not pose a threat to me. Third senior sister, please let me take a look at your physical condition. Qin Hanyan stretched out his wrist in front of Fang Qingran. At the same time, a chubby purple ginseng jumped out from Qin Hanyan's sleeve. He landed in front of Fang Qingran's teacup, as if he was smelling something. Tick. A drop of purple liquid fell on the table. The saliva of Hunyuan dragon ginseng may be a treasure to ordinary practitioners, but Qin Hanyan and Fang Qingran were helpless when they saw this. Little junior sister, it wants to drink your tea. A smile appeared on Qin Hanyan's face. This was the first time she had seen it like this. Row. Fang Qingran took out a small saucer and poured some for Hunyuan dragon ginseng. Then he took out a teacup and poured a cup of tea for Qin Hanyan. Finally, his hand fell on Qin Hanyan's wrist. Fang Qingran Yuanshan investigated Qin Hanyan's situation. The more he looked at her, the darker his face became. She didn't expect Qin Hanyan's soul to be so seriously injured. Someone took advantage of Qin Hanyan's weakness and invaded her sea of consciousness, probably in an attempt to find something in her body. Qin Hanyan's soul is now riddled with holes, and some of it has been fragmented. Simple repair methods don't work for Qin Hanyan. Because the essence hidden in his soul has dissipated, if he directly repairs it, Qin Hanyan may not be able to cultivate his soul in the future. So she still lacked one ingredient when refining the elixir. She didn't have this medicine in her hand, but she guessed that Ling Tianyun must have it. Third senior sister, how did you get this injury? Fang Qingran's eyes showed murderous intent. No matter who did it, she would not let it go. Mr. Fengge. Qin Hanyan was missing a certain memory, which was what Hunyuan Longshan told her later. Very good, it's the Fang family again. Fang Qingran said coldly, remained silent for a moment, and continued, Third senior sister, I built Lingyun sect on the 7th level of the immortal world. Do you want to go and see it? Your Hanyan the peak has not changed. Little junior sister, it's great to have you. Qin Hanyan is not a person who expresses emotions, so even if she is moved in her heart, she can only say this. Qin Hanyan thought of Liu Kanglan and said, Little junior sister, the senior brother has also come to the immortal world. He is now the holy master of 2 holy places and has to arrange those disciples, so he is still in the 3rd heaven. Fang Qingran asked in surprise, is senior brother and Luin Jin together? Qin Hanyan said, yes, Luin Jin also became the head of Biluo sect. At the same time, the battlefield of the gods. The dark clouds were overwhelming, and the overwhelming force scared all the beasts into hiding. However, the 9-headed strange infant appeared where Gu Jian and others were. Mu Chanjue waved his folding fan and stood beside the 9-headed baby. Bailey Wenyu stood on the other side board. 4th senior brother, how many thunders do you think they have? Mu Chanjue broke through to the heaven-seeing realm a few years earlier than Bailey Wenyu. Suffered 16 thunderbolts. Bailey Wenyu has 2 more skills than Mu Chanjue, but his level is unexpectedly lower than Mu Chanjue's. They each understand different paths. There was also a tacit agreement not to ask what path each chose. I guess the 5th junior sister is suddenly not easy with each other. I guess she has been struck by lightning more than us. Mu Chanjue's eyes fell on Ning Shiyu, who was covered in brilliance. I saw various ancient texts shining around her. This mysterious ancient text gave people an extremely special feeling. Mu Chanjue guessed that Ning Shiyu merged the runes with his own skills. Just as he was staring at Ning Shiyu, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly came over him. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 856 Create your own rules. Mu Chanjue turned to look at Gu Jianyi. I only felt a terrifying power emanating from Gu Jianyi's body. Then a dazzling light appeared. A sword light appeared on Gu Jianyi. The sword glow seemed to be a real sword, the sword edge flashed with cold light, and the huge sword body burst out with majestic momentum. Fourth senior brother, will second senior brother's breakthrough like this affect fifth senior sister? Bailey Wenyu looked worriedly at Ning Xiyu, who was frowning. When they first had the epiphany, they were all sitting on the ground, not far apart, so at this moment, the sword light on Gu Jianyi almost reflected on Ning Xiyu. Ning Xiyu's face was full of pain, and her body was also exuding her own light. It was obvious that she was about to break through too. It's really possible. Mu Chanjue stared at the two people and started thinking. When he was about to go in, he was blocked by an invisible barrier. Mu Chanjue looked down at the circle at his feet. When he woke up and saw this thing, he thought someone had drawn it casually, but now it seems that this circle is weird. You two young masters, you can only go in and out of the circle. The nine-headed baby warned not far away. It always adhered to the principle of guarding and did not interfere much with Mu Chanjue and Bailey Wenyu. Now that he saw Mu Chanjue wanting to go in again, the nine-headed Wenying couldn't help but remind him. Mu Chanjue raised his head and looked at the nine-headed baby who was speaking. Is there a way for us to go in? Mu Chanjue wanted to go in and set up a barrier for Gu Jianyi and Ning Xiyu. Otherwise, Ning Xiyu would definitely be influenced by Gu Jianyi. The nine heads of the nine-headed baby shook together. No, Master Feng originally drew this to protect your cultivation. Mu Chanjue and Bailey Wenyu looked at each other with serious eyes. Click. A sudden voice sounded. Then a hole seemed to be torn open in the sky. Rumble. Thunder exploded. A purple thunder as thick as a baby's arm struck straight at Gu's sword. The purple thunder struck the lightsaber and then sank into Gu Jianyi's body. There was nothing unusual about Gu Jianyi except that his face was a bit paler. Less than a breath later, another thunder struck down. Almost all the thunder struck down with front and rear feet, leaving no one with any breathing space. Thunder struck down one after another, and there were a few more cracks on the lightsaber. Until the 18th lightning struck. The lightsaber finally couldn't withstand the power of purple thunder and shattered into countless sharp light blades. Blades of light flew. Swish. A light blade smashed into the ground, and a large pit appeared. When Mu Chanjue and Bailey Wenyu saw this scene, their expressions became anxious. Even though they had been tempered several times, their bodies were stronger than copper walls. But these light blades are no ordinary weapons. They were sword-like light blades. If they fell on the unprepared Ning Xiyu, she would definitely be injured. But they can't do anything. Because they can't even get through the circle in front of them. Just when they were anxious, several light blades flew towards Ning Xiyu quickly. The next moment, a barrier formed around Ning Xiyu, blocking all light blades. That's the formation. Fifth senior sister will be fine. Bailey Wenyu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but he still didn't let go of the stone in his heart. 25. Mu Chanjue counted the thunderbolts in a deep voice. The magical instruments Gu Jianyi was wearing were broken one by one and fell to the ground. Blood marks appeared on his skin. More and more wounds slowly opened, and the blood stained his entire body red. Fourth senior brother, why are there so many thunders in the sky? I remember my senior said that there can be up to 9 thunders at a time. Sixth junior brother, the 9 rays are our limit, not the limit of the heavenly thunder. As long as the skills we are practicing now are perfect, we can surpass the laws of law at any time. Do you like someone riding on your head? Hearing Mu Chanjue's words, Bailey Wenyu shook his head. Mu Chanjue said coldly, that's why the whole of the world doesn't like anyone to be above it. We are spying on the secrets of heaven and even trying to see through them. This is already challenging its authority. Now that we have broken through to the sky-peeping realm, it is equivalent to seeing through the secret of the sky. We will step on its head immediately. It naturally wants to kill us. Don't worry, second senior brother will be fine. He just understood a great Taoist method. As for the lightsaber just now, when it is completed, it will not be a problem to cut off the heaven and the earth. When the will of heaven senses the threat, it will naturally try its best to bring down thunder and disaster. This thunder disaster may seem like a disaster, but from another perspective, it is actually a good thing. The more thunder tribulations you experience, the stronger your body becomes, and you may be able to take the opportunity to comprehend more power of laws. As the saying goes, if you survive a narrow escape, you will be blessed later. For Gu Jianyi, as long as he can survive this thunderstorm, it will be a great blessing. Puff. Gu Jianyi spat out a mouthful of black blood. The flesh and blood on his body was burnt. You can clearly see the dense white bones. Fourth senior brother, this is what you said. It's okay, it's already been 30 thunder tribulations. After Bailey Wenyu finished speaking, the 30th thunderbolt did not strike at Gu Jianyi. Instead, it turned around and struck at Ning Xiyu. Sixth junior brother, please wait patiently. Second senior brother is going to reshape his muscles and bones. Do you still remember what the old man said before? Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes flashed brightly. What? Mu Chanjue's eyes were heavy. The path we are taking is to risk death and survive. This time, there are no ancient predecessors to guide us. This path of cultivating immortality that goes against the will of heaven can only be explored with our own lives. Quote. Bailey Wenyu rolled his eyes slightly. Don't we still have the skills left by our ancestors? Mu Chanjue patted Bailey Wenyu on the shoulder. Sixth junior brother, it is no longer the ancient times. It is good to leave things from the ancient times, but it applies to the ancient times, but it does not necessarily apply to the present. We can practice based on the techniques left by our ancestors, but we can't just rely on those. If we want to go further, we must ultimately create our own rules and techniques. Following every step, one will sooner or later become mediocre. Only by creating your own world can you go further. Mu Chanjue told Bailey Wenyu what he had learned during his training, hoping to help Bailey Wenyu. He wanted them to go further together. Even if he walks a little slower, Bailey Wenyu can go further than them. Fourth senior brother, do you think we can create our own Taoism? I don't know, but I think it's possible. Mu Chanjue said easily. As long as the strength is strong enough, nothing is impossible. Then can we transcend Tao? Bailey Wenyu's question came up. A dazzling light shone. In an instant, a thick purple thunder shaped like an eternal dragon suddenly descended on the sky. Bailey Wen raised his head more and more, feeling as if he was looking into the dragon's abyss-like eyes. In an instant, Bailey Wenyu felt like he had fallen into a place of endless darkness. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 857 One Dream One Year. A chill ran through his body. Bailey Wenyu tried to find a place to go out, but his feet seemed to weigh hundreds of millions of pounds and he could not move an inch. The blood all over his body seemed to be frozen, unable to move. The feeling of death struck him directly in his heart. Bailey Wenyu's heart trembled greatly, and he wanted to escape from here. The next moment, the purple dragon opened its abyss more towards him. Just when he felt like he was about to be swallowed up. Snapped. A tingling sensation came over me. Bailey Wenyu trembled all over and opened his eyes suddenly. Degu Jianyi, Mu Chanjue and Ning Shiyu all looked at him with worried expressions. Bailey Wenyu looked confused. Second senior brother, fifth senior sister, aren't you trying to overcome the tribulation? Ning Shiyu pinched his ears and said, you still know that we are going through a tribulation. Bailey Wenyu made Monk Zhanga even more confused. What did I do? He obviously just looked at the giant dragon and then fell into a dark place. After a while, why did the second senior brother's injuries heal? Ning Shiyu and the other three looked at each other and made a judgment. Seeing that Bailey Wen looked more like he really didn't remember. Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes were slightly dark, and the more Bailey Wen asked, can we transcend the Tao? After that, there was silence. At that time, Ning Shiyu's side happened to be going through a tribulation. Mu Chanjue was observing Ning Shiyu and responded to Bailey Wenyu a step too late. When he wanted to respond, Bailey Wenyu flew straight into the sky and reached out to catch the thunder. Then he saw that all the thunder that was supposed to hit Ning Shiyu fell on Bailey Wenyu. That indescribably terrifying force struck Bailey Wenyu. Mu Chanjue almost thought Bailey Wenyu was going to turn into powder. As a result, in the next moment, Bailey Wenyu's body flashed with light, the thunder calamity disappeared, and others fell down. Mu Chanjue wanted to catch Bailey Wenyu who fell, but found that Bailey Wenyu was not only fine but also unscathed. But he didn't wake up. After that, a year passed, Degu Jianyi and Ning Shiyu walked out, and Bailey Wenyu was still sleeping. No matter what methods they used, Bailey Wenyu could not wake up. They also realized something was wrong. But they couldn't see the problem with Bailey Wenyu's body, let alone wake him up. In the end, Ning Shiyu made a quick decision and slapped Bailey Wenyu. To their surprise, Bailey Wenyu really woke up. They really didn't expect that waking someone up could be so simple and crude. I slept for a year. How is this possible? Bailey Wen's eyes widened even more, and he fell into darkness within a quarter of an hour. Sixth junior brother, there are some things that you can't talk nonsense about. Stay in awe. Also, you have to set up a barrier. If we want to surpass it, at least we can't do it now. Mu Chanjue said through the message. Bailey Wenyu looked at the three people in front of him and remembered the feeling of falling into darkness. Was it Tao that gave him the suffocating feeling of oppression? Nothing is impossible, let's go back to the fairy world. Mu Chanjue said without waiting for Bailey Wenyu to say anything else. Go back quickly, we've stayed here too long. Ning Shiyu's eyes showed a bit of anxiety, and Qin Hanyan's injury was always on her mind. The four of them had nothing to pack, so they simply said goodbye to the nine-headed baby and left the battlefield of the gods. When they stepped into the fairy world, the four of them stood in the air, dumbfounded as they looked at the pavilions standing on the top of the fairy mountain. The previously desolate sky was now prosperous with various pavilions and pavilions standing everywhere. The swords of the cultivators flew back and forth among these pavilions. Very lively. Did we go to the wrong place? How do I remember that there was a mountain there before? Ning Shiyu said uncertainly. Mu Chanjue has memories of all the layout of the seventh heaven of the immortal world. There is a mountain. It seems that someone has reshaped the fairyland in the years since we left. Mu Chanjue said solemnly. None of them thought that the prosperity of the fairy world today was because of Feng Qingran. After all, Feng Qingran went to the battlefield of the gods with them. Then where are we going now? Bailey Wenyu asked. How about going to Yi's house? Mu Chanjue wanted to go to Yi's house to inquire about the situation before deciding where to stay. Ning Shiyu shook her head. I want to go to Chang Pavilion to see Master. Sixth junior brother, will you come with me? She knew very well that Bailey Wenyu knew no one else except them in the fairy world. Bailey Wenyu thought for a while, then fifth senior sister, you have to protect me. I am helpless in this fairy world, so I can only follow you. What's going on with the sudden sell-off? Mu Chanjue was even speechless. Chanjue, I'll go back to Yi's house with you. Degu Jianyi's voice reached Mu Chanjue's ears. The four people divided into two teams and each went to the place they were looking for. They left with their front legs, and a group of people came out of the cracks in time and space behind them. Master, how could the fairy world become like this? A person said in shock. Master, the Feng family and the Jiang family from the fairy world came over at the same time. We're finally here. How many people did they bring this time? Feng Qingran asked. There are 100 members of the Feng family and 83 members of the Jiang family. The forces in the god realm are divided. They're not prepared to join forces to participate in the competition. The shopkeeper's voice rang out from the sound transmission board. I see. After Feng Qingran finished her reply, she put away the sound transmission card. When she sent the invitations, they were not sent to one from each realm, but to all the forces in each realm. Of course they can form a group and compete together. They can also work separately. She doesn't care about any of this. She held this competition just to get people from the Lingyun sect together. She even wanted to catch a turtle in an urn. Fang Qingran didn't believe that such a rich reward could not tempt the evil dragon or some outsiders. Instead of letting them hide in the dark, it's better to bring them to the light. Fang Qingran looked at the misty world outside the window, feeling particularly peaceful. At this moment, Fang Qingran felt that someone had touched Lingyun sect's formation, and her figure immediately disappeared and came to the entrance. She opened the door and leaned against the door frame so that she could look at the two people outside the door. Elder brother, who has the defense formation to defeat his sect? Fang Qingran's clear voice sounded. I just want to see if you can get someone to pick me up. Lu Kanglan was dressed in plain clothes, her body was like a jade tree, and she smiled warmly. Fang Qingran suddenly drew his sword and stabbed it out. Lu Kanglan quickly dodged back to avoid the sword. Little junior sister, when you came to the sect, I didn't welcome you like this. Fang Qingran didn't speak, her eyes were full of smiles, and she continued to attack. She needed to know Lu Kanglan's current strength. Lu Kanglan also accepted the attack with a smile. He actually knew that he was far from Fang Qingran's opponent at this moment. But, it's been a long time since we last saw each other and it would be nice to have a fight. Little junior sister, are you serious? I want to know the real gap between me and you, Lu Kanglan said extremely seriously. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 858 Friendly Sponsorship. Fang Qingran held the sword in her jade hand and spun around to stab Lu Kanglan. She did not mobilize her immortal power during this attack. The meaning behind Lu Kanglan's words was that he wanted her to use all her strength. But now that she really wants to release all her cultivation, everything in the seventh heaven will probably be destroyed. Therefore, Fang Qingran restrained his immortal power and only used less than % of his power to attack. Lu Kanglan did not avoid Fang Qingran's stabbing sword, but raised his sword to face her Qingluan sword. Ding! The sword in Lu Kanglan's hand broke. Immediately afterwards, the power of the sword flew him away. Lu Kanglan fell to the ground. Qingluan's sword passed by his face. Insert into the ground. Click. A formation disc appeared out of thin air. It had cracks on it and was obviously useless. Lu Kanglan couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Is there such a big gap in just over 1,000 years? He clearly noticed that Fang Qingran did not use his immortal power at all. It wasn't until Fang Qingran took back his sword and went to help Lu Kanglan that he came back to his senses. Junior sister, have you found the ancient cultivation technique? Elder brother, it seems that you also understand something. Lu Kanglan looked solemnly and said, who taught you this practice? Have you revealed your identity? Fang Qingran looked at Lu Kanglan strangely, not knowing why. Lu Kanglan told the story of the backlash the Tantai clan leader in the God Realm encountered. Has the Tantai clan leader come to the fairy world? Fang Qingran wanted to meet those hidden families. They may have more clues there. Lu Kanglan thought for a moment and said, I don't know, the hidden world family is not going with me. I came to participate this time just to bring the experience of people from the Holy Land. We don't dare to think about prizes because of our strength. Little junior sister, there is a competition held in the fairy world, and the prizes are so generous. Aren't you afraid that the powerful ones from heaven will come and grab them directly? Fang Qingran's face showed a smile, I hope they come out soon. The fairy world is her territory, at least here, she doesn't need to worry about her life. Lu Kanglan was keenly aware of something, so this competition has something to do with you. There is a little connection, I am a friendly sponsor. Lu Kanglan was slightly confused when he heard the words, what is friendly sponsorship? Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes sparkled, I will provide the final prize, build the competition venue, and pay for all other expenses. Lu Kanglan raised his hand, and the backs of his slender fingers fell on Fang Qingran's forehead. Little junior sister, have you been poisoned? The number of prizes for just the first place is huge enough. Fang Qingran actually provided all the prizes. Isn't this a big injustice? If the news leaks out, Fang Qingran is probably going to be arrested by all the powerful people. Or are you being threatened by powerful men from the immortal world? Lu Kanglan didn't notice the strangeness in Fang Qingran's body and retracted her hand. The corners of Fang Qingran's mouth twitched and she was speechless. Elder brother, do you think I am the one who will suffer? During this competition, all contestants will have to live in my Qinghe building, and I will be allowed to take out food at the competition venue. All the winnings, including betting on the competition, will be mine. In addition, I can also make some rules of the competition, and I have 10 places in my hand that can directly enter the semi-finals. Senior brother, can you guess how much these places can be sold for? Fang Qingran has never been one to suffer losses. In fact, the Yi family and the Chu family were preparing to hold an internal competition within the fairy world. That was the plan they prepared to use against Su Exingheng. In the end, she killed Su Exingheng and everything went to waste. This time, she said she was going to prepare for an upper-bound competition and received immediate support. Inviting competitions from all walks of life can not only enhance the power of the fairy world, but also explore the situation in other worlds. Why not do it? However, Fang Qingran held this competition mainly for the ancient cultivation system. People from all walks of life must know this as early as possible and cannot continue to practice with wrong methods. So, she contacted Fang Jun's and used Wigui Pavilion to send news to all walks of life. Wigui Pavilion's power is far greater than she imagined. Whether it is the small world or the upper world, Wigui Pavilion can accurately send the message there. Immediately after the news of the competition was given, the transformation of Fairyland began. Anyway, those old guys from Immortal Ancestor are gone. There are also 7 houses that exist in name only. A major reshuffle is taking place all over the fairy world. In the face of strength, there are not many obstacles to the implementation of all plans, and the competition venue is naturally established in the sixth heaven. The sixth heaven has also become a training ground for disciples in the immortal world. Kill two birds with one stone. Of course, since she provided people and materials during the entire construction of sixth heaven, the trial field will belong to her after the competition is over. These future benefits are not taken into account for the time being. During this competition alone, she will be able to kill the strong men from all walks of life. After hearing Fang Qingren's question, Liu Kanglan was extremely shocked. Get a spot directly into the semi-finals. It means that there is no loss in the early stage, and it also means that the strength can be hidden. As for the final prize, there must be many forces willing to buy this spot, and maybe they will even compete for it. Junior sister, if the quota in your hand is sold, will the forces that did not get the quota eventually besiege you? Liu Kanglan's expression was a bit complicated. No, I have a quota in hand. On the first day of the competition, they will tell all the forces that some people will make the most noise and others will stand out, so as to scare the others. Fang Qingren's eyes showed a cold look. Liu Kanglan patted Fang Qingren on the shoulder with joy. Little junior sister, you have grown up and protected yourself very well, but you still have to be careful about the ancient cultivation system. Be careful about what? Came a voice full of laughter. Liu Kanglan and Fang Qingren looked sideways. I saw Dugu Jianyi, Mu Chanjue and Bailey Wenyu appearing not far away. Liu Kanglan saw the eyes of the three people narrowing slightly. If he felt correctly, these three people were very powerful now. Fang Qingren had a smile in her eyes after seeing the strength of the three of them. It seemed that they all had their own insights. Where is fifth senior sister? Fang Qingren asked crisply. Fifth senior sister is in Chang Pavilion and is being forced to do hard labor. She will come to us when she is finished. After Bailey Wenyu finished speaking, he came to Fang Qingren, thanked him very solemnly, and then greeted Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan, Dugu Jianyi, and Mu Chanjue also greeted each other. Let's talk about Lingyun sect first. Fang Qingren opened the door, and the familiar scenery at the entrance made the other four people feel as if they were in another world. I'll go to my Wenyu peak first and see where we can meet later. Bailey Wenyu asked impatiently. Everyone looked at Fang Qingren. The 10th peak, Fang Qingren said. Okay, you go first, I'll be there later. Bailey Wenyu finished speaking and his figure disappeared. Little junior sister, I heard from the Yi family that you almost bought up all the land in the immortal realm. Mu Chanjue looked at Fang Qingren with a smile and asked. Fang Qingren thought about it and said, not entirely. At least the Yi family, the Chu family, and the Tianling Palace, I didn't buy a piece of their land. If you want to quickly control a place, of course, strength speaks for itself. When she is strong enough, she will naturally create her own power, so she will naturally consolidate these fragmented territories. It's easy to do things if you have land. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 859. Fairyland. Six Heavens. When the Fang family entered Qinghe Tower and were about to go up, a boy stepped forward and blocked their way. The waiter said with a smile on his face, there are 100 of you, and you need to pay the room fee. The second elder of the Fang family frowned. Do you know who we are? They can come to the fairy world to participate in the competition to give the fairy face, but they dare to ask them for money. I know, the contestants from the Fang family in the God Realm. The boy smiled. How dare you know that we are the Fang family in the God Realm? A disciple was about to get angry. Fang Qingqiong looked around. This building is not simple. Bishu, follow him there. The others are waiting here. The disciple named Fang Bishu finished answering and walked out. Fang Qingqiong looked at Mr. Fengge and said, Mr. Fengge, take a closer look at the layout of Qinghe Tower. Do you find anything different? Old Fengge's turbid eyes flashed, and he released the power of his spiritual consciousness, and immediately discovered that there was something inside the vast Qinghe Tower. However, he wanted to examine it carefully, but he could not find anything. At this time, Fang Bishu came to the counter with an arrogant face and said, come and get 100 rooms. The shopkeeper smiled and said, sir, one apartment costs 100,000 a day, and 100 rooms in total is 10 million. Okay, can you use the divine stone directly here? Fang Bishu took out a storage bag. Of course, it's the sacred stone I was talking about before, sir. The shopkeeper explained. Now Fang Bishu was shocked. 100,000 sacred stones for one house. Even the gods dare not ask for this price. The key is that they don't know how many days they will stay here. While Fang Bishu was thinking, a voice came from beside him. 10,000 divine stones a day, can't it be less? Fang Bishu looked over and saw that he was from the Holy Land of Origin. The person who hosted the Holy Land of Origin over there had a very good attitude and said, sir, we all have this price. Fu Jin, the Holy Land of Origin, counted the sacred stone in his hand, gritted his teeth and said, okay, we will stay in the Holy Land of Origin for 3 days. The boy's attitude changed slightly. Are you from the Holy Land of Origin? Fu Jin nodded. The boy glanced at the shopkeeper and pushed back the storage bag handed over by Fu Jinyi. Sir, someone has paid for your origin of the Holy Land. I will take you to the bedroom right now. Who paid? Fu Jin was confused and glanced at Fang Bishu. Fu Jin immediately withdrew his gaze and followed the boy away, muttering, 10,000 a day for a room, who is so rich and pays for us? Cultivators have extremely good ears, so Fang Bishu naturally heard Fu Jinyi murmuring to himself. Shopkeeper, can you please explain? Fang Bishu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Could these people be watching others order food? There's nothing to explain. There are more of you, so you'll naturally receive more. The shopkeeper didn't panic at all, and always had an honest expression on his face. This is an order from the original poster to kill these people from the upper realm, especially the Feng family, Jiang family, etc. The shopkeeper received Feng Bishu's murderous gaze and continued, you can't afford it, can you? If you can't afford it, you can apply for it. You can make up for it when you have the divine stone in the future. I think your Feng family is such a big family. I won't default on my debt. At this time, Feng Bishu heard the people next to him whispering about the price of a house, which was also 10,000 a day. He alone has a day. Hello, there are 300 of us, please check in. A cold voice sounded beside Feng Bishu. Feng Bishu suddenly felt tremendous pressure, and an extreme danger was coming. He turned to look at the people around him. Your surname is Yan. The shopkeeper's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the visitor's face. Yes, Yan Miyu did not hide his identity. He had already guessed that this must be Feng Qingren's territory. The shopkeeper immediately called other boys to greet Feng Bishu. He came to Yan Miyu and said respectfully, Mr. Yan, you don't need to check in. Our landlord has prepared a place for you. Come with me. Before the shopkeeper led Yan Miyu away, he did not forget to say to the boy, make good arrangements for Mr. Feng. If you can't entertain him well, go and ask Miss Suzaku to come in person. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he stopped reading Feng Bei's book. Feng Bishu felt insulted in his heart. He was a disciple of the Feng family in the divine world, and he was the best of his generation. How dare a small Qinghe Tower arrange him like this? And you despise him. Stop, you Qinghe Tower did this on purpose, right? You are also here to participate in the competition. You will not accept the sacred stone from the Holy Land of Origin. He and you have made arrangements in advance. I, the Feng family, will be blocked. Feng Bishu said and launched an attack on the shopkeeper. Boom. But in the blink of an eye, Feng Bishu turned into blood mist. He hasn't gone out yet after attacking. Suddenly, everyone in the Qinghe building looked here. There were bursts of exclamations. Feng Bishu turned into a place of blood mist. An old man appeared and shouted in panic, young master. Others saw this scene and whispered. Damn, whose family is so powerful? How dare you attack the Feng family? If you take action, your soul will be scattered, and you can't save it. Are you declaring war in advance? The Feng family in the God realm is an extremely domineering existence. I'm afraid this Qinghe Tower will be gone. The fairy world dares to invite the gods to come, but it doesn't protect the people in the gods. It's really. We'd better run away for our lives. The one who died was Feng Bishu, the most favored among the younger members of the Feng family. One word made everyone panic. However, before they could move, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Qinghe Tower. The old man stared at Yan Miyu and the shopkeeper. Where's the young master? Whoever killed him, come forward. No one answered. Seeing this, the old man's eyes were quenched with poison, and he condensed a ball of energy, intending to kill Yan Miyu, but his attack had not yet been launched. Bang! There was another blood mist. The shopkeeper opened his eyes wide and looked at the man in black next to Yan Miyu with admiration. If he hadn't been so close, he wouldn't have been able to detect that it was the man in black who killed Feng Bishu and the old man. But at the same time, the shopkeeper came to his senses and quietly sent the news to Feng Qingran. Feng Qingqiong came over with the Feng family. Where is Feng Bishu? Feng Qingqiong's eyes were filled with an icy cold light. He had been observing the situation in Qinghe Tower and only heard that Yufeng's family had been killed. But he didn't believe that anyone would dare to touch the Feng family. But when he saw Feng Beilao die, he believed everything. Old Feng Bai is a half-step holy god. Who here has the strength to kill him? Feng Qingqiong's eyes instantly fell on the person behind Yan Miyu, his eyes dangerous. He can detect this person's aura at all. Who killed him? Feng Qingqiong said, but her eyes were fixed behind Yan Miyu. Me. Du Wu faced Feng Qingqiong without hesitation. His eyes were indifferent, as if Feng Qingqiong was just an ant. Mr. Feng Ji, kill him, Feng Qingqiong ordered. Of course he was not stupid enough to test Dai Wu himself, so he let Feng Ji grow old. Mr. Feng Ge is not stupid. Feng Ge Lao rolled his sleeves and released the contracted beast. After receiving the order, the contracted beast did not dare to move forward at all. Instead, it lay on the ground shivering with its tail between its legs. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 860. When everyone in the Feng family saw Feng Ji Lao's contracted beast lying on the ground and sobbing, their expressions suddenly changed. Feng Ji Lao, a contracted beast, has ancient blood in his body, and most of the beasts he encounters would not dare to compete with him. It was the first time they saw it and they were scared. Seeing this, Feng Qingqiong understood something instantly. She concealed the murderous intent in her eyes and said to Yan Miyu, why did this young master want to kill the Feng family? Yan Miyu has a tall and cold figure, handsome appearance, a pair of black eyes that are as dark as an abyss, and his gaze is as cold as a thin blade. The whole person looks extremely dangerous. Yan Miyu just looked at Feng Qingqiong and remained silent. The Feng family were all smart, and when Yan Miyu didn't speak, no one dared to speak. The others who were watching began to whisper. Everyone knows the reputation of the Feng family in the God realm. The suppression alliance they established can almost be said to kill gods when they meet, and kill Buddha when they meet Buddha. They will not let go of anyone who has even the slightest connection with Feng Qingwu. Why are the Feng family members acting a little strange today? Master Feng, what are you waiting for? Jiang Changfeng led the Jiang family into Qinghe Tower. The shopkeeper heard Jiang Changfeng's voice and stepped forward. Hello, what kind of sex do you need? Jiang Changfeng glanced at the shopkeeper and said, 85 of the top-notch rooms. The shopkeeper smiled and said, guest, the top-notch house requires 1 million sacred stones a day. Are you sure? The poster is indeed right, the Jiang family is richer. Jiang Changfeng couldn't hold back the warm smile on his face. He looked at the shopkeeper uncertainly. Collect the divine stone from the fairy world. The shopkeeper smiled and said, isn't this just to cater to you? Our landlord has specially changed the rules. You can use things from your own world to pay for the room. Jiang Changfeng finally understood why Fang Qingqiong didn't go up. This Qinghe Tower obviously regarded them as being taken advantage of. But they had to live here. There are basically owners everywhere in the fairy world, and barriers have been set up. Only this Qinghe Tower will entertain them. He has asked Jiang family disciples to explore other places, but there is no place where they can stay. Go and call your landlord. Jiang Changfeng didn't want to discuss the price and how long to stay here with a shopkeeper. This competition will take at least 3 to 5 years. If then the group really wanted to live at the price given by the shopkeeper, they would probably have to spend 1/3 of the Jiang family's wealth. Jiang Changfeng suddenly doubted the authenticity of the competition prize. Isn't this fairy world setting a trap for them? Just as Jiang Changfeng was thinking, he met a pair of extremely dangerous eyes. Those eyes were like cheetahs hiding in the darkness, ready to pounce at any time, which made him shudder. Jiang Changfeng frowned slightly and asked Fang Qingqiong who this person was with his eyes. Of course Fang Qingqiong understood what Jiang Changfeng meant, and suddenly, Fang Qingqiong had an idea in her mind. Fang Qingqiong sent a message to Jiang Changfeng. I don't know this person, but he seems to be very repulsive to the Jiang and Fang families. He has never given me a good look. I was just about to deal with him, and you came here. Jiang Changfeng didn't believe Fang Qingqiong's words. As the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Changfeng had a natural sense of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. He was keenly aware that Yan Miyu was dangerous, so he decided not to provoke him. Shopkeeper, ask your landlord to come see me, and I can give her a message. Jiang Changfeng repeated what he said before, but decided to meet the landlord of Qinghe Tower first before making a decision. Can your Jiang family compare to Xuanmen? Yan Moyu's cold voice sounded. Who are you? Jiang Changfeng's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Yan Miyu warily. Not only Jiang Changfeng, but also the entire Jiang family. Except for Jiang Chanyu, the other strong men looked at Yan Miyu with scrutiny, and some even showed murderous intent. Senior Dawu, let's go. Yan Miyu didn't answer Jiang Changfeng's question and turned to go upstairs. Jiang Changfeng looked around and saw many curious eyes, but after all, they did not block Yan Moyu's way. Xuanmen matters must be hidden. Jiang Changfeng turned around and left Qinghe Tower and walked out. When the shopkeeper saw this, he didn't go up to greet him. Anyway, this fat sheep would come back sooner or later. Fang Qingqiong looked coldly at the backs of Yan Miyu and Dai Wu, hid his murderous intent, turned around and followed Jiang Changfeng. He knew that Jiang Changfeng must be looking for the Yi family sword ancestor. The new emperor of the immortal world. Within the Lingyun sect, Liu Kanglan learned everything that happened in the War of the Gods from Yu Chanjue. Abolish it and rebuild it. How dare you back then? Liu Kanglan asked in a rare and serious tone. It's not scary to start practicing again. What I'm afraid of is conspiracy. Of course we are also doubtful and worried. In fact, that feeling is really uncomfortable. Fortunately, we have all come through it and have successfully reached the state we want. Mu Chanjue sighed. The fact that he can peer into the heaven is already a sign of success. At least he no longer has to worry about the awakening of the Marauder bloodline. Chanjue, you really surprised me. Liu Kanglan was a little envious of Mu Chanjue and the others. If he hadn't been tricked by Tati and went to the devil world, he might have been like them. Senior brother, don't worry. Junior sister has already prepared the right technique for you and will give it to you when she comes out. Mu Chanjue said with certainty. Liu Kanglan smiled. Chanjue, do you know the domain? Mu Chanjue's eyes darkened, and he looked at Liu Kanglan. What's wrong? Buddha came to me and asked me to go to the Buddhist world. He said that Buddha exists to protect the realm and asked me to go to the Buddhist world to protect the common people. Liu Kanglan really had no feelings about practicing Buddhism, but after listening to Mu Chanjue's words just now, instead, he believed what Buddha said before. It may be true that the Buddha lives outside the realm and protects the plane. If this is the case, then he must seriously consider becoming a Buddhist disciple. Liu Kanglan didn't want to affect the safety of the plane just because of himself. Buddha's guardian area. Mu Chanjue thought about the scene he had seen before. When his father, Fang Qingwu and Yuan Ji were confronting each other, there was no trace of Buddha at all. If the Buddha really guards the territory all year round, it is impossible for the Buddha not to appear that time. Could it be that after Fang Qingwu's death, the Buddha began to exist in her place? Wrong. They had never seen the remnant souls of the Buddha clan in the battlefield of the gods. Mu Chanjue decided to ask Fang Qinggran. If he didn't even meet her, it would prove that there were no remnant souls of powerful people in the Buddhist world on the battlefield of gods. Mu Chanjue looked at Liu Kanglan and said seriously, don't believe what the Buddhists say. If you are really so important, the Buddhist world will never let you experience such a thing in the land abandoned by the gods. After several reincarnations, they all died tragic deaths. If there hadn't been someone who would have changed their fate against the will of heaven. Mu Chanjue could no longer remember what exactly happened to them in those lives. He only felt that they were about to lose their minds. They have finally reached this point and will never leave their fate in the hands of others again. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 861 Luan Jin stays in the God realm. 7th Heaven. Ling Yunzong. Well, okay, let's go to the 10th peak to find Junior sister and the others. Liu Kanglan stood up. After watching this competition, everything will finally be answered. Mu Chanjue put away the solemn expression on her face and said with a smile, little Junior sister is really our treasure. When I saw her for the first time, I thought I would pamper her, but I didn't expect that we would be the ones pampered in the end. Liu Kanglan's eyes were gentle. Yes, we can no longer keep up with her pace. Although Liu Kanglan couldn't see through the strength of everyone in the Lingyun sect, he could tell that Feng Qingran was many times stronger than him just based on that feeling. Junior sister has to bear far more than we imagined. It's not that we can't catch up with her, but that we don't have the same sense of urgency as she does. Mu Chanjua's eyes flashed slightly and she said solemnly. Feng Qingwu is the Lord of Heaven, but now she is missing. All the heavy burdens she left behind fell on Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran has to face Feng Qingwu's enemies and protect the people here. They couldn't help at all for the time being. While Mu Chanjue was thinking, he and Liu Kanglan had already landed on the 10th peak. Degu Jianyi and Bailey Wen were here earlier, and it seemed they had been here for a while. Just listen to Bailey Wen exclaiming, "Little junior sister, please leave us a way to survive. This time we may all stand at the same starting point, how can you be able to?" "Sixth junior brother, what do you think?" Mu Chanjue said, walked over and sat down. Bailey looked slightly depressed. On the other hand, Degu Jian, who had always been taciturn, seemed to have a bright look in his eyes and said, "My junior sister is already at the Quasi-Emperor level." Puff. Mu Chanjue spurted out all the tea he had just drank. Fortunately, everyone has a protective barrier, so it didn't affect anyone. Feng Qingran casually made the gesture, and the flying water droplets disappeared. Mu Chanjue stared at Feng Qingran closely, as if he was confirming something. Seeing Feng Qingran nodding, he couldn't hold back this time. "Little junior sister, are you sure you are not here to undermine our self-confidence? We obviously haven't spent much time apart. We are all cultivating day and night. Why is the gap so big?" Mu Chanjue was deeply shocked, but he didn't want to show it. Liu Kanglan heard Mu Chanjue talk about the ancient cultivation system and knew what the Quasi-Emperor realm meant. If it weren't for maintaining the face of his senior brother, Liu Kanglan really wanted to look up to the sky and scream. He really couldn't roll it up anymore. Before he could temper his body and open his pulse again, the junior sister had already reached such a high level. Feng Qingran touched her nose when she saw everyone's appearance. She didn't want to tell them, but she couldn't resist Bailey Wen's insistence on knowing. Snapped. Bailey Wen slapped the table and stood up. "I'm going to practice. Anyway, this competition in the fairy world doesn't have anything to do with me." Feng Qingran immediately stopped Bailey Wen. "Sixth brother, this competition cannot be done without you. I want to take advantage of this competition to tell the immortal cultivators the truth. If I expose it directly, everyone will not be able to accept it. After all, it's not difficult to start over. What's difficult is convincing them of the existence of the ancient cultivation system. Second senior brother, fourth senior brother, and sixth senior brother, you are now powerful enough to rival the top powerhouses in the God realm. If you take action, you will definitely be able to convince them." Feng Qingran's last sentence was absolutely correct. There is a great deal of moisture in the realm of immortality after ancient times. Those people didn't lay a good foundation at all when they were practicing. No matter how strong they are, they're like castles in the air. As long as they meet a truly strong person, the gap will be revealed. Really, Bailey Wenyu's darkened eyes lit up again, and he touched his chin, weighing something. "It really can't be true anymore," Liu Kanglan said. He had fought against Feng Qingran, and had also sparred with Mu Chanjue, but none of them could compare to those strong men in the God realm. The ancient cultivation system is really strong. Bailey Wenyu regained his arrogance. "Then I will participate, but in what capacity will I participate? Is it still too late to sign up now?" Feng Qingran nodded affirmatively. "You must be able to make it in time. How about you go directly to the semi-finals? The previous screening competitions are not suitable for you." Bailey Wenyu patted his chest. "Little junior sister, don't worry, I will definitely let them all see how powerful I am. By the way, do you need to inform the fifth senior sister about this? Can she also participate?" "No, I want to go find fifth senior sister and come back now, you just wait." After Bailey Wenyu finished speaking, his figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. The corner of Liu Kanglan's mouth twitched slightly. "Little junior sister, weren't the 10 places you had previously been auctioned off?" Feng Qingran took out a few jade slips and said, "Yours will not be included in those quotas. As one of our own, we naturally have to take the easy way. The preliminary round of this competition is very long. You can prepare first. These are the competition manuals. In addition, you can see the various rankings and news about the competition on the transmission order, where there is a column for the Fairy World competition. Also, I have added some new functions to your transmission order this time." Feng Qingran said, and glanced not far away. Ling Tianyun was always sitting in the clouds, not disturbing him, but never leaving. The production of this communication order. She listened to a lot of Ling Tianyun's opinions and added many things that she had not thought of before. Ling Tianyun said that he learned these things from the Blue Star field. Feng Qingran decided to go to the Blue Star territory if she had the opportunity to see what the customs were like there. Degu Jianyi and Mu Chanjue opened the jade slip. Feng Qingran waved to Liu Kanglan and handed him a storage bag. "Senior brother, do you have to be responsible during the Holy Land competition?" Liu Kanglan looked at the contents of the storage bag with a complicated expression. The techniques and many resources were inside. The 3 holy places have formed an alliance. This time the leaders are Shen Shuli and Qin Zixuan. I am just assisting them. Liu Kanglan had long planned to slowly give up his position as Holy Lord. What he wants is strength, not power. Managing a holy place is extremely labor-intensive, but he still prefers a simple sect like Lingyun sect. When Feng Qingran heard what Liu Kanglan said, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "Where is Luan Jin?" Liu Kanglan's eyes were gentle as he said, "Luan Jin is in the God realm, and she became the master of the Biluo sect. The women in the Biluo sect were only officially liberated within this 100 years, so they did not come to compete." Feng Qingran thought about what Bai Zhe told her before and asked, "When the evil dragon appeared before, did Luan Jin have any reaction?" "Very calm." Liu Kanglan said truthfully. Feng Qingren's eyes narrowed slightly. Facing an enemy he hated so much, Luan Jin's reaction was not right. Feng Qingren looked at Liu Kanglan and said, "Elder brother, does Luan Jin know that the evil dragon is in that small world?" Liu Kanglan shook his head. She never mentioned that she hated the evil dragon, but the last time the evil dragon appeared, she was surprisingly calm. Liu Kanglan also realized something was wrong, and recalled Luan Jin's expression when he didn't want to come to the fairy world with him. She wants to take this opportunity to go to the small world. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 862. When Liu Kanglan said this, his expression became ugly. He immediately stood up and was about to walk out. Feng Qingran stopped Liu Kanglan and said, "Elder brother, leave Luan Jin's matter to me. The evil dragon is not in the small world at all now. She can't find it even if she goes there." Liu Kanglan thought about his own strength for a moment and chose to stay in Lingyun's sect to practice. He knew very well what he should do at this moment. Even if he went to Luan Jin with his strength, he wouldn't be able to help her. Instead, he would cause more trouble for her. Liu Kanglan exchanged a few words with Feng Qingran, and then hurriedly left the 10th peak and went to his previous Kanglan peak to start practicing again. When Feng Qingran was the only one left on the 10th peak, Feng Si flew back from a distance. It fell on a sycamore tree. Feng Si's feathers are bright and colorful, with a feather crown on her head. She looks noble and elegant. Feng Si looked warily in Feng Qingran's direction, but did not lean over directly. At this time, a figure appeared in front of Feng Qingran and sat down naturally. Ling Tianyun smiled and said, "Do you want to do something big?" Feng Qingran's beautiful eyes flashed with sharp light. "Tell me about it." Ling Tianyun said unhurriedly, "First of all, you summoning the strongest people from all walks of life to come to the fairy world is an extremely dangerous thing in itself. One bad thing is to attract wolves into the house. If they don't compete well, it's very possible for them to unite and occupy the fairy world. And you actually dared to call so many strong men here. You must have deliberately lured them here. I guess your goal is to draw out the hidden strong men from all walks of life. Secondly, the rewards you set in the end are too generous, which will make the fairy world more dangerous. Many strong people are not afraid of the rules. As long as their strength allows, the temptation is huge, and most of them kill people to seize treasures. Of course, those strong people who want to steal the treasure must first explore the location of the prize before entering the fairy world. Only after they get the location can they take action. However, as long as they investigate the prize, they will surely find out other information. In this way, you can quietly reveal some things about the War of Gods and the ancient cultivation system. After all, it is easier for them to believe what you have investigated. The more they learn about it, the more curious they will become about the ancient secret realm. In this way, as long as they don't find a way to open the ancient secret realm, they must hold back their eagerness to move. In this process, we might even be able to attract some outsiders hiding in the fairy world. Ling Tianyun always looked confident when he spoke. Feng Qingran couldn't help but see a few shadows of Bailey Wenyu in him. To be precise, it was Bailey Wenyu in the past. There is always an air of pride belonging to a young man between his eyebrows. You're right, but there's one thing you didn't mention, the benefits of doing this to me. I gave them so many things, how could I possibly catch a few fish? There are undercurrents surging in the seventh heaven of the fairy world. It seems that there are countless pairs of eyes hiding in the darkness, spying on everyone in the fairy world. However, no immortal cultivator noticed the crisis. They were almost all crowded together in the sixth heaven. Look, the list of geniuses has appeared. I heard that this list of geniuses includes all the powerful people in the upper world. Who is so terrifying that he can calculate the strength of all powerful people? I heard that it was Wagui Pavilion. The invitations for this competition were also distributed by Wagui Pavilion. It seems that some powerful small worlds also have them. Small world? Are you kidding? What are those people doing here? Are they here to deliver food? What if there is an earth-shattering strong man hiding there? What do you think the fairy world wants to do by creating such a list of geniuses? And it brings together the strong men from all the worlds. By the way, do you know all the names on this genius list? The first one is Xunyuan Linglong. Who is Xunyuan Linglong? The second name is Feng Gishi. Is there anyone in the Feng family named this? Wait a minute, look at the third place. Who is Zhu Xuanyi? This list of geniuses can't be fake, right? Why can people like the ancestors of the Jiang family be ranked outside the 50s? There was a lot of discussion. At this time, someone deliberately lowered his voice and said, I heard that the Xunyuan family existed before ancient times. Their cultivation system is either the same as ours, or their cultivation path is inherently different. Real or fake? I don't know that. It's just a rumor anyway. The two people sounded like they were whispering, but in front of the immortal cultivators, this kind of discussion was equivalent to talking in their ears. Several people left the place with bad expressions and returned to Qinghe Tower. One of them walked into a room. The people sitting inside were all members of the hidden family. Tu Shanli said coldly, there have been rumors about the ancient cultivation system in the immortal world. Not only that, we also investigated that some people have explored the secret realm and obtained many treasures. Xunyuan Linglong's face was filled with lingering sorrow, and she remained silent. Could this news have spread from the god realm? My eldest brother revealed a lot in the Holy Land of Origin. Tantai Jiu said seriously. It's not that simple. Chief Tantai said very little, and those who discussed it have already mentioned a lot of things about the War of Gods. It would be impossible if that person had not been to the Forbidden Abyss. Wan Changfeng said. Isn't the entrance to the Forbidden Abyss in God? God has sealed it. Whose mouth did this news leak out from? God hopes that no one knows about the existence of the Forbidden Abyss, so that it will not arouse the concern of the immortal cultivators. You said that the person who arranged this competition will be a strong person in the sky. Otherwise, who else can come up with so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Why did they design this game? Xuan and Linglong heard this question and said bluntly, if you want to break the seal and barrier outside God, even if God has abundant cultivation resources and has been closed for so long, they will be exhausted sooner or later. HMPH. Resources, they probably don't lack resources. After all, they took advantage of the chaos and took away a lot of things. I think they just came up with it. Tantai Xuan said coldly. Several people agreed with Tantai Xuan's words. Resources are very important to immortal cultivators. However, resources are inherently unevenly distributed, and some practitioners may fight for a marrow cleansing pill. You may not be able to grab it yet. And some practitioners never bother to use marrow cleansing pills. They have been able to get the best guidance since the beginning of their cultivation, and there is no need to worry about the emergence of erysipelas. In fact, cultivating immortality itself is an unfair thing. In the upper realm, God has occupied almost % of the resources for cultivating immortals. Therefore, it has the most resources and it is impossible to consume them all so quickly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 863, Forgetting Once You See It. Back then, there were many powerful people in the sky, so they acted very domineeringly. Whenever secret realms and small worlds appear, the strong ones in the sky must go in and search it first, and then practitioners from other worlds can enter. Anyone who dares to go in first will be met with disaster. Because of God's behavior, the difference in strength between other realms and God has become greater and greater, and gradually it has become that even if God is the lowest strength existence, all realms are no match. After that, any treasures that appear in all realms will be snatched away by God. If not, the whole family will be killed. Fortunately, Fang Qingwu, the Lord of Heaven, appeared later, and her strength restrained the behavior of the strong men in heaven. This gave everyone from all walks of life a chance to breathe and slowly improve their strength. To be honest, when Fang Qingwu fell, it was the last thing their hidden family wanted to see. After all, they were the ones who had been robbed the most. The few resources left in the family have been almost completely plundered by God. However, fortunately, Fang Qingwu powerfully sealed the sky before his death, which none of them expected. They can't even get close to the fierce formation that exists outside the sky. It is precisely for this reason that powerful people from all walks of life who have connections with God cannot open God. Now, the Lord of Heaven has disappeared for a long enough time, and they are not sure if the people in heaven have found a way. Are we going to stop this competition? Tantai Jiyu looked at everyone and asked extremely seriously. It can't be stopped. The Yi family sword ancestor is not an easy person to deal with. He also practices ancient techniques. Tu Shanli shook his head. Xuan and Linglong said, the manipulator behind the competition is not Yi Xingqian, he can't stop it. A family head asked, who is he? Xuan and Linglong said, Fang Qingran, the daughter of the Lord of Heaven. Tu Shanli said in disbelief, Master Xuan, are you sure you are not joking? You don't know the scene of the death of the Lord of Heaven. In that case, even if there is life in her belly, how can she survive? Xuan and Linglong said firmly, I don't know, but she is indeed the child of the Lord of Heaven. There is no doubt about it. Tantai Jiyu narrowed her eyes slightly, whose child is Fang Qingran the Lord of Heaven. You can guess this when you see her. After Xuan and Linglong finished speaking, she immediately changed the subject, we can't stop this competition, not even the generous prizes can stop us. At the same time, an attic in Qinghe building. An old man sighed and said, you said you were here, why don't you dare to see her? Sitting across from him was a gentle and steady man. She can't be seen, this is the price I should bear. I can't risk her, those mysterious people haven't been completely eradicated yet. The man's voice was low, like spring water in the mountains, slow and slow. The old man said, hey, that child is suffering too. We old guys failed to pave the way for her. She has to face some dangers by herself. Fortunately, she has a few reliable guys around her. If she grows up well, she will be able to be her support. The man looked at the scene outside the window and said, I hope so. The old man continued to ask, God's seal probably won't last long, do you still plan to take care of them? Nan Xuan, what about you? Do you plan to take care of your own body? The man asked softly, looking at the ravaged face of the old man opposite. The old man's hair was grey, and there was a faint aura of death lingering around his body, but he didn't care at all and allowed it to envelope him. The old man still had a smile on his face, Tianyu, to be honest, I have already lived enough. It is hopeless for me to advance now. Why not enjoy the last time? I want to see the world. The man pursed his lips and made no further attempts to persuade him. Tianyu, I'm leaving first. There is still a lot of scenery waiting for me to discover. You don't need to look for me. I have already prepared a coffin for myself. If there is a suitable place, I will dig a hole for myself. After the old man finished speaking, his figure gradually faded and disappeared opposite the man. The man picked up the teacup and took a sip. His eyes fell outside the window again, and a woman in green clothes came into view. The direction she came from was really Qinghe Tower. The man's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Fang Qingran was about to step into Qinghe Tower when she noticed someone seemed to be staring at her in the dark. She raised her head and looked upstairs, and unexpectedly met a pair of peaceful eyes. There was a bit of mystery and depth in the tranquility, which was very complicated. Fang Qingran couldn't explain exactly what it felt like. When she wanted to take a closer look, she found that there was nothing there, as if everything just now was her imagination. Fang Qingran's expression condensed and she walked into Qinghe Tower. The shopkeeper saw her arrival, greeted her respectfully, and said, the person you are looking for is on the 3rd floor, Wangyu Pavilion. Who lives in Fuguang Attic? Fang Qingran asked curiously. Qinghe Tower is a whole but independent. Each attic is equipped with a formation and has its own scenery. It is a small courtyard design, which is very good at preventing outsiders from disturbing and eavesdropping. Fuguang Attic. The shopkeeper's eyes were confused for a moment, his face gradually darkened, and he lowered his head, I can't remember. It stands to reason that there is a record of who lives in each room. But at this moment, the shopkeeper checked all his memories, but he can remember Fuguang Pavilion. When Fang Qingran heard the shopkeeper's words, a glint flashed in her eyes. If you can't remember it, don't think about it. We'll talk about it later when you remember it. Anyone who can erase his memory at will is definitely not easy, and sooner or later he will know his identity. Fang Qingran waved to the shopkeeper and went to Wangyu Pavilion. Junior sister, long time no see. How are you? Yan Miyu greeted with a smile. Senior brother Yan, have you already comprehended the ancient techniques? Fang Qingran saw through Yan Moyu's strength at a glance. When Yan Miyu heard Fang Qingran's name, he was distracted for a moment, feeling that he had forgotten something. Fang Qingran looked at Dawu and said politely, Senior Dawu. Dawu looked at Fang Qingran in surprise. Congratulations on your promotion again. Dawu clearly remembered that Fang Qingran only had the cultivation level of an immortal saint before leaving the battlefield of gods. Fang Qingran smiled brightly and released the demon giant salamander, which she had been busy forgetting before. Go Xiaowu. The devilish baby fish made a surprised sound. Dawu's expression froze. Dongji, why did you turn into a fish? Dongji Yuanzhen was extremely depressed and said, I just woke up at that time, my head was unclear, and I listened to some people's lies. Dawu glanced at Fang Qingran and remembered the former Dongji Yuanzhen. Dongji Yuanzhen was very famous in ancient times. He was extremely cunning and never kept his promises, so only the Empress could control him. Dongji Yuanzhen's ability to fall into Fang Qingran's hands was enough to prove that he was not wrong about the person. Fang Qingran is indeed worth cultivating. Dawu looked at Dongji Yuanzhen and asked, when will you recover? The underworld is in urgent need of the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 864 Reincarnation Purple Lotus. Dongji Yuanzhen floated in front of Dawu's eyes, feeling slightly guilty. He seemed to have forgotten this matter. The main reason is that Fang Qingran's void space is too suitable for cultivation. If he could stay for more than 100 years, the power of his soul would be restored by %. In this way, he can change into a human body again, but the Warcraft body is still not suitable for him and will also restrict his future cultivation. Dawu, listen to me. We can't break the seal or get the Book of Birth and Death if we go to that place now. Why don't you wait a few hundred more years, okay? Dongji Yuanzhen changed his name. He is very clear about the 5 attachments to reincarnation. Now they can actually go there, but the price they have to pay is too high. Dongji Yuanzhen didn't want Dawu to sacrifice himself to change the Book of Life and Death. I can wait, but other creatures can't wait. We can save more things by entering the fairy world during the competition. Dawu didn't want to delay any longer, fearing long nights and dreams. Once the news of its appearance is leaked, trying to find the Book of Life and Death will cause more unnecessary trouble. Dongji Yuanzhen heard Dawu's words and said helplessly, okay, I'll find a suitable body first, and then I'll be with you. Boom. Boom. Knocking on the door interrupted Dongji Yuanzhen's words. Fang Qingran realized that the person coming was the shopkeeper and asked, what's the matter? The shopkeeper held the box and said, Master, someone asked me to give this to you. Fang Qingran stepped outside the door and took the things from the shopkeeper's hand. Who asked you to deliver them? The shopkeeper thought for a while and said, Fuguang Attic, but I can't remember his appearance. Fang Qingran picked up the box and asked the shopkeeper to leave. She sent the box into the void space before opening it. But after seeing what was inside, Fang Qingran's expression condensed. There was a scroll and a pen inside. Before Fang Qingran made a move, the branches of the Hongmeng tree swept away the scroll and pen in the space. Fang Qingran only saw a flash of purple light in the Hongmeng tree, and the scroll and pen disappeared together. Then the light condensed into a purple lotus. The petals are somewhat charming. 12 petals in total. Fang Qingran subconsciously felt that this lotus flower looked very familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it before. Fang Qingran sent a message to the Hongmeng tree. What is this lotus called? Hongmeng Shu said happily, Purple Lotus of Reincarnation. As long as you can understand this lotus, you can control the way of reincarnation. If you can find the real Purple Lotus of Reincarnation, you can control the reincarnation of a living being. Fang Qingran's soul probed into the space and could clearly feel the thick Tao breath on the lotus. Fang Qingran asked, how long can this phantom exist? Hongmeng tree, I don't know, as long as I can completely absorb it, it will disappear. Absorb. Fang Qingran's eyes lit up, which meant that she could use this time to understand the way of reincarnation through the Purple Lotus of Reincarnation. Fang Qingran sent a message, what were the scrolls and pens just now? Hongmeng Shu suddenly felt guilty and said like a child who had made a mistake, the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny. Fang Qingran was not angry, did you eat them? Hongmeng Shu said a little aggrieved this time, no. They're originally separated from it. But Hongmeng Shu didn't know how to tell Fang Qingran. Can I still come back? Fang Qingran asked softly. No, Hongmeng Shu said matter-of-factly. Reincarnation is a conspiracy. Those people must never be allowed to use the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny to manipulate living beings again. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. Since she couldn't get it back, she could only find a way to make up for it. You should know the functions of the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny. Why do you want to swallow them? Fang Qingran asked through a message. Hongmeng Shu replied, the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny are a conspiracy. Xiao Haotuo was also young at the time, and was coaxed by God to use all his strength to establish the underworld. There are natural laws of life and death in the world, but since the appearance of the Book of Life and Death, everything has changed. The fate of all living beings is controlled by the Book of Life and Death. The destiny of a living being can be tampered with at will in the Book of Life and Death, turning every living being into a puppet on a string and having to succumb to the Book of Life and Death. Strong people are not afraid of the Book of Life and Death at all, and use the loopholes in the Book of Life and Death to increase their luck and opportunities. However, because of their weak strength, the weak will always have their things robbed without their knowledge. Walk. All living things have their own reincarnation and do not need the Book of Life and Death or the Pen of Fate. Xiao Feng, do you know why I appear here? Hong Mengshu finished asking, and without waiting for Feng Qingran to answer, he continued, I am here to take back the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny, and to re-establish the rules. The reason why you died miserably in every life in the land abandoned by the gods is because of this position. There is a problem with the face rules. Those strong people can use things like the Book of Life and Death to pry into a creature's fate and everything. In this way, a strong person can take away everything the creature has before it grows up, without having to pay the price. A creature that has not grown up, no matter how strong its wisdom and perseverance is, cannot resist the steps of the strong. I am not denying Xiao how to by saying this. Her original intention of establishing reincarnation and opening the Book of Life and Death was good, but in the end other gods took advantage of the loophole. You can find a way to hold down the two inside. Once I have completely constructed the laws of this world and everything returns to normal, they will discover the truth. After listening to everything Hong Mengshu said, Feng Qingran's eyes turned dark. Only this plane has the Book of Life and Death, or are there other places too? Hong Mengshu said, there are some, but I don't know the quantity. What is something similar to a Book of Life and Death? Feng Qingran analyzed everything Hong Mengshu said and grasped a few key points. The Book of Life and Death does not exist to help the reincarnation of living beings. Instead, it appeared to better control the living beings. That is, someone engraved the contents of the Book of Life and Death, and used forbidden magic to exert the power of law on it, making it into a book of numerology. As long as the forbidden magic is used on the creatures recorded in the Book of Numerology, part of that person's fate can be tampered with. Hong Mengshu explained. The Book of Numerology is engraved, not as good as the Book of Life and Death. Book of Numerology, so that's it. Feng Qingran finally figured out a lot of things. The one Su Xingheng used at the beginning was probably the Book of Numerology. This Book of Numerology is probably something left by the mysterious person to control the plane. As long as those numerology books are found, many rules that restrict immortal cultivators will no longer exist. Feng Qingran's lips curled up slightly, her eyes sharp. Do you need a Book of Numerology? Hong Mengshu said in surprise, you want to find me a Book of Numerology? Although the Book of Numerology is engraved, there is also a trace of reincarnation in it, which will help it recover after being absorbed. Yes, but I have a request. You should absorb the purple lotus of reincarnation slowly. I want to understand the Tao of reincarnation. Feng Qingran would not dislike the many Taoisms he had comprehended. As long as she can understand the true and final way of reincarnation, she will have more trump cards. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 865 The Book of Numerology. Hong Mengshu couldn't wait to say, okay. In this way, I won't absorb the purple lotus of reincarnation first, and you can find the Book of Numerology with peace of mind. Anyway, I haven't seen through these two paintings yet, so I'm not in a hurry. Sharon, how are you going to explain to the three people inside? Hong Mengshu changed his name and asked a little worriedly. It was only now that it began to regret that it shouldn't have swallowed the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny in such a hurry. It's okay, I have a solution. After Feng Qingran said that, she turned around and walked into the house. Dongji Yuanzhen and Dawu disappeared. Yan Miu saw Feng Qingran and said, they went to fight in the domain. Senior Dawu insisted on finding the Book of Life and Death, but Dongji Yuanzhen didn't want to go and wanted to delay it for hundreds of years. Surprise flashed in Feng Qingran's eyes. Dongji Yuanzhen had been anxious to find the Book of Life and Death before, so why was he no longer anxious when he came out of her space? Does Dongji Yuanzhen already know about the Book of Life and Death? Wrong. After Dongji Yuanzhen became a demon giant salamander, he only practiced in her space and had no access to the Hongbeng tree. If he knew the truth, where did he know it? It would be better if Dongji Yuanzhen and Dawu were not around, and she was just about to tell Yan Miu part of the truth. To make them give up looking for the Book of Life and Death, Yan Miu needs to cooperate with her. Senior brother Yan, is the Book of Life and Death you took out from Tati's belly still there? Feng Qingran raised her hand to set up a barrier. It's still there. Senior Dawu said that my book called Numerology is not a real Book of Life and Death. There are a lot of tampered contents in it. If it continues to be used, it will be bad for the luck of the plane. Yan Miu said coldly. Feng Qingran looked at Yan Miu seriously. Senior brother, if I told you that the Book of Life and Death shouldn't exist, would you believe it? Within the field. The body of a demon doll lay on the ground. Two men faced each other and fought. What do you mean you shouldn't have a Book of Life and Death? Daiwu's eyes were like cold arrows, staring at Dongji Yuanzhen. The existence of the Book of Life and Death is a conspiracy. It would be better without it. We should wait until we become stronger before taking out the Book of Life and Death and destroying it. We must not go looking for the Book of Life and Death now. If you go now, everything will be exposed. Dongji Yuanzhen said seriously. He originally wanted to use the weak power of the soul as an excuse. Unexpectedly, he could only pull him into the realm to explain clearly since Earth 5 oils and salts were not allowed to enter. Dawu's eyes became cold and piercing. Are you questioning the Empress? Dongji Yuanzhen shook his head. I'm not questioning her, I just understand something. She established the cycle of life and death in order to make wedding clothes for others. The merits belong to the witch clan, and the Empress only gets a small part, and the evil obstacles caused by the cycle of life and death are all borne by her alone. Some strong people are greedy and always want to use reincarnation to control all kinds of luck, take away the resources of some weak races, and even cause the destruction of many races. You must know that every living being appears is allowed by the Tao. If you destroy a race, you will be punished by the power of the law. In the battle between the ancient gods, the reason why the Empress can deal with those mysterious people was because too many evil obstacles fell on her, and she was in a period of weakness. When Dongji Yuanzhen said this, his expression was extremely ugly. He even suspected that the group of mysterious people had planned to come here. Where did you know this? Daiwu looked closely, as if he wanted to see more things from Dongji Yuanzhen's expression. I devoured the remnant souls of the Jiang family Saint Ancestor and Yu Ming-kun. There are some memories in their remnant souls. Dongji Yuanzhen said truthfully. He combined the memories of the two to completely piece together the truth about the Book of Life and Death. Dongji, the remnant souls have existed in the battlefield of the gods for who knows how long. How can you be sure that their memories are true? Daiwu still refused to accept it. The reincarnation of life and death was the mother's hard work. She was still concerned about this matter before she died, and Daiwu didn't want to destroy what she cared about. Dongji Yuanzhen was not angry at Daiwu's continuous questions. He knows better than anyone else the importance of Empress Hao to Daiwu. So once something happens to the Empress, Earth 5 will easily lose their mind. Dongji Yuanzhen patted Daiwu on the shoulder. This is very simple. As long as you find the real Xuanmen, you can figure out the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Fate. The Jiang family are not real deducers. They stole Xuanmen's things and that's why everything happened later. I heard that Xuanmen has detailed records about the 6 realms. We only need to find the descendants of Xuanmen and get the things in their hands to find out the truth. After Dongji Yuanzhen finished speaking, Earth 5's eyes changed slightly. Daiwu asked, how to find Xuanmen? Dongji Yuanzhen shook his head. I don't know. It is said that Xuanmen was exterminated by the Jiang family back then. Dongji Yuanzhen also had a headache when he received the cold look from Earth 5. Dongji Yuanzhen continued, Daiwu, don't glare at me. Although in the memory of the ancestor of the Jiang family, no one in Xuanmen survived, but with Xuanmen's ability, it is absolutely impossible for them to exterminate the clan. A person who can understand the past and the future must have a trump card. How can we find the descendants of Xuanmen? Dongji Yuanzhen received another eye knife from Daiwu. Daiwu exuded a cold aura. You have to say it once and for all, don't show off here. Dongji Yuanzhen was still in his soul body and could not bear the pressure from Earth 5, so he immediately begged for mercy, don't spread your pressure. If the descendants of Xuanmen want to hide, no one of us can find them, so we have to use this competition. Let them come to us. How do we get them to come to us? Daiwu put away his pressure and asked. I don't know about this, I have to leave it to you to think about, so we don't have time to find the Book of Life and Death. Dongji Yuanzhen observed Daiwu's expression. Daiwu fell into deep thought. Did he really want to give up opening the Book of Life and Death for the unknown truth? Daiwu thought of the Empress's instructions before she died, and was very confused. It still wants to fulfill the Queen's last wish. Xiao Wu, think about the Empress's character. If she knew that the Book of Life and Death she created had become a tool for some powerful people to seek personal gain, would she be willing? Dongji Yuanzhen knew the sincerity of the Daiwu pair of empresses, so he will always say half and half. He wanted to give Daiwu time to think and struggle. The Empress won't be willing, but destroying the Book of Life and Death will have no impact on the Empress. Daiwu was worried that destroying the Book of Life and Death would affect future plans to save the Empress. Dongji Yuanzhen could see Daiwu's wavering heart, and he probably believed half of what he just said about Daiwu. Dongji Yuanzhen decided to add fuel to the fire. Because of this, we need to find people from Xuanmen to ask about this matter. Maybe Xuanmen also knows how to save the Empress. There was light in Daiwu's eyes, and he recalled Xuanmen carefully. Xuanmen was in the limelight back then, and the Jiang family didn't know where they were at that time. Later, Xuanmen suddenly collapsed, and no one knew the reason. Later, the Jiang family rose up and replaced Xuanmen. Daiwu made a choice. This is the fairy world. Let's ask Miss Feng for help first. If that doesn't work, I'll go find Wugui Pavilion. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 866 Xuanmen Things. Little junior sister, I believe you in this matter. You leave here first and let me tell Senior Daiwu and Dongji Yuanzhen the truth. If they test you in the future, you just pretend you don't know anything. Yan Miyu said seriously. It was about the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Fate, and Yan Miyu didn't want Feng Qinggran to get involved. His current identity is the ancestor of the underworld. Even if Daiwu and Dongji Yuanzhen don't believe what he says, at least they won't attack him. But Feng Qinggran was different. She was not from the underworld. If Daiwu and Dongji didn't want the secrets of the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny to be leaked, they would probably do something to Feng Qinggran. Yan Miyu didn't want Feng Qinggran to take risks. Brother, there's no need to worry, they won't do anything to me. Feng Qinggran only told Yan Miyu that part of the secret, but concealed the fact that the thing fell into her hands. The best way is to let the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Fate disappear from now on, and no one knows where they are. In this way, even if they don't believe this is a conspiracy, it's okay. At least the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny will not reappear, let alone the opportunity to control the fate of living beings. Yan Miyu heard Feng Qinggran's words and wanted to say something, but Feng Qinggran said, Brother, they're coming out. Yan Moyu's expression became more solemn as he thought about countermeasures. Daiwu appeared in front of them. Xiao Ranran, find me a body quickly. Any kind of body will do. Dongji Yuanzhen's voice reached Feng Qinggran's ears. She saw a shadow beside Daiwu. Feng Qinggran moved quickly and gave Dongji Yuanzhen Chen Xianzu's body. She had wanted to change the body of Dongji Yuanzhen before, but she didn't find the opportunity. Dongji Yuanzhen quickly entered Chen Xianzu's body and stood up straight. Xiao Ranran, your health is not bad, but you're a bit old. Then he looked at Daiwu with a smile and said, Xiao Wu, do you have rejuvenation pills and beauty pills there? Daiwu said coldly, no. I'm so poor, I don't have any of this. Dongji Yuanzhen touched his hand that was as dry as a dry branch, full of disgust. Fang Qingran and Yan Moyu's eyes met, but neither of them spoke. Xiao Qingran, can you get the rejuvenation pill and the beauty pill from the fairy world? Dongji Yuanzhen looked at Fang Qingran with a smile on his face. Fang Qingran was used to Dongji Yuanzhen being called him one by one. Fang Qingran observed the fit between Dongji Yuanzhen and his body, as well as his current strength, and said, Goddess Qingqiang can refine the elixir suitable for you. She had too many things to do and had nothing to do to refine these elixirs. Xiao Ranran, your information is really well informed. By the way, can I ask you a favor? Find me something, Dongji Yuanzhen said casually. But his previous questions were all foreshadowing. Fang Qingran nodded and signaled Dongji Yuanzhen to say. At the same time, he stopped Yan Miyu who was about to speak with his eyes. Dongji Yuanzhen said, I want to find something called Xunyuan Mirror and a book called History of Qiongling. If you can't find these, you can also find the Jiaoshenghui Pearl. When Fang Qingran heard these things, a dark light flashed in her eyes, but she still agreed. When Dongji Yuanzhen saw Fang Qingran nodding, he immediately said to Dai Wu, Xiao Wu, hurry up and pay, we can't let the little girl work in vain. Dai Wu gave Dongji Yuanzhen another cold look. I just found my body, and I have nothing in my hand. I can only give it to you. Why are we good brothers? Dongji Yuanzhen said matter-of-factly. Dai Wu's eyes fell on Fang Qingran, and the coldness in his eyes faded away. Looking for these things will probably delay your cultivation progress. You can spread the news. If anyone has it, they can come to see us directly. After Dai Wu finished speaking, he handed Fang Qingran 2 sealed boxes. You can only open these the next time you are promoted. You cannot open them in advance, otherwise they will lose their effect. Dongji Yuanzhen's eyes widened and he looked at the 2 boxes sent by Dai Wu, with desire in his eyes. He wanted these things too. Fang Qingran accepted the box without politeness and said, Thank you, Senior 5. Dai Wu tried his best to twitch his lips and try to smile, but failed. I will stay here during this period. If you encounter any trouble, come to me. Dongji Yuanzhen stared at Dai Wu in surprise. Xiao Wu, it's rare. It's really good. You have learned to step out. The 2 seniors should rest first. If you have any questions, you can contact the shopkeeper of Qinghe Tower. Fang Qingran said, and each handed Dai Wu and Dongji Yuanzhen a message transmission order. Dai Wu and Dongji looked at the golden message transmission order, and the more they looked at it, the more obvious the shock on their faces. This sound transmission order can be used as an image stone, and can also be used to transmit sounds. You can also read various ancient books and some common exercises, and you can also buy things on it. Various functions, unheard of. Interesting, Xiao Ranran, where did your message transmission come from? Dongji Yuanzhen asked excitedly. There is a hidden jade pavilion below Qinghe Tower, which sells these things. If you are interested, senior, you can go and have a look. Fang Qingran explained patiently. Right at this moment. Boom. Guest, the Feiyun stick you ordered has arrived. A voice sounded at the door. Dai Wu froze and went out to get the things with a straight face. Goody Wu, you are so fast and can deliver the goods to your door. I want to try it too. Dongji Yuanzhen lowered his head and started to fiddle with the voice transmission command. Fang Qingran and Yan Miyu exited quietly. Junior sister, why didn't you let me speak just now? Yan Miyu asked via voice transmission. No need to say more, I guess they know the truth. Fang Qingran roughly understood after listening to what Dongji Yuanzhen said. Those are all Taoist things. Dongji Yuanzhen couldn't be looking for Xuanmen for no reason, he must have discovered something. Dongji Yuanzhen, after Fang Qingran left, looked meaningfully in the direction she left. Time is fleeting. The 6th level of the immortal world. Many strong men gathered. Most of them gathered in midair to watch the fun. Below are the participating forces. Fang Qingran chose a seat with the best view and sat down. Next to him are Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu. Everyone else in Lingyun's sect is practicing in seclusion. Yi Xingchen sat in the middle position and glanced at where Fang Qingran was before looking away. Yi Xingchen said with a majestic look, everyone is welcome to participate in this competition. During the competition, no faction is allowed to fight within itself. If any malicious intent to kill contestants is discovered, that faction will withdraw from the competition directly. When many forces heard Yi Xingchen's words, their eyes showed contempt. If they hadn't found the generous reward, they wouldn't have gathered here at all. Emperor Yi Qian, we can agree to all the conditions you mentioned, but we have one condition. Let us see the final prize. Otherwise, what will you do if you can't get anything out after we finish the competition? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 867 Xunyuan Juns. The one who spoke was the Wen family of the God Realm. Participate in the competition this time. The Buddhist world is dominated by the Buddha, and they only have 300 Buddhas participating, all of whom obey the Buddha's orders. The demon world was led by the demon ancestor, with a total of 500 demons. The invitation requires that a team cannot exceed 500 people. The God Realm is different. There are about 10 teams, large and small, and it is also the most chaotic. However, the most powerful ones are the Jiang family, the Fang family, and the Yinshi family. The number of the hidden family is very small, less than 20 in total. There are not many people from the underworld, less than 100 people, and none of them are very strong. The fairy world has also been divided into several forces to participate in the competition. There are dozens of other teams, and these teams only have 2 or 3 people here and there, all of whom come from high-level small worlds. This was at the request of Fang Qingran, so Wigui Pavilion found a way to invite him. After hearing what the Wen family said, Yi Xingchen looked around and did not respond to the Wen family. He continued, let's start announcing the rules of this competition. When Jiang didn't respond, his face darkened. Wait a minute, Emperor Yi-chan, why don't you answer my question directly? Are you feeling guilty? Elder Ren from the God Realm stood up and said in a loud voice, Emperor Yi-chan, we just want to take a look at the final prize, why are you avoiding talking about it? We are participating in the competition just for the prize, don't wait until you can't get something at the end come. That's right, you can't let us go in vain, right? A disciple of the Ning family in the God Realm said. Yi Exingchen was unfazed, if you don't believe it, you can quit now. The prize will be sent to the winner after the competition. Yi Exingchen didn't care what these people said. Taking out things now was just a sign of weakness and would cause more trouble. Emperor Yi-chan, I have a question, how are the geniuses outside ranked? A disciple of the Jiang family said. This is the list compiled by Wugui Pavilion based on the strength of the contestants this time. Yi Exingchen responded. As soon as Yi Exingchen said these words, the audience was in an uproar. Wugui Pavilion, is it the Wugui Pavilion I thought about? Damn it, the Immortal Realm actually found Wugui Pavilion as their backing. I suddenly believe they can come up with those prizes. Wugui Pavilion, where are they? Why did Wugui Pavilion, where the dragon appeared but not its tail, appear? I feel like something big is about to happen. Otherwise, why would Wugui Pavilion support the Immortal Realm in holding this competition? Ellipsis. The discussions were endless. Yi Exingchen did not interrupt them. Jiang Changyu and Feng Qingqiong looked at each other from a distance, both with solemn expressions. Could Wugui Pavilion be a force in the immortal world? Feng Qingqiong winked at the third elder. The third elder of the Feng family immediately stood up and said, Emperor Yi-chan, can Wugui Pavilion be present? Here, Yi Exingchen said coldly. As soon as Yi Exingchen finished speaking, they immediately became restless, and everyone began to look around, observing, looking for traces of Wugui Pavilion. Half a quarter of an hour later, they could not find even the shadow of Wugui Pavilion. Emperor Yi-chan, where is the Wugui Pavilion you mentioned? Could it be that you lied to us? The third elder of the Feng family deliberately spread the pressure. No, Yi Exingchen remained unmoved no matter what other people's attitudes were. Yi Exingchen knew very well that those who stood up and spoke were pushed out. As long as there is no excessive behavior, he will not argue with them. But Yi Exingchen's attitude made many people feel choked up. A disciple of the Jiang family said, Yi Exingchen, we call you the Emperor of Heaven. You really think you are noble? No matter what we ask, your answers are not painful. You don't provide evidence from the beginning to the end. What do you mean? ? Quote. Jiang Xing, shut up. Jiang Changfeng scolded. Immediately, Jiang Changfeng looked at Yi Exingchen and said humbly and politely, Emperor Yi-chan, the younger generation in the family is ignorant, so don't worry about it. Yeah, Yi Exingchen responded softly. Jiang Changfeng's slender eyes narrowed with a look of dissatisfaction. Yi Exingchen really dared to respond. Jiang Changfeng went straight to the point and said, Emperor Yi-chan, we would like to meet someone from Wugui Pavilion. Can you recommend him? What's wrong, Master Jiang? Feng Jun's voice sounded. Jiang Changfeng looked sideways at Feng Jun's with surprise. Feng Qingqiong frowned slightly. What does this traitor want to do? Others didn't seem to react. Young master, the Jiang family leader is looking for Wugui Pavilion. The elder of the Jiang family reminded. I am the young master of Wugui Pavilion. Feng Jun said calmly. Feng Qingqiong asked coldly, what did you say? Everyone else was stunned. Wugui Pavilion actually belonged to the Feng family. Ha ha ha. Are you confused? Feng Jun's is the young master of Wugui Pavilion. Only Qin Zixuan was laughing. God knows how uncomfortable it was for him to hold this secret. It's finally going to be made public. From now on, he can use the token given to him by Feng Jun's, and he no longer has to worry. Many forces glared at Qin Zixuan. They did not dare to do anything to Feng Jun's. It was more than enough to deal with the Qin family who had just risen. What are you looking at? To tell you the truth, you can't afford to offend me now. Qin Zixuan shook the token in his hand. Anger turned to envy. They suddenly understood why the Qin family could exist for so long. It turned out to be Wugui Pavilion's protection. Master Feng, you are really Loki. You have hidden your identity as the master of the pavilion so that none of us discovered it. The head of the Wen family said. Master Feng, it turns out the Wugui Pavilion is the strength of your Feng family. This really surprises us. Isn't this competition also ordered by your Feng family? A disciple of the Ren family in the God Realm asked. It goes without saying, the list of geniuses outside was compiled by Wugui Pavilion. The Feng family must have made the decision for this competition. Ellipsis. All the compliments fell into Feng Qingqiong's ears. But Feng Qingqiong looked a little embarrassed. He had never known that Wugui Pavilion and the Feng family had a bright future. Why did Feng Jun's become the young master of Wugui Pavilion? There is absolutely no way that Feng Jun's is the founder of Wugui Pavilion. Feng Qingqiong's gaze fell not far away, where Xuanyuan Linglong was located. The only thing he could think of was that Wugui Pavilion belonged to the Xuanyuan family. Only in this way will Feng Jun's be allowed to be the young master. After all, Feng Jun's mother, Xuanyuan Xian, was once the Xuanyuan family's favorite daughter. Everyone, let's put the Wugui Pavilion matter aside for the time being. Don't delay Emperor Yi-chan's announcement of the rules. Feng Jun's voice was not loud, but it still reached everyone's ears. They looked at each other and became really quiet after hearing this. Since Feng Qingqiong doesn't want to talk to them, she will send them some gifts later. Also, today, I would like to announce something. My name has always been Xuanyuan Jun's, not Feng Jun's, so the Feng family has nothing to do with Wugui Pavilion from the beginning to the end. Feng Jun said unhurriedly after finishing. He stood up and walked towards Xuanyuan's house. There is an empty seat next to Xuanyuan Linglong, which seems to be reserved for Xuanyuan Jun's. Feng Qingqiong's face turned green with anger. But he knew that now was not the time to get angry, and he had no way to deal with the Xuanyuan family. Just because he can't deal with the Xunyuan family doesn't mean that other forces can't. Everyone, before announcing the rules of the competition, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Most of the final prizes for this competition are provided by the owner of King He Tower, so she has 10 places that can directly enter the semi-finals. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 868 Simulation Secret Realm. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. When Yi Xingchen announced the 10 places for the finals, most of the faces of the strong men who originally showed gentle expressions darkened. However, the leaders of those forces could still keep their composure and did not speak. But they all winked at their side in unison. When Jiang asked coldly, Emperor Yi Chan, what you are doing is going too far. Everyone is also participating. If they provide prizes, they can directly enter the semi-finals. So, if we provide prizes, does that mean that we do the same? Wen Jiang is the young master of the Wen family. If you can contribute 1 ancient Kung Fu book, 10 god-level Kung Fu books, a fairy sword, and 100 bottles of god-level elixirs, you can also apply for this quota. Yi Xingchen finished reading the first chapter slowly. Famous prizes. Everyone listened in stunned silence. Even the Jiang family and the Feng family may not be able to take out these things, so naturally they can't take them out either. Emperor Yi Chan, are you sure King He Tower can come up with these things? Ning Guiyuan stood up and asked. Ning Guiyuan is Ning Dongsheng's brother and the current head of the Ning family. The Ning family has always been a subsidiary family of the Feng family. Ever since Ning Dongsheng believed that Wen Yun was the Lord of Heaven, Ning Dongsheng returned to the Ning family. The eldest elder of the Jiang family said, Master Ning, this is your fault. Whether others can produce these things has nothing to do with you. What we are discussing is the 10 finals places. Ning Guiyuan said unconvinced, Humph. Why can't I ask? We are all here for the prizes. From the beginning to the end, we have never seen anything related to the prizes. If we win the competition in the end, will they get it? What should I do if I get out? The owner of King He Building is going to put these 10 places up for auction. She said that anyone who questions her is not qualified to buy these places. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he looked at the faces of everyone. They were all shocked that such a good thing was being auctioned. Does King He Tower not have the strength to participate in the competition? Many forces became excited. Mr. Fengge asked, Emperor Yi Chan, when will this quota be auctioned? Yi Xingchen glanced at Feng Qingran, then his eyes fell on Jiang Shan, and said, this depends on the mood of the owner of King He Tower. If you want to know the specific information, you can go to King He Tower to inquire. Feng Qingran said that in this competition, King He Tower must become famous and be feared by all forces. Yi Xingchen still supported Feng Qingran's move. After all, the development of King He Tower will be very beneficial to the fairy world. Yi Xingchen withdrew his gaze from Jiang Shan, his pressure spread, and his voice sounded, everyone, the first competition is based on groups. All contestants can only join one team. Once this team is determined, it cannot be changed. So you must be careful when forming a team. Choosing a suitable team is very important for your future competitions. Each team has a maximum of 20 people, and there is no limit to the minimum. If someone on this team dies during the game, they can be replaced. The first competition is a simulated secret realm. It adopts a points system. Each of you will get a token before entering the secret realm. The token will detect your points and then project them here. Yi Xingchen said, waved his hand, and a sky screen appeared not far away. Points ranking to be updated. Yi Xingchen continued, when you enter the simulated secret realm, kill monsters, obtain heavenly materials and earthly treasures, etc., your points will be displayed here. The points ranking will be divided into team points and individual points. This simulated secret realm is built with a formation. If you die inside, your personal points will be cleared and you will be ejected directly from the secret realm. If you encounter a danger that you cannot handle, if you choose to give up the competition, you can keep your personal points. If a team can ensure that all members persist until the end of the competition, then the team can gain an additional 2,000 points. You will know the remaining rules after you enter the secret realm. You cannot attack your own teammates in the secret area. If you are found, the team will be expelled directly and lose the qualification to compete. This competition lasts for 30 days. Remember, don't be fooled by the scenes in the secret realm, and learn to distinguish between true and false. Next, start team formation, and the secret realm will open in an hour. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, everyone had a lot of confusion in their eyes. In the past, secret realm competitions would have various requirements for contestants. Why didn't Yi Xingchen mention these things at all? Isn't he worried that all the powerful people will get in? Emperor Yi Chan, isn't there any limit on strength in the simulated secret realm? Zhang Jingyan asked with worry on his face. Zhang Jingyan came from a small world, and when he suddenly received the invitation from Wugui Pavilion, he thought it was a God-given opportunity. When he excitedly teleported to the upper realm, he realized that his strength was as low as dust. Yi Xingchen looked at Zhang Jingyan. He had an impression of this person. Zhang Jingyan is the proud son of the small world of Kangming. His family accidentally retained an ancient cultivation method, so he practices the ancient cultivation system. However, the lack of resources in Kangming's small world has caused Zhang Jingyan to stay at the peak of Jindan and has not been promoted. But Zhang Jingyan was not discouraged by this. Instead, he became more active in exploring more methods of cultivation. Zhang Jingyan was invited to participate in this competition this time because of the ancient cultivation system. Yi Xingchen thought of Zhang Jingyan's persistence in cultivation, and his eyes became more appreciative. Yes, anyone with any strength can enter the simulated secret realm, and there will be no limit on the number of people inside. But one thing is, the stronger the strength, the more dangers there will be. Zhang Jingyan's face turned pale and he became even more nervous. Don't worry, there are not only dangers in the secret area, but also opportunities you can't imagine. Yi Xingchen reassured. probably because he has seen too many condescending attitudes of cultivators in the upper realm. It was the first time that Yi Xingchen met such a humble and polite person. It was rare for Yi Xingchen to say anything more. Everyone, hurry up and form a team. You will have answers to other questions after you go in. Now, you can go to the Yi family elders to get your team tokens. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Soon, several elders of the Yi family stood under the light curtain, waiting for everyone. But no one came forward. Many forces changed their strategies after hearing that there was no limit on strength when entering the secret realm. I plan to directly send the strongest people to form a team. After all, winning the first game is important. Feng Qingran, Ning Xiyu, and Bailey Wenyu were the first team to go over and get the token. When the eldest elder of the Yi family saw Feng Qingran, his eyes were full of respect. Miss Feng, Miss Ning, Mr. Bailey. Great elder, we are going to form a team called Lingyun Sect. For the time being, we only have. Before Feng Qingran finished speaking, she was interrupted by a voice. Wait a minute, Xiao Ranran, can you join me? Dongji Yuanzhen stood next to Feng Qingran with Chen Xianzu's face in his sight. Dongji Yuanzhen smiled brightly. The first elder of the Yi family looked at Dongji Yuanzhen in disbelief. In his memory, Chen Xianzu always had a superior attitude. Why did he change his gender today? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 869. Get beaten first when meeting. How about adding me as well? Ling Tianyun also came to Feng Qingran's side and asked. Feng Qingran glanced at the two of them and nodded. You can go in, but there is only one requirement. You are not allowed to touch the beast inside. Joke. If these two people are really strong enough to plunder and kill the creatures inside, how can it be someone else's turn? Moreover, the simulated secret realm cannot withstand the attacks of these two people. No problem, I promise not to trample any grass to death. Dongji Yuanzhen immediately agreed, while looking at Ling Tianyun with vigilant eyes. As long as they don't hurt Miss Feng, I won't take action. Ling Tianyun said calmly. When Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu heard Ling Tianyun's words, they immediately looked at each other and had the same idea. There was something wrong with this person. Feng Qingran didn't have much reaction, and directly asked the elder of the Yi family for 5 tokens to distribute to the 4 people around him. Naturally, the beasts in the simulated secret will not attack her. The beast inside is not a magical beast at all, but a ferocious beast. Ever since she advanced to the fairy world, the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain have been sealed. She had no chance to let them out. So Feng Qingran decided to use the simulated secret realm to let them come out and move around. They all use their soul to enter the secret realm and will not really cause harm to the contestants, let alone be harmed by the contestants. They will show corresponding strength based on the strength of the contestants. In this way, the factor of unequal strength of the contestants can be balanced. After Feng Qingran and the others got the tokens, they watched other contestants forming their teams one after another. During this period, there were several other people who wanted to join Feng Qingran's team, but she rejected them all. Not long after, an hour was over. A teleportation portal appears. The eldest elder of the Yi family said, Everyone, this is the entrance to the simulated secret realm. After entering, the drop location will be random. After Elder Yi finished speaking, he left with several elders. Ignore those who have not yet discussed how to form a team. Junior sister, the drop location is random. Does that mean we have to separate after entering? Ning Xiyu asked doubtfully. Yes, Feng Qingran responded. The voice transmission command inside can't be used. How are we going to find each other? Bailey Wenyu didn't want to separate. He also wanted to cause trouble with Ning Xiyu and Feng Qingran. Dongji Yuanzhen smiled and said, It depends on fate. We will meet each other if we are destined. Ling Tianyun looked at the token in his hand, seeming to be very curious about the gadget in front of him. Feng Qingran agreed with Dongji Yuanzhen's words and turned around and walked into the secret realm. As soon as she entered, she released Wanling, Little Box, Feng Si and Feng Yuyu. Bai Zhe refused to come out because he was afraid of being attacked by ferocious beasts. After all, he often tricked them. As for the big coon and the 8 herons, they were outside and did not follow. Right at this moment, a little black dog ran towards Feng Qingran. Before she could make any move, Xiaohezi and Feng Qi blocked the little black dog's path and started beating the little black dog regardless of the situation. Feng Yuyu hugged the bamboo and chewed it leisurely, looking very naive. Feng Qingran looked at the soft and cute little dumpling, picked it up and kneaded it vigorously. Feng Yuyu grew up a bit slowly as an iron-eating beast, mainly because it only wanted to eat bamboo. Don't eat anything else. Feng Yuyu handed the bamboo in her hand to Feng Qingran, saying that it was for her to eat. I won't eat, you eat. Feng Qingran raised the corners of her lips, looking at the cute Feng Yuyu. Her heart became more eager to improve her strength. Only when her strength improves can these little kitties she collected can come out at any time. Feng Qingran, make them stop. Ouch, the little black dog howled. Feng Si, don't hit the little box, it's your little friend too. Feng Qingran said with a smile. The small box immediately stopped and flew back to Feng Qingran. Feng Si flapped the little black dog's wings several times and scratched its paws several times, and then stopped, humph. Tutti, if it weren't for the fact that you are the beast contracted by the master, I would definitely make it impossible for you to get up. Quote. After Feng Si finished beating Tutti, his figure flashed, shrunk and landed on Feng Qingran's shoulders, returning to his elegant posture. Feng Qingran, it went too far. Didn't I just eat something to suppress the gods? Tutti looked a little aggrieved. It was really frustrated that its strength was limited here. A little, you were so embarrassed to say that you have eaten up all the natural materials and treasures in the territory of our Zhenshan clan. If the clan leader had not appeared in time, you would not have left us a blade of grass. When Feng Si thought of the memory in the inheritance, his anger surged into his heart again, and he almost rushed over again. But Wanling is faster than that. Wanling is still only as big as a palm, and his body is bright yellow, like a fluffy chicken. However, when Wanling was about to encounter Tao-Ti, one of its claws became dozens of times larger and kicked it down. Woohoo! The entity that Tao-Ti transformed from his soul was crushed. The ferocious beasts watching from a distance trembled when they saw this scene. Many of them swallowed their saliva. Yongzhu immediately turned around and left. It was too scary. Fang Qingbran was no longer the same person she was before. They couldn't control Fang Qingbran before, and it's even more impossible now. Qiongqi was extremely excited and said, "The Phoenix Master has grown up again. This method is really good. Let the beasts kill each other. It's cruel enough. I like it." Chaos asked worriedly, "Is Wanling the king of beasts trained by the Kang family?" Ying Zhao's eyes fell on Feng Si. The Zhenshin clan is actually still alive. "What are you all doing here? Have you completed your mission? Have you all forgotten what you promised Feng Yi to?" A rather majestic voice came into the ears of each ferocious beast. "Shit, it's Yinglong who has spoken. Hurry up and disperse." Jew-headed Phoenix finished shouting and disappeared immediately. Other ferocious beasts also left this place one after another. They did not forget to agree to Feng Qingbran's conditions, they just wanted to come and see her strength first. Even though they were souls entering the secret realm this time, they still had some dissatisfaction. Helpless, Yinglong, Zhu Jian, and Bai Fang were suppressing him, so they didn't dare to show it. Feng Qingbran knew about the ferocious beast's little thoughts, but she didn't care at all. She dared to let their souls come out, so she naturally had a way to restrict them. Feng Qingbran had other purposes for letting them out. Kang Xuanji said that the beasts themselves have rules and regulations and can only help her once, and then they will be in danger. Feng Qingbran wanted to find out what rules restricted the ferocious beasts. She wants to change the situation of the ferocious beast. After all, these ferocious beasts are her treasures, and it is really uncomfortable to always be unable to use them when something happens. "You can't steal the master's food from me." Wanling finished taking pictures of Tao-Ti and flew back to Feng Qingbran. Tao-Ti's body returned to normal little by little. Tao-Ti began to sob and complained, "Feng Qingbran, you actually let them bully me. I'm really. Do you want to eat beef?" Feng Qingbran asked. "Eat." Tao-Ti immediately jumped up and regained his energy. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 870 Eat hot pot first. Feng Qingbran waved his hand and threw a huge cow to Tao-Ti. Tao-Ti looked at the food in front of him, completely forgetting his previous sadness, and opened his mouth to swallow it. However, just when Tao-Ti opened his mouth wide to swallow the food, a sudden change occurred. Clap clap. I saw an afterimage flashing in front of Tao-Ti and giving it a few mouthfuls. Tao-Ti howled as he was whipped. You Feng Qingbran. Tao-Ti shouted vaguely, but Feng Qingbran couldn't understand what was said after that. You, good fight. Feng Si's voice praised. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Wanling also shouted happily. Feng Si was very happy and said, "Master Feng, don't you know the grudge between the iron-eating beast and the Tao-Ti? Let me tell you. The ancestor of Tao-Ti was also a foodie. One time, the ancestor of Tao-Ti accidentally broke into the territory of the iron-eating beasts and ate all the bamboos and bamboo shoots in their territory, causing them to chew on the grass roots for a long time. Just now Yu didn't attack Tao-Ti. I thought it was because it didn't have that memory. Now it seems that it remembers everything. Master Phoenix, you have to be more careful when bringing Tao-Ti in the future. This guy has offended many races." Feng Si finished speaking happily. Tao-Ti didn't dare to refute what Feng Si said. Tao-Ti had returned to normal now and looked at the small box. "Why did you beat me? Do you still want to eat from a box?" The small box shook and he said innocently, "I saw Boss Fengqi beating you, so I followed suit. Boss Fengqi is the master's first beast, and I want to be like him." Tao-Ti's body trembled and then disappeared. "I even forgot to eat the meat in front of me. Master, it doesn't like to eat, can I eat it?" Wanling asked happily. "Can." After Feng Qingbran finished speaking, she began to observe her surroundings. She was on a high platform suspended in midair, with only one road ahead. There is a statue on each side of the road. Afterwards, the place became foggy and the scene was unclear. When constructing the secret realm, many dangers can be randomly generated, so even she doesn't know where it is. Feng Qingbran waved her hand and picked up Feng Yu. "Go to the front to check the little box first." The small box immediately flew towards the statue and disappeared before Feng Qingbran's eyes. Soon, the small box flew back. "Master, there is no danger, there is only one road, leading to a palace." Feng Qingbran's eyes flashed slightly, and the palace would only appear on the third level of the secret realm. There are 5 levels of difficulty in the simulated secret realm. The contestants will be sent to different levels based on the different strengths. Since she was only teleported to the third level, it meant that there were contestants who were stronger than her. Feng Qingbran walked towards the misty land ahead. When passing by the statue, a smile appeared on her lips. Feng Si, Wanling and Feng Yu showed no reaction. Only the small box stayed beside the statue for a while. Seeing that Feng Qingbran was about to disappear, the small box left. After the small box entered the mist, the sound of deep breathing came from the statue. At this time, Xiaozhang had followed Feng Qingbran. "Master, why has this place turned into a desert? The Mingming Palace I saw before. The little box wants to fly back and come in again." And when it turned back, the path it came from had disappeared, leaving only an endless sky full of yellow sand. "Master, we seem to have been deceived," Little Box said slightly angrily. "It's okay," Feng Qingbran said casually. "Portal, the incoming location is naturally random. They couldn't tell the strength of the small box, so they compromised and sent the small box to the third floor. But now that we have come together, the difficulty will naturally escalate." Feng Qingbran observed the situation around her. She entered the secret realm not for points, but to enter the 5th level of the secret realm. The 5th floor is the most suitable place for cultivation. Feng Xi flew into the sky and looked down at the desert. Far away from Feng Qinggran, there are countless densely packed red-yellow ants hiding under the desert. Your Majesty, why don't we go there? Asked a red-yellow ant. The Ant King angrily yelled, shut up. You think I don't want to touch her? You don't know how ferocious the beasts around her are. Even Tauti was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. Didn't we deliver food there? The Ant King was very depressed. But, if we don't go out, my lord, she will be trapped here forever. A worker ant said innocently. After hearing what the worker ant said, the Ant Emperor gritted his teeth and said, it must be the 2 pterosaurs at the teleportation entrance who caused the trouble. There are so many places on the 3rd floor, why did you send the little girl to the desert? The Ant King was very impatient. It had suffered at the hands of Feng Qinggran in the Shifang domain and did not want to confront her at all. However, it was really unlucky that Feng Qinggran came to him at the first level of the secret realm. The Ant Emperor's thoughts were racing and he suddenly had an idea. Come here, secretly send a message to the ghost dragon, hook snake, purple poisonous centipede, 1000 insect lizard. They said that I have a particularly powerful contestant here who needs support. Quote. The worker ant said in confusion, Your Majesty, we haven't fought yet, why don't we just call for rescue? If I tell you to go, go quickly. By the way, don't disturb those people outside. Also, Yu Jiaoshin is more discerning. If it asks you anything else, don't say anything and just rush back. The Emperor warned worriedly. The Ant King looked at the worker ant, still a little worried, and bit off one of its legs. The palm-sized worker ants howled. Shut up, I will give your legs back to you when you get back from the mission. If you fail to complete the mission, your other legs will be gone too. The Ant King warned. The worker ants didn't dare to refute and limped in one direction. The Ant King looked at the worker ants and said worriedly, try to look as embarrassed as possible, and leave immediately after asking for help. Don't talk too much. Seeing the worker ants leave, the Ant King looked at the remaining red and yellow ants. The red-yellow ant lost its queen before entering the Shifang territory. Later, even the only egg was trampled to pieces. From then on, they were completely without a queen, so she was reluctant to leave the worker ants in the colony to die. Fortunately, they are all ferocious beast-level red-yellow ants, and they can survive without any unexpected circumstances. Feng Qinggran promised it that if it performed well in this simulated secret realm, she would find a way to give it a queen ant. Therefore, for offending Feng Qinggran, it is better to let Yu Jiao and the others do it. After all, they also live under the desert. Don't be idle, dig the hole down, and don't affect us later. The Ant King ordered. Upon hearing this, the other red-yellow ants began to take action. Feng Xi checked around here and flew back to Feng Qinggran. Master Feng, there is nothing, where should we go? Feng Xi asked. No rush, let's have hot pot first and give them some time to prepare. Feng Qinggran waved his hand, and a table appeared, and then a big pot appeared, filled with various dishes. Feng Xi instantly set up a barrier, and then a white light flashed around him, transforming into a human form. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 871. Feng Xi was wearing a golden python robe, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, flamboyant blue color, and narrow brown eyes, giving him an aristocratic air and a bit of laziness between his eyebrows. Like gods and immortals. Beautiful face. It's like a heavenly sculpture. Feng Qinggran looked at Feng Xi in front of her, her eyes flashing slightly. She had asked Feng Xi to change into a human form and follow her. Feng Xi refused. Unexpectedly, after a hot pot meal, he would immediately transform. Sure enough, the temptation to eat is greater. After Feng Xi turned into a human body, he had been observing Feng Qinggran's expression. He had been reluctant to transform before because he was worried that Feng Qinggran wouldn't like his appearance. Feng Qinggran met Feng Xi's eyes and said naturally, Feng Xi, you can ask for whatever you want to eat. There is a lot of food in my space. The main reason is that Wanling can eat too much and will be hungry anytime and anywhere. So when Feng Qinggran stayed in the fairy world, she always kept stocking up on all kinds of food. Master Feng, just prepare it. Feng Xi suddenly said nervously. He doesn't know why he is nervous. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Wanling landed on Feng Xi's shoulder and shouted. It also wanted to become a human, but it didn't have enough strength. Feng Xi patted Wanling and said, only people can eat hot pot. You are still young. Eating it is not good for your cultivation. Wanling was very dissatisfied. Little Box also came to join in the fun. Boss Fengchi, can I eat it? Feng Xi examined the small box. He really didn't know this. The strange creature seemed to only devour, but never eat. While Feng Xi was thinking, Feng Qinggran placed crispy fairy bamboo shoot slices, mountain ox slices, silver purple ear, flying golden pheasant, etc. on the table. Crispy fairy bamboo shoots were specially prepared by her for Feng Yuyu. Soon, the delicious aroma of the hot pot soup base spread everywhere, making your mouth water. The barrier set up by Feng Xi only blocks out interference from external objects, but cannot block out smells. After a while, the overbearing aroma of hot pot spread farther and farther, almost covering the entire desert. Feng Qinggran and the others enjoyed eating even more. Feng Yuyu refused to eat food other than bamboo just now, but after eating other spiritual plants dipped in soup, her eyes widened in surprise. Various spiritual plants, soft texture, fresh and spicy, it is a taste it has never tasted before, making it endless aftertaste. Feng Yuyu handed the half-eaten master to Feng Qinggran. Master, eat it while it's hot. Feng Qinggran shook her head decisively, and then took out more bamboo shoots. Wanling also dragged a huge magical beast to Feng Qinggran. Master, I also want to eat hot pot, put it in it. Feng Qinggran glanced at the magical beast, then glanced at the pot dozens of times smaller than the magical beast, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. It doesn't seem to work. Feng Qinggran chose to scald some existing meat slices for Wanling. The little box over there is so urgent. Fang Xi fed the little box several times. You can't taste the delicious flavor in small boxes. The food entered the box and was swallowed up by a force. The small box can only swallow the power contained in the food. The little box almost cried. It smelled the fragrance but couldn't taste it at all. It was so painful. Master Feng, I have no choice. Ever since Fang Xi turned into a human form, he has always been a little reserved and lost the arrogance he had before. Fang Qingran noticed the change in Fang Xi and didn't say much. Waiting for Fang Xi to adapt on his own. Little box, why don't you try turning into a human? Fang Qingran asked tentatively. There was a gleam in her eyes. If only Jingong was here, he would definitely know what was going on. Unfortunately, he is still in seclusion and I don't know how long it will take for him to come out. For a moment, a burst of black mist appeared in front of Fang Qingran's eyes. When the black mist cleared, a round ball appeared next to Fang Xi. There was also a pair of human eyes staring at it, spinning around. Then came another burst of black mist. When the black fog cleared again, an unknown creature with a square frame and 2 legs appeared. There is still another pair of eyes above. Would it? I'm gonna change it like you, but I can't always succeed. Came the cry from the little box. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small box again. Weird creatures in the sea cannot turn into humans. This is restricted by the laws of the universe. Ling Tianyun Xi's voice sounded. Fang Xi saw Ling Tianyun appear, with a strange look in his eyes. He should drive this outsider out. But he couldn't beat Ling Tianyun. Ling Tianyun smiled calmly and glanced at Fang Xi. It was estimated that this was the only place where the Genshin clan existed. Ling Tianyun looked back and looked at Fang Qingran with a little more respect. Madam Territory Lord, I bring my own ingredients. Ling Tianyun waved his sleeves and placed countless plates of rare treasures on the table. There is meat and vegetables in it. However, everything is not simple food. There are red light mushrooms that can enhance the power of the soul. There is a dragon grass that contains the original power. There is the phoenix fire spirit fruit that increases life expectancy for 1,000 years. And dragon meat. Fang Xi's dark eyes suddenly burst into incredible light. Brother Ling, sit down quickly. Let me tell you, this hot pot was developed by Master Feng, and it's extremely delicious. Ling Tianyun took out another purple Ganoderma lucidum and sent it to Fang Xi. Send it to you. They have a lot of these things in the immortal domain, and their existences that no one even looks at. After all, these things can no longer enhance their strength. Dragon Heart 9 Yi Ji. Fang Xi became excited, completely forgetting that Ling Tianyun was an outsider. Brother Ling, you can call me Fang Xi, and you can go wherever you want from now on. Dragon Heart 9 Leaf Shi must grow on the corpse of a real dragon, and it must be a complete dragon corpse. Brother Fang Xi, you're welcome. We will be a family from now on. This is my intention. Ling Tianyun did not show politeness to Fang Xi and started to heat the hot pot directly. Fang Qingran fell into silence for a long time after Ling Tianyun said, Madam of the Territory Lord. Master Feng, hurry up and eat. These are all good things. I guarantee you will be able to break through after eating them. Fang Xi reminded Fang Xi when he saw that Fang Qingran was in a daze. Fang Qingran nodded slightly, her eyes falling on a plate in front of her, with only one bright red fruit on it. She had never seen it, but she could feel the strong Tao aura above it. It's just a Tao fruit, it's not a sign of respect. I think the wife of the Territory Lord is about to advance, and the secret realm is a good place to advance. Ling Tianyun said without caring at all. The visions of heaven and earth produced by advancing to the Imperial realm are extremely terrifying. Ling Tianyun expected that Fang Qingran would not be promoted in the fairy world, and the simulated secret realm was the most suitable place for promotion. But Mo Jingong's cultivation path is different from theirs. He doesn't need Dao fruit at all, and he may not have Dao fruit if he gets it. Ling Tianyun was worried that the lack of Dao fruit would affect Fang Qingran's promotion, so he had already prepared it and took this opportunity to send it out. It was just right. Thank you. Fang Qingran accepted the Dao fruit in front of her. After she left the battlefield of the gods, she began to search for Dao fruit without any clues. Now that it was offered to her, she naturally would not refuse it. After all, who can struggle with strength? Dao fruit. Fang Xi was shocked. His eyes when looking at Ling Tianyun changed again. Who would send Dao fruit away? Isn't this the stupid son of a landlord? Ling Tianyun noticed something was wrong in Fang Xi's eyes. You want it too? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 872. It can't be the only one unlucky. Of course I want it. Fang Xi said bluntly. He had originally thought of taking Fang Qingran to the heavens to find the ruins of Genshin clan and go digging in the ruins to find the Tao fruit. After all, the Dao fruit tree in this plain was completely destroyed in ancient times. Now that Dao fruit is being delivered to your door, you would be a fool to refuse it. Ling Tianyun checked Fang Xi's strength, and then took out a Dao fruit and handed it to Fang Xi. This Dao fruit is slightly different from the one dyed by Fang King before. It has different lines on it and looks more powerful. The Dao fruit required to advance to each realm is slightly different. Fang Xi took the Dao fruit with both hands and immediately put it away. Brother Ling, you are such a good person. Fang Xi was excited and greeted Ling Tianyun enthusiastically. He only had Ling Tianyun in his eyes and didn't care about anything else. Fang Qingran observed Ling Tianyun, her eyes flashed slightly, and her intuition told her that something was wrong with Ling Tianyun at the moment. Normally, the air pressure on Ling Tianyun's body would not be so low. Ling Tianyun, you seem to have something on your mind. Fang Qingran asked. Madam Territory Lord, this simulated secret realm is very dangerous, and there is something weird everywhere. I feel like there is something stronger than me, and I suspect that someone has tampered with the battle plan. Ling Tianyun originally planned to enter the secret realm and find Fang Qingran. As a result, he sensed the presence of a terrifying aura and went to look for another one, but found nothing. Then he came to find Feng Qingran. Don't worry, I moved them, and they won't hurt me. Feng Qingran knew in his heart that Yinglong and Zhu Jian were far stronger than Ling Tianyuan, and it was normal for him to feel danger. Ling Tianyuan's eyes flashed with surprise, and the silence was swept away, returning to his unruly appearance. Miss Feng, can you arrange a fight between them and me? I promise not to damage the secret realm. Ling Tianyuan's charming eyes were filled with expectation. Ling Tianyuan always switched back and forth between Miss Feng and Madam of the Territory Lord when referring to Feng Qingran. When she is serious, she always calls Feng Qingran the Domain Master's wife. No matter how Feng Qingran tried to correct him, it would not work. I usually call her Miss Feng. Do you really want to fight them? Feng Qingran thought about it. It seemed that she had never seen Zhu Jian, Yinglong, Bai Fang, etc. take action. Their strength is at the peak of ferocious beasts. Once their power breaks out, the space will probably be shattered. However, if it is within the domain they built themselves, they may be able to fight it. Feng Qingran wanted to see them take action. You can't ask for it, Ling Tianyuan said eagerly. Okay, Feng Qingran agreed, however, you can't see them here. You have to go to the 5th floor. Just when Feng Qingran finished speaking, there was a vibration beneath her feet. In an instant, Feng Qingran put away everything in front of him, and all three of them stood up in the air. Boom! The place Feng Qingran just left collapsed. A giant centipede emerged from the ground. An icy purple flashed across the centipede's body, and its tentacles were as sharp as sword blades. As soon as the centipede came out, it immediately sensed where Feng Qingran was and flew towards her. Seeing this, Feng Qingran made no move. Feng Si stood beside Feng Qingran, his lazy eyes filled with coldness, but considering that this thing came from Shifang domain and would not cause harm to Feng Qingran, he did not take action. Just when Centipede was about to meet Feng Qingran, it smelled a familiar scent. It froze in midair and trembled. Feng, Master Feng, why is it you? It came here after receiving news about red yellow ants. After arriving, the entire desert was filled with the overbearing aroma of hot pot. Coupled with the presence of the barrier, it didn't smell Feng Qingran's scent at all. It wasn't until he was about to meet Feng Qingran that he noticed the familiar scent. The purple poison centipede was frightened for a while, and its huge body trembled. Phoenix Master, I didn't mean to disturb your enjoyment. Feng Qingran held the Qingluan sword in his hand. You're already here, let's have a fight before we leave. Even ordinary ferocious beasts cannot be underestimated. The purple poison centipede wanted to refuse, but knew it couldn't. However, since it is unlucky, it cannot be the only one unlucky. The purple poison centipede did not hesitate to betray the few hidden underneath. Phoenix Master, I'm just going to practice with you. I'm afraid it will take up your time. As far as I know, hook snakes, ghost dragons, and thousand worm slimy lizards are all here. Why don't we practice with you together? This will also improve your strength. Improve faster. Why are you all gathering in the desert? Feng Qingran asked in surprise. There are thousands of different scenarios in the simulated secret realm. There are so many ferocious beasts in one place that there will be no ferocious beasts in other areas. The red-yellow ants asked us to come, and they said they had treasures. The purple poison centipede was very honest and told everything. Feng Qingran's lips curled up into a smile. The red-yellow ant ant king was really good at tricking other beasts. Since we're all here, let's practice. Feng Qingran also wanted to test his current strength. You are not allowed to interfere. Feng Qingran looked at Feng Si and Ling Tianyuan and said, Master Feng, don't worry, I will beat you. Feng Si responded. When Feng Qingran heard this, she held the Qingluan sword in her hand, and with a flash of her body, a sharp blade was drawn out. In an instant, a deep crack appeared under the desert. The hook snake flew out from it, still holding half of its wings in its mouth. Hook Snake's wet and cold eyes were filled with resentment. Master Phoenix, I wouldn't have brought you like this, without showing any martial ethics. Feng Qingran's clear eyes were sharp and she held out a beautiful sword flower. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several figures emerged from the desert and headed straight towards Feng Qingran. These figures were as fast as lightning, but they were in front of Feng Qingran in an instant. Feng Qingran turned over and felt a strong sense of oppression. Her movements were constrained by an inexplicable force, which caused her to dodge not in time. Feng Qingran immediately raised his hand and threw a talisman, slowing down the opponent's attack speed. Yu Zhao, long time no see. Feng Qingran dodged the attack and said with a smile. A ray of light flashed around Yu Zhao, and its figure expanded several times. Feng Qingran stood in midair, no bigger than one of its eyes. Yu Zhao glanced at Feng Qingran coldly. You are the one who came to our door asking us to beat you up. Don't complain to Yinglong. Feng Qingran smiled brightly. This is inevitable. At the same time, the first level of the simulated secret realm. In a land of ice and snow plateau, the cold wind blew continuously. Sixth junior brother, do you still have the strength? Ning Xiyu was trembling as she spoke. Neither do I. Not only do I have no strength, I can't open my space either. Bailey Wenyu spoke a little awkwardly. Ning Xiyu's eyes were full of helplessness. Sixth junior brother, I finally know why the Yi family sword ancestor said that there is no limit on strength to enter. Anyway, after entering, you have to become an ordinary person, so that everyone is on the same starting line. But if this is the case, how should we kill the monsters? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 873 Abnormality in the Secret Realm. Ning Xiyu's smart eyes turned and said, the sword ancestor of the Yi family said that the strength of the beast we encounter matches our own strength, so there is no need to worry. After Ning Xiyu finished speaking, she looked around. They were on the top of a snow-capped mountain, and there was only one way down the mountain. Fifth senior sister, let's get down quickly, it's too cold here. Bailey Wenyu was thankful that their bodies had been tempered, so they were not unable to move in the extreme cold. The two of them walked down. After taking a few steps, two bears blocked their way. Ning Xiyu immediately grabbed Bailey Wenyu and said nervously, "Sixth junior brother, something is wrong." There are spiritual fluctuations in these two bears. A black bear raised its paw and wanted to attack Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu. Another white bear stopped it, and the two were talking to each other. The black bear who was stopped, "Why didn't you let me attack them?" Another white bear explained, "Something is wrong, how can these two people be ordinary people? We clearly sense the strength of the 9 heavens and 10 emperors." They stared at Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu and discovered the problem. Black bear secretly transmitted the message, "Is it because they have hidden their strength and we can't detect it?" Bai Sheng thought about the message and said, "It's really possible, then should we still attack?" Black bear sent a message, "Of course you attack, but you have to control it. These two seem to be related to the Phoenix Master, so you can't attack too harshly." White bear and black bear reached an agreement and rushed towards Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu. Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu had neither strength nor weapons. Therefore, even if the white bear and the black bear restrained their pressure, they still did not have the strength to resist. When the two bears were about to rush in front of them, they found that they had no intention of dodge, and the white bear hesitated. The black bear patted Ning Xiyu unceremoniously. "It's too late to say." White bear stopped black bear and sent a message, "Something is wrong. They really don't have the strength to resist. They are not pretending. This is not normal. We have sensed the strength of the 9 heavens and 10 emperors." Black bear was stunned. "Why is this happening?" Bai Sheng observed for a while and then said through a message, "They have been imprisoned in strength, and they still entered here physically. If the entity enters and they take pictures, the two people in front of them will really die." Black bear was very puzzled and said via voice transmission, "Isn't it true that only soul bodies can enter the simulated secret realm? Why are they the only entities?" Bai Sheng said solemnly, "This matter must be told to Yinglong as soon as possible. It is more worried about problems in the simulated secret realm." Black bear agreed with white bear's proposal, and asked through a message, "Then what will they do? If it is placed here, they may not be able to bear it." Bai Sheng looked at Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu and said, "Carry them and send them to the woods where the temperature is normal." Then, they carried one by one and disappeared on top of the snow-capped mountains. At this time, several people wearing cassocks appeared on the top of the mountain. "Tang Snake, is this your plan? Not only will it scare the snake now, but it may also ruin things later." An extremely cold voice sounded. "They can't change anything if they survive. If they die, they will only make Feng Qinggran sad. We are just using them to test them." Tang Shi said nonchalantly. "Tang Snake, this Buddha's body is not suitable for me at all. I urgently need Bailey Wenyu's body. Why didn't you let me take the body just now? Evil dragon, I'm helping you. Do you really think that Bailey Wenyu's body is easy to seize? You only see the temptation of blood, but you don't know what's in his body. Are you planning to kill us for your own selfish desires?" Tang Shi said in a bad tone. The evil dragon's eyes were fierce. "Tang Snake, stop talking nonsense. You have absorbed Buddha's light for many years and have been able to restrain it very well, but I can't. Soaring Snake is not afraid of the malice conveyed by the evil dragon. He is just an evil spirit. He shouts a few dragon words and he really thinks of himself as a real dragon. Let's evacuate here quickly, otherwise we will be easily discovered," Teng Shi said, waving her sleeves. The entire snow mountain disappeared, and everything around it disappeared. Exilong glanced at Bailey Wenyu's departure unwillingly, with deep reluctance in his eyes. Its body has been destroyed. In order to regain physical form, one must find an excellent body. Bailey Wenyu is the best choice. And becoming Bailey Wenyu can also take revenge on Feng Qingbran. This time, the two bears put down Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu and walked away. Fifth senior sister, I finally figured out something was wrong there. Didn't it mean that the soul entered the secret realm? Why did we come in as entities? After this journey, the clever Bailey Wenyu discovered some truths. Ning Xiyu shook her head. Maybe we have to ask our junior sister, or we need to find the mastermind behind this, but before that, we have to find a way to release the restraints. Ning Xiyu's expression was condensed. If she dared to use rules to restrain her, she would change the rules. Fifth senior sister, I have tried several times, but there is no way. The world in the simulated secret realm is completely different. I have a way, you come with me. Ning Xiyu grabbed Bailey Wenyu's wrist very naturally and walked in one direction. Soon, there were sounds of fighting not far away, also mixed with the roar of beasts. Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu approached and saw 20 contestants besieging a huge white tiger. There are 2 wings on the back. Very mighty and domineering. White tiger clearly had the upper hand. The contestants were more or less injured. There is also a familiar face among them, Chu Beizu of the Chu family. Ning Xiyu felt that she had seen the remaining ones before, but she couldn't remember the names. This time, the Chu family and the Yi family formed a team together, each sending 10 people. Fifth senior sister, their strength is not restricted. Bailey Wenyu lowered his voice. There must be a demon in the abnormal situation. Why target them alone? Ning Xiyu thrust a few talismans into Bailey Wenyu's hands. Look at my eyes and throw them away as I tell you. Bailey Wenyu's eyes were confused. Fifth senior sister, what do you want to do? No need to ask, just wait for me to come over. Ning Xiyu stood up, stepped back far, and then started to run in panic towards Chu Beizu and others. Bailey Wenyu. While fighting the white tiger, Chu Beizu and others were far behind when Ning Xiyu appeared. They were immediately wary. When they saw clearly who she was, they all relaxed their vigilance. Bai Hu also slowed down his attack when he saw Ning Xiyu. Mr. Chu, are these all your teammates? Ning Xiyu's originally panicked expression disappeared after seeing Chu Beizu. Miss Ning, why are you here alone? Chu Beizu jumped out to attack and said in a calm tone. I can't find anyone else in the Lingyun sect. How did you get together so quickly? Ning Xiyu asked curiously. Chu Beizu avoided the important thing and said lightly, Miss Ning, we just met by chance. By the way, did you encounter any danger just now? I met some strange faces. They wanted to kill me. When I was running away, I was hit by their magic weapon. I don't know why, but I found that my strength was restricted. Ning Shiyu's eyes deliberately showed a hint of panic as she spoke. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 874 An Unexpected Surprise. Chu Beizu detected that there was no spiritual power fluctuation in Ning Shiyu's body, and confusion flashed in his eyes. After they entered the secret realm, their strength improved a lot. Why was Ning Shiyu like this? Chu Beizu thought for a moment. Miss Ning, why don't you follow us first so that we can take care of you on the way? Ning Shiyu looked surprised at first, then shook her head. No, I will definitely hold you back. How about this, I trade the talisman with you for weapons. Chu Beizu nodded slightly and searched the space. There were many weapons, but they were all too low level to defend himself. Sudden. Chu Beizu found a big box, which seemed to be what Chu Chanji gave him last time when the evil dragon invaded the fairy world. Chu Beizu opened the box with his mind and found a hammer inside. The texture on the hammer is strange. Chu Beizu couldn't recognize the grade of the hammer, but he could feel that this thing was not simple. Chu Beizu moved the hammer out of the space and held it in his hand, almost missing it. The whole body of the hammer was purple, with some patterns carved on it. Ning Shiyu's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw it. This is definitely a good thing. Miss Ning, why don't you give it a try? Seeing Ning Shiyu's sparkling eyes, Chu Beizu unexpectedly raised his hand and handed it over. It's just that the hammer is too heavy and his movements are a little difficult. Then I'm welcome. Ning Shiyu raised her hand to pick up the hammer. When she held it, she only felt like it even more. Chu Beizu did not let go immediately. Considering that Ning Shiyu's strength was restricted, he said bluntly, Miss Ning, this hammer is very heavy, so be careful. No problem. Ning Shi happily picked up the sledgehammer and smashed it on the ground. The action flows smoothly. She was aware of the weight of the hammer. But even if she has no strength at all, she is still in the heaven-seeing state, and she will not be able to lift hundreds of thousands of kilograms of things. Boom. The place where the hammer struck collapsed. Chu Beizu was stunned. This was completely different from what he imagined. At the same time, Chu Beizu realized the gap between the two. The higher the level of a cultivator, the higher the physical strength. Now that Ning Shiyu has lost her strength, she is stronger than him. It seems that he should hurry up and practice. Thank you for the weapon. I like it very much. When my space can be opened, I can exchange the treasure with you, okay. Ning Shiyu liked the hammer in her hand very much. Finally finding a suitable weapon, she didn't want to let it go. Chu Beizu agreed without even thinking about it. Things would get dusty if left in the space anyway. Miss Ning, I don't want any treasures. I want to ask your fourth senior brother to refine something for me. Don't worry, I have prepared the materials myself. Chu Beizu's eyes were filled with admiration when he mentioned Mu Chanjue. No problem. Ning Shiyu touched the patterns on the hammer and felt that they were somewhat similar to the totems in 40 Talisman, and she liked it even more. Ning Shiyu took out the scroll directly and said, how about this, let's make a contract, and I will ask fourth senior brother to refine things for you when I get back. Chu Beizu's face also showed joy. There is no need to make a contract. I trust Miss Ning's character. Ning Shiyu didn't say much, she just wrote down the transaction details on it, left her mark and handed it to Chu Beizu. The transaction must be settled in both directions. She was also afraid that Chu Beizu would regret it and take the things back. As for whether Mu Chanjue would agree to refine weapons for Chu Beizu, Ning Shiyu was not worried at all. Chu Beizu accepted the scroll without refusing. Miss Ning, wait here for now. We will fight for a while longer. If we really can't subdue the White Tiger, we will retreat together. After Chu Beizu finished speaking, he took his weapon and joined the battle again. The addition of Chu Beizu did not change the situation of the battle. Ning Shiyu looked at the hammer in front of her, then winked at Bailey Wenyu who was not far away. Bailey Wenyu received Ning Shiyu's signal and immediately threw the talisman in the direction of Chu Beizu and others. In an instant, fog spread everywhere, and everyone could no longer see clearly. Mr. Chu, I'll run away first. Ning Shiyu's nervous voice fell into Chu Beizu's ears. Chu Beizu's consciousness spread and he wanted to explore the surrounding situation, but was restricted by some kind of power. And at this moment, the entire dense forest is shrouded in mist. He made an instant decision, let's evacuate too. There's something wrong with this fog. After Chu Beizu and others disappeared, Bailey Wenyu's voice sounded in the fog, fifth senior sister, what agreement did you reach with Chu Beizu? Ning Shiyu told the story of the deal between them. Fifth senior sister, does fourth senior brother know that you traded with fourth senior brother? We'll find out later. Fifth senior sister, why do we interfere with Chu Beizu's assessment? They're no match for Tao Ti. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to find other points. Ning Shiyu responded softly. Tao Ti, yes, no wonder that White Tiger looks familiar. It turns out to be him. Bailey Wenyu said clearly. They were still in the fog and couldn't see what was going on around them. Why can't I move after I smell this mist? Tao Ti's voice sounded next to Ning Shiyu. Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu touched it. Ning Shiyu patted Tao Ti on the head. Don't worry, answer me a few questions first. Why are you here? Tao Ti's eyes wandered around, obviously feeling guilty. Could he say that he was bullied and came to the first floor to take out his anger on someone? Obviously not. Tao Ti thought for a moment and said, I was wandering around and ended up here. Have you ever met anyone who was imprisoned by other forces? Ning Shiyu didn't care about Tao Ti's lies. Yes, there were several teams that didn't have the strength before, but this team is the only one with good strength. I just want to fight them. Ning Shiyu heard Tao Ti's words and continued to ask, are you able to travel through the secret realm at will? Tao Ti suddenly became vigilant. What do you want to do? Even if you are the master's senior sister, I will not help you cheat. I am a vicious beast with principles. Nothing, I want you to take us to find your master. The fog gradually cleared. The scene in front of him became clear. You want to go directly to the third floor. Isn't this cheating? Tao Ti asked. There are points from the first to the second level. On the third level you get more points. So junior sister is on the third floor, I know. Ning Shiyu patted Tao Ti's head and prepared to leave with Bailey Wenyu. Wait, I can't. Well, I can move. Tao Ti looked at Ning Shiyu and asked curiously, is your fog only aimed at the orcs? Almost. Of course Ning Shiyu would not tell Tao Ti, she poisoned it alone. Tao Ti shook his head, aren't you two's abilities imprisoned? What are you going to do? Ning Shiyu said nonchalantly, of course I want to find a way to lift the restriction on strength. Wait a moment, I will follow you, otherwise what will you do if someone plots against you? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 875 I'd better beat him before letting him go. You can follow us, but you have to change your appearance. Ning Shiyu was afraid of meeting Chu Beizu again, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Okay, Tao Ti turned into a little yellow dog. Bailey Wenyu looked at Ning Shiyu with some confusion. Shouldn't Tao Ti take them to find the junior sister? Ning Shiyu saw that Bailey Wenyu was confused and did not answer. She wanted to meet other contestants whose abilities were imprisoned. Sixth junior brother, don't worry, I will use this hammer to protect you. Someone is coming from the front left. Tao Ti reminded. Ning Shiyu grabbed the Tao Ti and threw it to Bailey Wenyu. Chu Beizu and the others did not leave in this direction, so they must not have come back. Several people covered in blood dragged one person and ran toward them in embarrassment. When they saw Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu, they immediately stopped escaping and looked on guard. Fifth senior sister, judging by her appearance, she is from the god realm. Bailey Wenyu leaned closer to Ning Shiyu's ear and explained. They don't have the strength either. Ning Shiyu looked at the other party and turned her body slightly to stand in front of Bailey Wenyu. When Tao Ti smells the smell of blood, he must break away from Bailey Wenyu's arms. Bailey Wenyu held down Tao Ti. These people's bodies must have entered the secret realm. If they were really eaten by Tao Ti, they would really die. Brother Bailey, an extremely weak voice sounded. Bailey Wenyu looked at the man whose face was covered in blood and asked uncertainly, Jin Zixuan. It's me, Brother Bailey, hurry up and save our captain Xuanyuan Jun's. In order to protect us, he is being besieged by people from the Buddhist world. Qin Zixuan did not realize that Bailey Wenyu and Ning Shiyu were also imprisoned. Why are they attacking you? Bailey Wenyu did not blindly agree. Qin Zixuan said truthfully, as soon as we entered the secret realm, we received the gathering message. After everyone in the team gathered, we met the Buddhist team. They directly attacked us. Several of our teammates died on the spot. It was Xuanyuan Jun's who used magic weapons to cover our escape. Those targets in the Buddhist world seemed to be him, and he had no intention of chasing us. While escaping, I discovered that we did not enter here as souls. It is very likely that if we die, we will really die. Qin Zixuan's voice became softer and softer, as if he was extremely weak. Ning Shiyu had many questions to ask, but considering Xuanyuan Jun's situation, she decided to save people first. Take us there, Ning Shiyu said. She felt that since she put these people here, she might as well take them with her. Okay, Qin Zixuan agreed and took action. You two have no strength, how can you save people? A person next to Qin Zixuan asked. He is Qin Ziming. Qin Zixuan's second brother with the same father and mother. Qin Ziming was always cautious and was always observing the situation of Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu. Boom. Ning Shiyu waved the hammer in her hand, and the mountain suddenly shook. Hurry up and lead the way. Ning Shiyu wanted to save people and didn't want to waste any more words. Second brother, they said they can be saved, they can definitely be saved. Qin Zixuan said anxiously. Xuanyuan Jun's is his thigh. Young Master Wugui Pavilion must not die. As for Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu, Qin Zixuan concluded that if they dared to save people, they would have a backup plan. Qin Ziming helped Qin Zixuan turn around and walk in the direction he came from. The others hesitated for a moment before following. Bailey Wenyu hugged Tao Ti and asked in a low voice, Fifth senior sister, do you think our loss of strength has anything to do with the Buddhist clan? It's hard to say. Let's go rescue people first. The Buddhist world has always been compassionate. If it really attacks Xuanyuan Jun's, there may be something wrong within it. Qin Zixuan and others were all injured, so the distance they escaped was not far. Less than a quarter of an hour later, the sound of fighting was heard. And painful whimpers. As expected of the young master of Wugui Pavilion, he has a tough mouth and won't say anything like this. Young Master Jun's, if you don't tell me, will I kill them all? Kill if you want, don't talk nonsense, but don't forget, our young master is still the young master of the Xuanyuan family. TSK, it's just the Xuanyuan family. A family that is about to be destroyed. What's the use of mentioning it? A man wearing a Buddhist monk's robe stepped on Xuanyuan Jun's back. There are several people like him around him. There were many corpses lying on the ground. The compassion of people in the Buddhist world was completely invisible on their faces, only the aura of cruelty and coldness. Ning Shiyu had seen the sitting Buddha before, with the peaceful Buddha light exuding from his whole body. All Buddhas give people a gentle breath. These people are not like Buddha at all, and are even more sinister than demons. Gui Wu, stop playing around. Since he refuses to hand over his things, just search for his soul. A cold voice sounded. Don't worry, reclusive families like them have secret methods that can erase the memory before death. What if I search for souls and he seeks death? Gui Wu had a nasty smile on his lips, completely different from the Kaseki war. Take. Another Buddha said, the laughing Buddha told me not to waste time, let alone let others find out. Gui Wu waved his hand carelessly. I remembered, there are a few people running away from their team, you go and kill them. Did you let his teammates go? The Buddha looked ugly. They went to arrest the secret guards protecting Shunyu and Jun's, so they arrived a little late. I was injured by his magic weapon at that time. I didn't have time to chase those losers. They didn't have the strength and couldn't run far at all. If you look for it, you can definitely catch up immediately. Gui Wu pointed at Qin Zixuan and the others who were escaping. Direction, and then smiled. Gui Wu looked at Ning Shiyu and others. Aren't they coming back soon? Unlike Gui Wu, who was full of smiles, the other Buddhas looked wary. Before Ning Shiyu and others approached, they didn't notice at all. The several Buddhas behind Gui Wu were already gathering strength. The golden Buddha light in their palms can be faintly seen in black. When Qin Zixuan saw the extra Buddhas beside Gui Wu, his eyelids jumped wildly. Why were there so many more Buddhas? I'm sorry, Miss Ning, I didn't expect so many extra people. Qin Zixuan apologized. Yes, Ning Shiyu's eyes fell on the Buddhas. They all had strength and were entities formed by the condensed souls. Bailey Wen became more worried and turned to look at Tao Ti. I wonder if Tao Ti's strength will be affected by the secret realm. Ning Shiyu raised the hammer in her hand to her shoulder and said, Gui Wu, right. I'm protecting these people. Do you want to let them go on your own, or should I let them go after I have beaten them? Ning Shiyu was dressed in a bright yellow brocade dress. Her appearance was exquisite, her eyes were lively, if you ignore the oppressive hammer on her shoulder. Her whole body looked like a crescent moon, like a girl stepping out of a painting. However, the purple hammer is too dazzling to be ignored. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 876 Evil Spirit sees the body. The Buddhas looked at each other, and couldn't help but look at Ning Shiyu with a more cautious look. The laughing Buddha has warned you before that no matter what enemy you face, you must not take it lightly, otherwise your plan will be messed up and facing them will mean destruction. The Buddhas looked at each other, and couldn't help but look at Ning Shiyu with a more cautious look. The laughing Buddha has warned you before that no matter what enemy you face, you must not take it lightly, otherwise your plan will be messed up and facing them will mean destruction. Let's go quickly. Shunyu and Jun's voice was low and hoarse, as fragile as a jade that could be broken at any time. After all, everyone present is a cultivator, so they can naturally hear his voice. Shunyu and Jun's lips were stained with dried blood, and Chuchen's delicate face was as pale as paper, with no trace of blood except for a few red marks. The scarlet clothes were in tatters, and the wounds on his body were so deep that the bones were visible. You can still see blood seeping out. Little Lord. Little Lord. Several dying secret guards called anxiously. Ha ha ha. Young Master Jun's, do you think they can escape? Gui Wu still had a naughty smile on his face, but his eyes when he looked at Ning Shiyu and others were full of viciousness. Qin Zixuan looked at Shunyu and Jun's who was lying on the ground, with a heavy heart and soreness. A person who looked so noble and elegant in the past was now being trampled under his feet, and he looked really embarrassed. If it weren't for protecting him, Shunyu and Jun's could have escaped with the help of his magic weapon. Qin Zixuan clenched his fists, trembling all over, and stared at Gui Wu like a sword. But he knew there was nothing he could do. Plop. Qin Zixuan knelt on his knees. Miss Ning, please hurry up and save our captain. As long as you are willing to save him, I will promise you anything. After Qin Zixuan begged Ning Shiyu, he winked at Qin Yiming beside him, signaling him to take the others away. Zixuan, please wake up. Of course Qin Ziming did not choose to leave, not to mention whether the Buddhas would let them escape. Even if they could escape, they didn't want to escape again. Qin Ziming didn't want Qin Zixuan to beg for help like this. Ning Shiyu's strength was restricted and she was no match for those Buddhas. Qin Zixuan knelt down and begged for help, which was like setting her up and making it difficult for her to get off. Qin Ziming didn't want to involve more people coming in. The goal of the Buddhas from the beginning was their team, so why bother involving more lives? Qin Ziming wanted to pull Qin Zixuan up, but Gui Wu's mocking laughter sounded again. Ning Shiyu looked at Qin Zixuan with an unclear expression. Fifth senior sister, he didn't mean to coerce you intentionally. I have been in contact with him and he is just pure stupidity. Bailey Wenyu also noticed that something was wrong in the atmosphere and explained. I have promised to save people, he shouldn't kneel down. There was no smile on Ning Shiyu's face. Bailey Wenyu's heart skipped a beat. Fifth senior sister seemed to be the liveliest and talkative one in Lingyun sect, but she was not. She is the one who cares about herself the most. She can forgive no matter what the people around her are. But she dislikes the feeling of being at a disadvantage and being coerced. Sixth junior brother, don't worry, I will save you. Ning Shiyu just wanted to test the power of the sledgehammer in her hand. Ning Shiyu took Tao Ti from Bailey Wenyu and said, cooperate with me and don't let them hurt me and my sixth junior brother. As for other people, getting rid of these Buddhas means saving them. Ning Shiyu carried the hammer and walked towards the Buddhas. When she passed Qin Zixuan, she heard an extremely weak apology. Tao Ti stopped at Bailey Wenyu's feet and did not follow him. His eyes were fixed on the hammer on Ning Shiyu's shoulder, and it always felt familiar. Ning Shiyu didn't stop for a moment. The Buddhas looked at Ning Shiyu who was gradually approaching, and then they were completely sure that she had no strength. Ning Shiyu exuded fierce murderous intent, so she naturally saw the contemptuous eyes of the Buddhas clearly, and the corners of her lips raised slightly. This was the effect she wanted. Ning Shiyu's feet instantly increased in speed. She swung the hammer and struck at Gu Wu first. Gu Wu waved his sleeves carelessly, and a barrier appeared. Click. The hammer broke the barrier and hit Gu Wu's head. Gui Wooden felt a strong sense of oppression and subconsciously dodged the hammer and jumped far away. Ning Shiyu quickly grabbed Shunyu and Jun's on the ground and threw it to Bailey Wenyu. Bailey Wenyu immediately followed Shunyu and Jun steadily. Kill her, Gui Wu's cold voice sounded. Many people attacked Ning Shiyu, and the terrifying pressure made Ning Shiyu feel the crisis. The next moment, she bit her finger, dripped blood on the hammer, and drew several talismans one after another. All actions are done in one go. When the Buddhas attacked her, a force that shook the world erupted from the hammer. The Buddhas were directly thrown away. Ning Shiyu's face turned pale, and the hand holding the hammer dropped, trembling slightly. Bailey Wenyu reached Ning Shiyu as quickly as possible and supported her. The two looked at each other and had a great understanding. Bailey Wenyu's temperament condensed, and he felt a bit oppressive. He said in a cold voice, "Get out." Tati jumped over in an instant, swallowed a seriously injured Buddha, and let out a coercive roar. After the Buddhas finally calmed down, they saw the scene of the gluttons devouring the Buddhas. They glanced at the hammer in Ning Shiyu's hand with fear and chose to leave. Puff. Ning Shiyu vomited out a mouthful of blood, obviously extremely weak. "Fifth senior sister, how are you?" "It's okay, it's just that my mind is wasted too much." Ning Shiyu pretended to be relaxed. "You really don't care about your life. You dare to use the magic talisman when you don't have the strength. If it weren't for the weapon spirit to resist for you, you might not be able to keep your soul just now." Dongji Yuanzhen popped his head out of the soil, and a lot of soil fell from his head. "Fifth senior sister, is what the senior said true?" Bailey Wenyu's voice was a little colder, and he was obviously angry. Ning Shiyu felt very guilty and decided to change the subject. "Senior, why are you hiding underground?" Dongji Yuanzhen emerged from the soil and said gloomily, "This secret realm is very strange. My strength comes and goes. At that time, I faced an insidious guy and couldn't beat him, so I had no choice but to dig a hole and escape. I didn't expect that I would escape. Got here." "Senior, has your strength been restricted even by you?" Ning Shiyu said in surprise. "Senior, if you don't have the strength, you know how to run away. It's better for you, fifth senior sister. If you don't have the strength, you have to overdraw your vitality." Bailey Wenyu said quietly. "Sixth junior brother, I'm not impatient. I want to try the power of the hammer." Ning Shiyu's voice became lower and lower as she spoke. She actually wanted to test the barrier of rules that restricted her. The rules of the secret realm are set by practitioners, so there must be flaws. As long as you find a flaw in the rules, you can be freed from the constraints. She had just touched the barrier of rules, and she could change the rules here if she worked harder. Bah, what the hell, it tastes really bad. Tati swallowed the Buddha before spitting it out. Already dead. However, black mist is exuding from the body. Seeing this, Dongji Yuanzun's expression suddenly changed. "It's the breath of evil spirits. It seems that bad things have broken into the secret realm. I am not strong enough to deal with them now. Please leave here quickly. Let's go quickly." Shun Yuanzun's voice was low and hoarse, as fragile as a jade that could be broken at any time. After all, everyone present is a cultivator, so they can naturally hear his voice. Shun Yuanzun's lips were stained with dried blood, and Chuchen's delicate face was as pale as paper, with no trace of blood except for a few red marks. The scarlet clothes were in tatters, and the wounds on his body were so deep that the bones were visible. You can still see blood seeping out. "Little Lord. Little Lord." Several dying secret guards called anxiously. "Ha ha ha. Young Master Juns, should I call you stupid or value friendship? Can they escape like this?" Gui Wu still had a mischievous smile on his face, but his eyes looked at Ning Shiyu and others. Full of cruelty. Qin Zixuan looked at Shun Yuanzun who was lying on the ground, with a heavy heart and soreness. A person who looked so noble and elegant in the past was now being trampled under his feet, and he looked really embarrassed. If it weren't for protecting him, Shun Yuanzun could have escaped with the help of his magic weapon. Qin Zixuan clenched his fists, trembling all over, and stared at Gui Wu like a sword. But he knew there was nothing he could do. Plop. Qin Zixuan knelt on his knees. "Miss Ning, please hurry up and save our captain. As long as you are willing to save him, I am willing to promise you anything." After Qin Zixuan begged Ning Shiyu, he winked at Qin Yiming beside him, signaling him to take the others away. "Zixuan, please wake up." Of course Qin Ziming did not choose to leave, not to mention whether the Buddhas would let them escape. Even if they could escape, they didn't want to escape again. Qin Ziming didn't want Qin Zixuan to beg for help like this. Ning Shiyu's strength was restricted and she was no match for those Buddhas. Qin Zixuan knelt down and begged for help, which was like setting her up and making it difficult for her to get off. Qin Ziming didn't want to involve more people coming in. The goal of the Buddhas from the beginning was their team, so why bother involving more lives? Qin Ziming wanted to pull Qin Zixuan up, but Gui Wu's mocking laughter sounded again. Ning Shiyu looked at Qin Zixuan with an unclear expression. "Fifth senior sister, he didn't mean to coerce you intentionally. I have been in contact with him and he is just pure stupidity." Bailey Wenyu also noticed that something was wrong in the atmosphere and explained. "I have promised to save people, he shouldn't kneel down." There was no smile on Ning Shiyu's face. Bailey Wenyu's heart skipped a beat. Fifth senior sister seemed to be the liveliest and talkative one in Lingyun sect, but she was not. She is the one who cares about herself the most. She can forgive no matter what the people around her are. But she dislikes the feeling of being at a disadvantage and being coerced. Sixth junior brother, don't worry, people will save you. Ning Shiyu just wanted to test the power of the sledgehammer in her hand. Ning Shiyu took Tati from Bailey Wenyu and said, "Cooperate with me and don't let them hurt me and my sixth junior brother. As for other people, getting rid of these Buddhas means saving them." Ning Shiyu carried the hammer and walked towards the Buddhas. When she passed Qin Zixuan, she heard an extremely weak apology. Tati stopped at Bailey Wenyu's feet and did not follow him. His eyes were fixed on the hammer on Ning Shiyu's shoulder, and it always felt familiar. Ning Shiyu didn't stop for a moment. The Buddhas looked at Ning Shiyu who was gradually approaching, and then they were completely sure that she had no strength. Ning Shiyu exuded fierce murderous intent, so she naturally saw the contemptuous eyes of the Buddhas clearly, and the corners of her lips raised slightly. This was the effect she wanted. Ning Shiyu's feet instantly increased in speed. She swung the hammer and struck at Guwu first. Guwu waved his sleeves carelessly, and a barrier appeared. Bah, what the? Tao Ti swallowed. It seems that I am. Please. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 877 The Basin of Land 5. Senior, can you take our young master away with you? We will wean you off. A man covered in blood stood up. Several more people like him stood up and jointly requested, as long as you can take the young master away, Wugui Pavilion can agree to any conditions you have. I want your young master to work for King He Tower for 300 years. Can you make the decision? Dongji Yuanzhen asked curiously. Several people glanced at each other. The person who stood up first said, yes, as long as you take our young master out alive, everything is fine. Dongji Yuanzhen was immediately happy. It was the first time he saw someone eager to sell himself for his master. He threw a scroll to the other party. It's empty talk. You sign this contract for Xunyuan Jun's, and we will take him with us. The secret guard stepped forward and signed Xunyuan Jun's name, and also stamped the mark of the young master of Wugui Pavilion. Okay, pick up your young master and follow us. Dongji Yuanzhen put away the scroll and threw a bottle of pills to them. He has no space here. Just grab this bottle of elixir from Daiwu before entering the secret realm, it's coming. A bottle of elixir is exchanged for the young master of Wugui Pavilion to work for 300 years, which is very profitable. Several secret guards had no idea about this, and immediately thanked him profusely, went to feed Xunyuan Jun's the elixir, and then one of them picked up Xunyuan Jun's and followed Dongji Yuanzhen and the others. Qin Zixuan and the others didn't have time to do anything. Qin Ziming patted Qin Zixuan on the shoulder, helped him up, and followed the person in front. They finally became smaller. Tao Ti left quietly. Ning Xiyu noticed it but did not stop him. She brought Tao Ti with her because she wanted it to inform her junior sister about the situation here. Now, when Tao Ti saw the situation here, he naturally noticed something strange and would definitely tell his junior sister. There is a seal on the first level of the secret realm. It will take some time for me to break the seal. You must be careful. Tao Ti sent a message to Ning Xiyu alone. Ning Xiyu paused for a moment. What happened? It's okay, continue to follow senior. Ning Xiyu didn't intend to say anything. They don't know how many pairs of eyes there are in the dark about the current situation, so it would be better to reveal less. Soon, Dongji Yuanzhen led everyone into a cave and immediately placed a gold basin at the entrance of the cave. As soon as Ning Xiyu sat down, she saw the golden basin. Senior Dongji, what is this? Dongji Yuanzhen sat cross-legged. This is Dawu's rice bowl a long time ago. It has the function of isolating the breath. No one will find it here again except Dawu. Ning Xiyu. Bailey Wenyu's eyes twitched. Dongji Yuanzhen is really brave. Miss Ning, I'm sorry. I apologize to you on Zixuan's behalf. He just did that because he was in emergency. Ning Xiyu glanced at Qin Ziming, then looked at Qin Zixuan who was in a coma, waved her hands and said nothing. She couldn't blame Yanyan's stupid brother. After Qin Ziming apologized, he wisely stepped back. The secret guards all stared at the unconscious Xunyuan Juns, no one paying attention. They were very dissatisfied with the Qin family. If it weren't for saving the Qin family, the young master would not have suffered such humiliation. The young master has always looked noble in front of others. After suffering such humiliation today, I am afraid that his inner demons will be left behind. The Qin family could also feel the emotions of the secret guards and consciously did not go there. They were able to team up with Xunyuan Juns because of Qin Zixuan's favor, and neither of them could have guessed what happened in the end. In the cave, everyone occupied 3 positions. Dongji Yuanzhen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to relax. Senior Dongji, why does your strength come and go? Bailey Wenyu asked curiously. Because the rules are unstable, the strength that can be restricted is limited. If I condense all the power at once and directly amplify it, my strength will reach its peak. Naturally, I am not afraid of the rules. Unfortunately, I can only launch one attack. Dongji Yuanzhen explained. Bailey Wenyu was shocked after hearing this. Senior, what's your strength? Dongji Yuanzhen narrowed his eyes, put away his smile, and suddenly said seriously, what do you think I am? Ning Xiyu saw something was wrong in the atmosphere and asked softly, Senior, if you take away Senior Dawu's basin, won't he look for you? Dongji Yuanzhen's serious expression disappeared, replaced by a mean smile. Ning Xiyu stared at Dongji Yuanzhen without blinking, almost thinking she was hallucinating. Why does a person who looks like an immortal person change his face when he smiles? As long as he doesn't take this basin back, he will obey my advice. Dongji Yuanzhen pretended to be unpredictable. After Dongji Yuanzhen finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards Xunyuan Jun's. After staying in the barrier for a while, my strength recovered a lot. When the secret guard saw that it was Dongji Yuanzhen, he was still a little grateful despite being on guard. His meridians have been destroyed. It will be dangerous if he does not continue to connect them. Dongji Yuanzhen said coldly. A baby-faced secret guard waded up and said, thank you very much. The secret guard gave up a position to Dongji Yuanzhen. 6th junior brother, how many faces do you think Senior Dongji has? Ning Xiyu asked, looking at Dongji Yuanzhen who had stopped smiling and looked inscrutable. I don't know, but when the senior showed a serious look just now, I felt like the blood in my whole body was cold. Bailey Wenyu was still frightened and didn't want to pry anymore. Perhaps, we can wait for Senior 5 to come. Ning Xiyu's eyes flashed slightly and she said, 6th junior brother, how did Chu Beizu and his team get together when they're so whole? And Xunyuan Juns and the others too. Ning Xiyu calculated that, including the secret guards who died before, this group also had 20 people. This is not easy. 5th senior sister, please wait a moment. Bailey Wenyu stood up and walked towards Qin Ziming. I communicated with Qin Ziming for a while. Bailey Wenyu returned to Ning Xiyu, 5th senior sister, please come out. They said that as soon as they came in, the token would fly up to guide them together. Once they get together, the strangeness of the token disappears. I also compared their tokens, they are the same as ours, so why we didn't gather together, I guess it may be related to the fact that the junior sister went to the third floor. Or maybe they don't dare to do anything to our tokens. Bailey analyzed carefully. Ning Xiu thought for a while, token. Is it the Yi family who wants to attack us? Being able to do it quietly without letting them notice, the Yi family is the most suspicious. Not necessarily, it could also be the hands and feet of people from the Buddhist world. They are probably no longer Buddhas, but evil spirits. Bailey, when you guessed. Ning Xiu nodded in agreement. Buddhas and evil spirits are mortal enemies. Cooperation is unlikely. I suspect that the Buddhas were taken over by evil spirits. Ning Xiu rubbed her hands and continued. Sixth junior brother, I have a hunch that when we participate in the secret realm this time, we are likely to get rid of a group of scourges. Fifth senior sister, what are you excited about? Your strength has not been restored yet. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 878 because you are stupid. Ning Xiu was immediately discouraged. It would be very difficult for her to wield the hammer again before her strength recovered. Ning Xiu's eyes fell on that golden color. Dongji Yuanzun's recovery of strength was related to it. Sixth junior brother, please keep watch while I try to see if I can regain my strength. After saying this, Ning Xiu sat cross-legged and closed her eyes. Rules are always made by the strong and bound to the weak. But you don't have to be a strong person to break the rules. Rules can be used to break them. Ning Xiu carefully felt the changes all over her body. Since Tao is everywhere, it means that as long as she can understand the Tao she chooses, she has the opportunity to change the rules of this small world. Ning Xiu uses her heart to communicate the power of heaven and earth. Countless unknown powers surge towards her body. Others don't feel this. However, Dongji Yuanzun immediately noticed the anomaly in this space and looked at Ning Xiu, who was practicing in slight shock, with admiration in his eyes. Sure enough, the people around Xiao Ranran are all thoughtful people. I just don't know if she can achieve enlightenment successfully. A secret guard saw Dongji Yuanzun distracted and asked anxiously, Senior, how is our young master doing? Dongji Yuanzun withdrew his gaze. There is no need to worry about his life, but those people's tactics were too cunning, and his danshan was completely destroyed. He is afraid that he will be completely disabled. It will be difficult to practice again. Danshan, is it a magic pill? The secret guard asked fearfully. Dongji Yuanzun paused for a moment, nodded and said, Oh, I forgot, you call it the divine pill. Even if the divine pill is destroyed, and the sea of consciousness is also severely damaged, it is probably impossible to cultivate the soul. After Dongji Yuanzun finished speaking, he went on to heal Shun Yuanjun's injuries. After all, he is Xiao Ranran's half-brother, so he should be saved if possible. Several secret guards looked at each other, their eyes full of worry. The young master is so proud, if he can't practice. They dare not imagine the consequences. They knew that they could only ask Dongji Yuanzun to take action again. Plop. The 7 secret guards knelt down to Dongji Yuanzun at the same time. Senior, tell me what you want. As long as I can give it, we will give it to you. I just ask you to help the young master recover the magic pill. A baby-faced secret guard said. What's your name? Xiaobao, the secret guard said bluntly. Yes, sincerely, but you can't give me what I want. If his danshan wants to recover, it can't be done here. You should give up this round of competition. Dongji Yuanzun gave suggestions. After all, if you don't have the strength to stay here, you can only wait for death. We have no way to get out. Xiaobao explained. Before entering the secret realm, the token gave them several ways to get out. They tried all of them and failed. That's really difficult to handle. It seems that the person behind this wants to kill you. Show me the token. After Dongji Yuanzun finished speaking, Xiaobao immediately handed over the token. As soon as Dongji Yuanzun put the token on his face, he discovered the problem. He raised his eyes and scanned it, and all the remaining ones obediently handed over the token. Xiaobao also gave Shun Yuanjun's token to Dongji Yuanzun. After observing the 8 tokens, Dongji Yuanzun asked seriously, Tell me in detail what happened before you entered the secret realm and what happened after you entered the secret realm. Xiaobao responded very quickly and told the whole story in an orderly manner. So you met the Jiang family before entering the secret realm. After entering the secret realm, you met a strange team, and then you met people from the Buddhist world. Dongji Yuanzun concluded. Yes. Hearing this, Dongji Yuanzun didn't say anything anymore, and casually returned the token to Xiaobao, took out his own token, and started playing with it. His token, Fang Qingran, was given to him without any problems. But his strength was still imprisoned. Then the problem is likely to lie within the secret realm. The people gathered in the secret realm this time are almost all the proud ones from all walks of life. If they are all killed by evil spirits, not only the power of all walks of life will be damaged, but also the plane will have problems. He didn't believe that there was such a big problem in the secret realm, and Fang Qingran didn't notice it at all. It's the same as when he lied to himself. He concluded that Fang Qingran had some backup tactics. And what he has to do now is to endure and not confront the evil spirits head-on. After finally being resurrected and regaining his body, he would not put himself in danger again. Dongji Yuanzun walked back to his original position, sat cross-legged, and looked at Ning Xiu, who was absorbing the power of heaven and earth. The power entered Ning Xiu's body and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Ning Xiu was practicing almost in vain at the moment. But she had no intention of giving up, and kept gathering strength and strength again. At the same time, the Gawu people who escaped were begging for mercy. Laughing Buddha, spare your life. We didn't mean it. Laughing Buddha, we were very careful, but unexpectedly, Ning Xiu showed up halfway. The hammer in her hand was very weird. We are no match at all. It's all Gawu's fault. If he hadn't wanted to torture Shun Yuanjun's, we wouldn't have wasted our time. Yes, it's obvious that they can kill people directly, but Gui Wu insisted on having a good time, so he gave them a chance to breathe. When Gui Wu heard the accusations from the two people around him, his eyes were horrified and he said in a trembling voice, "Laughing Buddha, I am not, I don't have it. Don't listen to their nonsense. It was because Xun Yu and Jun's had a protective magical weapon that I was delayed. Time." A Buddha with inverted triangular eyes said, "Gui Wu, you don't have to quibble, you also let the Qin family go, giving them a chance to bring in reinforcements. Gui Jin, don't be so slanderous. If you hadn't taken advantage of the situation and insisted on capturing the female disciples from other teams, would I have gone to deal with Xun Yu and Jun's and the others by myself?" Gui Wu glared at Gui Jin, and was bound to pull one over. Padded. The laughing Buddha is sitting on the lotus platform. He looks honest and honest, but his eyes give people an extremely cold feeling. They don't look like human eyes, but look like snake eyes. Laughing Buddha said in a cold voice, "You have already alerted the enemy. Ning Xiyu is senior sister Fang Qingran. If we let them meet, we will definitely lose everything and give you a chance to atone for your sins. Find the group of people who escaped and kill them all." The laughing Buddha did not intend to let them go, but he was afraid of being discovered this time, so not many evil spirits entered the secret realm. If we kill everyone in sight, the plan will definitely be delayed. Changes later. The laughing Buddha just wants to eradicate the forces that oppose him as soon as possible. "Thank you for not killing the laughing Buddha." Gui Wu kowtowed and glanced at Gui Jin with a sinister expression. Gui Jin's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show any abnormality. After Gui Wu and the others left, a dissatisfied voice sounded, "Teng Shi, if you hadn't let Ning Xiyu go, they wouldn't have failed. What on earth do you want to do? Why didn't you kill Ning Xiyu in the first place?" Teng Snake, also known as the laughing Buddha, looked at the place where the sound came from. "Do you still remember the burning flames? That phoenix that can only sacrifice its body to the Tao. What happened to it? Wasn't it annihilated long ago? It's still alive, following Fang Qingran. I saw it with my own eyes in the land abandoned by the gods." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 879 Earth 5 changes face. If we kill Ning Xiyu, we will definitely anger Fang Qingran. We are not Juan's opponents yet, Teng Shi said seriously. Then why did you let them kill Ning Xiyu just now? The evil dragon condensed into a black shadow and asked in confusion. Teng Snake's eyes flickered and he smiled sinisterly. "I covered up the evil spirit aura on their bodies. They are now no different from ordinary Buddhas." Exilong reacted suddenly. "Do you want Fang Qingran to misunderstand that the person was killed by the Buddha? In this way, if she and the Buddha fight, no matter who wins, we can reap the benefits." "Idiot, do you really think Fang Qingran is a vegetarian?" A mocking voice suddenly sounded. Soaring Snake and Evil Dragon instantly looked around cautiously. Teng Shi frowned and scolded sternly. "Who is that person?" "You don't need to know who I am. I just want to tell you, run away quickly, your plan has been discovered by Fang Qingran." The Evil Dragon's voice sounded. "Why do you have to remind us?" The man in the dark said coldly, "Because you have done stupid things. Not only have you exposed yourself, but you may also implicate us. It's okay if you want us to leave. You must tell us your purpose." Teng Shi threatened. "Ah." A faint taunt sounded. The voice never sounded again, and the man in the dark had obviously left. Evil Dragon asked, "Teng Snake, have you noticed the other person's aura?" Teng Snake shook his head. "His strength is much higher than mine. Evil Dragon, let's evacuate." The Evil Dragon was no longer willing. The plan has reached this point. If we retreat now, all the hard work we have put in before will be in vain. The most important thing is that it has not taken over Bailey Wenyu. Not reconciled. Evil Dragon, our plan this time was very hasty. If I hadn't used my Buddhist identity as a cover, you wouldn't have been able to get in here. Don't worry about those resources, they will be available in the future. Teng Shi has always been cautious, and if there is any no matter the slightest disturbance, he would choose to lie dormant. Otherwise, he would not have been hiding in the Buddhist world for many years without being discovered by the Buddha. Speaking of which, I have to thank Su Yanran. If it weren't for her luck and opportunity that came to him, he would never have had the chance to enter the body of the laughing Buddha. It's a pity that she died like this. Teng Shi's thoughts reached this point, and she was even more determined to give up this plan. Teng Snake said to Evil Dragon, "If you don't want to leave, you stay here and I'll leave first." The Evil Dragon said in disbelief, "Teng Snake, how dare you disobey me?" Soaring Snake raised his hand and a force gathered. "Evil Dragon, did you see it? I am no longer the original Soaring Snake. I have awakened my inheritance." Teng Shi didn't want to be exposed so early, but the situation changed and he had to show his strength to scare the Evil Dragon. The Evil Dragon still has some uses and cannot be killed yet. Teng Shi used her strength to control the phantom in front of her, held the token, and disappeared. As for the remaining Buddhas in the secret realm, Teng Snake doesn't plan to take care of them anymore. The identity of the laughing Buddha is dispensable to him. The first level of the secret realm. Somewhere. There are undulating mountains and ancient trees. As soon as Yan Miyu took a clear look at the environment in front of him, he felt the aura fluctuating around him. A cold light flashed in Yan Moyu's eyes. "Come out." In an instant, several attacks fell on him. Yan Miyu wanted to hide, but found that all his strength was restricted and he could only let the attack hit him. There was a flash of white light. A protective magic weapon was dropped. Next, before Yan Miyu could react, countless attacks fell on him one after another. As the protective weapons fell one after another, Yan Miyu realized that something was wrong, and the people in the dark wanted him to die. Yan Miyu didn't waste any more time and used the secret method of the underworld to summon Earth 5. And Dawu was already walking in front of a cave entrance. His face was terrifyingly dark. Dawu sensed that Yan Miyu was in danger, glanced coldly at the cave, and disappeared. Inside the cave, Dongji Yuanzhen murmured, "Hey, Strange, I have already felt Go Xiaowu's aura, why did it disappear again? Dongji Yuanzhen looked outside the cave with a disappointed expression. Doesn't he have any feelings for his former job? Dongji Yuanzhen sighed as he accompanied the golden basin. Bailey Wenyu, who was silent on the side, could hear the disappointment in Dongji Yuanzhen's words. Senior, don't worry. Senior Dawu may have something to deal with. After he finishes handling it, he will definitely come to see him. Bailey Wenyu comforted him. Who is worried about him? Dongji Yuanzhen retorted with great dissatisfaction. Go Dawu is very cold-blooded. When he worked together for Empress Haotu, they could do nothing to save him, let alone now. Go Dawu must have come here on purpose and then left. To ridicule that I have no strength and need a rice bowl to protect me. The more Dongji Yuanzhen thought about it, the angrier he became and his mood became more and more irritable. Senior, don't be angry. Bailey Wenyu said softly. Dongji Yuanzhen looked at Bailey Wenyu and said, you're a good boy and you still care about me. Bailey Wenyu's voice was even lower. No, the pressure you spread has disturbed 5th senior sister's practice. Dongji Yuanzhen's irritation, which he had finally suppressed, rose up again. Did you come to make me angry on purpose? If it weren't for Xiao Ran and Sake, I would definitely shoot you away. After Dongji Yuanzhen finished speaking, he looked outside the cave again. Guduwu is strong and is not suppressed by the rules here, but Yan Miyu is not, so he probably went to save people. Things were just as Dongji Yuanzhen expected. When Dawu found Yan Miyu, all Yan Moyu's protective instruments were destroyed. Several terrifying auras came out towards Yan Miyu at the same time. If this really happened to Yan Miyu, his soul would be shattered. Dawu waved his long sleeves to dispel the attack, then swept his cold eyes, and his whole body became cold. Buddha, why did you hurt me, Ming ancestor? There is no sound in the darkness. Dawu snorted coldly, if you don't say anything, then I'll keep them all. Boom. Boom. Ellipsis. Explosions sounded one after another. The smell of blood spreads. Dawu raised his hand, and several black mist gathered from all directions. Dawu's eyes were cold. Ancestor Ming, they were taken away by evil spirits. Yan Miyu said in a hoarse voice, Senior Dawu, can you open your space? Dawu immediately detected Yan Moyu's situation and found something unusual. Dawu destroyed the black mist in his palm and took Yan Moyu's token. A force gathered and several talismans fell into the token. The token flashed with cyan light, and a talisman floated out and fell into Yan Moyu's eyebrows. Immediately, Yan Miyu felt that the confinement around his body was lifted and his strength returned to normal. The problem with your token should have occurred after entering here. There is no seal on my token, Dawu said bluntly. It seems that a rat has sneaked into the secret area this time. We need to inform our junior sister immediately, Yan Miyu said coldly. Dawu's eyes darkened slightly. I can't find Miss Fang's aura. She is not on the first floor. After Dawu finished speaking, he seemed to feel something, and his face suddenly darkened, revealing an expression of gritted teeth. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 880. Inside the cave. Bailey Wenyu felt that he had never been so speechless in his life. He looked at the golden bones on the ground and his eyes twitched. Senior Dongji, isn't this something that belongs to Senior Dawu too? Dongji Yuanzhen smiled mischievously again. Before I was about to die, I didn't take care of all the treasures. The first thing I did was to find a place to hide his things. In the Battle of the Gods, all the gods go there with the determination to die. Almost all the treasures in the space are used. When he exhausted everything, he discovered that there were things from Earth and 5 left in the space. So he terminated the contract with the space in advance and hid the things in the land of the fall. Fortunately, he was not poached. After he had the entity, he asked Fang Qingran to help him find the space ring. Now there are only things from Earth 5 in his space. He doesn't believe in so many things, and Dawu doesn't come to him. Senior, you and Senior Dawu are really... Bailey Wenyu couldn't find a suitable adjective for a moment. Dongji Yuanzhen always has a smile on his face, but his personality is unpredictable. Earth 5 gives people a strong sense of oppression, with the kind of bloodthirsty and vicious aura that guards hell. Once he leaks his aura, people will not dare to provoke him. But there is a sense of coldness hidden in them. It's just that Dongji Yuanzhen does everything based on his mood and always has a smile on his face, which sometimes gives people the illusion that he is very close. If it weren't for Dongji Yuanzhen's occasional change of face, Bailey Wenyu thought that he would be confused by the smile in front of Dongji Yuanzhen. What are we? Dongji Yuanzhen asked curiously as if he didn't intend to let Bailey Wenyu go. Bailey Wenyu was stunned for a moment. We have a good relationship. You care about Senior 5 very much. A strange emotion flashed across Dongji Yuanzhen's eyes, and he immediately retorted, we don't have a good relationship. He always refuses to save me. He is familiar with this kind of thing. Really, a chilling voice sounded. Everyone in the cave shuddered at the same time. Only Dongji Yuanzhen stood up and looked out of the cave, smiling broadly. Xiao Wu, you finally remembered me. Dawu has a tall figure and is covered in black clothes, with no other colors visible. He stood quietly outside the cave, with a cold and bloodthirsty light in his eyes that sent chills down one's spine. He looked oppressive, powerful and ferocious, a true Shura from hell. The 7 secret guards stared at Dawu nervously and warily, blocking Xun Yuanzhen's presence. Among the 5 Qin family members, except for Qin Zixuan who was unconscious, the remaining 4 were pale and their bodies could not stop shaking. Bailey Wenyu opened his mouth, but in the end he did not dare to make any sound. Senior Dawu was too scary at this moment, but he must not disturb the 5th senior sister's practice. The more Bailey Wen thought of this, he lowered his voice and said to Dongji Yuanzhen, Senior, please go out and meet Senior Dawu. Snapped. Dongji Yuanzhen slapped Bailey Wenyu on the back of the head. You're stupid. If Xiao Wu is like this, aren't I looking for death if I go out? I'll wait until his anger subsides before I go out. Anyway, as long as I don't take away the things, if he wants to come in, he will have to destroy the things, and he won't be able to bear it. Dongji Yuanzhen looked a little happy and his tone was full of excitement. Dog Xiaowu got angry and laid down millions of corpses. Those Buddhas are dead. Murder with a knife. He did this very well. Dongji Yuanzhen had a satisfied smile on his face, and his eyes fell on Dai Wu again. Xiao Wu, we are safe now, but our strength is restricted. Is there any way you can lift this restriction? Yes, you open the barrier and let me in. Du Wu's words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. The ends of his narrow eyes were slightly red, and they were filled with a sharp cold light. Yan Miyu beside Dai Wu remained silent, holding his breath and concentrating, lowering his sense of presence, but looking into the cave unconsciously. Why did Dongji Yuanzhen anger Dai Wu? Although Dai Wu always had a cold aura, Yan Miyu had never seen Dai Wu's mood swings except for Empress Haotu's incident. While Yan Miyu was thinking, Dongji Yuanzhen's voice sounded. No, tell me the method first. Otherwise, what if you come in and beat me? Dongji, I won't do anything to you now, open it. Du Wu gritted his teeth. Dongji Yuanzhen shook his head. No, you first get rid of the enemies outside. Dongji Yuanzhen finished speaking, and Gui Wu and others happened to appear behind Dai Wu and Yan Miyu. Du Wu and Yan Miyu turned around at the same time. The Buddhas immediately recognized who Yan Miyu was, as for Earth 5. He often hides his aura and has almost no sense of presence. Gui Wu gave everyone a look, and they spread out to surround Yan Miyu and Dai Wu. Ming Ancestor, thank you very much for bringing us here, but I'm sorry, in order to silence you, you can't leave here. Gu Wu said arrogantly, but his eyes were full of vigilance. Yan Moyu's prestige in the upper world is not high. Because he encountered the plan of Emperor Hades, he disappeared for a long time. Yan Miyu really appeared in the upper world's vision, that is, in this fairy world competition. Everyone is more curious about this young Hades ancestor than anything else. Moreover, since ancient times, the underworld has existed in name only in the upper realm, and the path of reincarnation has no value in existence. Powerful people from all walks of life allow the underworld to exist, just because they want to use the road of reincarnation to obtain better resources. The underworld is the tool of the strong. If the strong want to seize more luck, they will enter reincarnation and easily take away the luck of the weak. Therefore, Gu Wu and the others were only worried that they would not be able to kill Yan Miyu at once, but they were not worried at all that killing Yan Miyu would offend the underworld. Gu Wu observed Yan Miyu and made gestures to the Buddhas. They must set up a dragnet and not give Yan Miyu any chance to escape. Receive signs from other Buddhas. Gu Wu immediately activated his Dharma body, and a huge golden shadow formed behind him. The same is true for other Buddhas, with more than a dozen golden Dharmakayas appearing. A golden cage gathered together. Wrap up Yan Miyu and Dai Wu. The next moment, a dozen golden palms slapped Yan Miyu. Yan Miyu made no move. A powerful coercion emitted from Du Wu's body, and then the cage shattered. The Buddhas' eyes widened, and before they could show their fearful expressions, those golden palms turned towards them. All the Buddhas were beaten into pulp. The 5 palms of the earth were floating in the air, and a dozen little golden figures lined up in front of him. Who asked you to come? Du Wu asked coldly. Who are you? You dare to kill Buddha? Do you know what you mean by killing us? Gu Wu's soul asked in a trembling voice. Dai Wu glanced over, and Gui Wu's soul dissipated. The souls of the Buddhas are extremely afraid. With their souls shattered, they really have no chance to live again. I said, we were sent by Buddha. A Buddha said hurriedly. Why did Buddha send you here? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 881. The Buddha continued. Buddha said that the Buddhist world must be number 1. Let us destroy other competing opponents in advance. Buddha also said that he has arranged everything. As long as we enter here, we can kill those proud men of heaven. They have no power to resist. We have no choice. If we don't follow the Buddha's instructions, we will be met with disaster. We don't know much, and we have no choice but to do it. Please let us go. As long as you are willing to let us go, I can help you identify the Buddha. We still have points in our hands, and we can transfer them all to you. We also found a loophole. As long as you use the right method, you can get points by killing a contestant. He said everything very quickly, fearing that if he spoke slower, Earth 5 would destroy his soul. Dai Wu waved his hand, and a token floated out from the flesh and came to his eyes. After looking at the token, Dai Wu found that there was not much difference between this token and his token. It's just that the seal on this token is a little strange. At the same time, there are 2,000 points on the token. Dai Wu's eyes were cold and cold. How many teams did you kill? Regarding the loopholes, Dai Wu doesn't care, let alone wants to know. I didn't kill a few, just a small team. Sir, we were all forced. Please show mercy. The Buddha humbly begged for mercy. Do you have anything else to say? Dai Wu glanced at the souls of other Buddhas. Just one look made all the Buddhas tremble as if they were falling into hell. A Buddha timidly said, Sir, I have something to say. Basically all the contestants have their strength restricted. In addition, there are 2 teams hunting down the contestants. They are more ruthless than us. Do you want to go, sir? Save other teams. Not to be outdone, the other Buddhas spoke out some news one after another. It's just that what they say is of little value. Dai Wu, don't listen to their nonsense. They are all evil spirits disguised. They probably want to frame Buddha. There is also a possibility that all the Buddhas in the Buddhist world have been taken over by evil spirits. Dongji Yuanzhen said the sound sounded at the right time. When Dai Wu heard Dongji Yuanzhen, a cold chill suddenly filled his eyes. The anger that had just been suppressed rose again. We are not evil spirits, sir. Look, our souls are all pure gold, the Buddhas said in horror. The next moment, the souls of the Buddhas dissipated and were completely annihilated in the world. No matter who they are, since they are enemies, they must be eradicated. Dawu, are you angry? Dongji Yuanzhen asked with a smile. What do you think? Dai Wuyan asked sadly. Killing so many Buddhas is not enough for you to vent your anger. Didn't you feel better just by killing one Buddha before? Dongji Yuanzhen felt a slight headache and thought about what to do next. Earth 5 will definitely be put in. After all, his recovery depends on the 5th level. But it is impossible to let such a 5th level person come in, otherwise he will suffer disaster. If you challenge my bottom line more, I will kill all the Buddhas, and I won't be in a good mood. Dai Wu rubbed his brows, really regretting meeting Dongji Yuanzhen. In the past, when the Empress was here, Dongji Yuanzhen was out of tune, unreliable and inattentive. Now that there is no pressure from the Empress, he is even more unscrupulous and does whatever he wants. Dawu only felt a headache. Maybe he should treat Dongji as before, otherwise Dongji would just slap his nose on his face. Dawu, don't be angry. I'll let you in, but there are so many juniors watching now, so you must not do anything. Dongji Yuanzhen immediately took back the basin and golden bones. Dongji Yuanzhen knew that he had challenged the limit of Earth 5. If he doesn't put away his things, Dawu will probably give up these things that he misses so much. The moment the barrier was removed, everyone felt the oncoming pressure and the bone-chilling breath. No one noticed Ning Shiyu's change. When Dongji Yuanzhen saw that Dai Wu wanted to speak, he immediately spoke first. Dai Wu, come and save this person quickly. If you don't save him, he will really die. Dawu said coldly, I never save people. Dongji Yuanzhen smiled and asked, are you sure? Dawu's eyes became colder and colder, and he remained silent. He is half of Xiao Ranren's brother, so forget it if you don't save him. Dongji Yuanzhen sighed. Where is the person? Dai Wu asked. Dongji Yuanzhen looked at Xiaobao and the others. Hurry up and carry your young master over, this is your great benefactor. Xiaobao reacted very quickly, picked up Xunyuan Jun's, and came to Dawu, Senior Xiaowu. As soon as the name Xiaobao came out, Dawu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It's Senior Dai Wu, Bailey Wenyu reminded in a low voice. Senior Dawu, I'm sorry, please save our young master, Xiaobao said with a pale face. Xiaobao handed Xunyuan Jun's to the secret guard beside him, and then said decisively, Senior, I am willing to die to apologize. Xiaowu, why are you scaring a junior? Are you asking whether this person can be saved? Dongji Yuanzhen raised his hand, trying to put his arm on Dawu's shoulders, but found that he was a head shorter than Dawu. He was embarrassed. No action completed. The reason why Dongji Yuanzhen came out to smooth things over was because he knew that Dawu would really kill Xiaobao. Dawu looked at the hand on his shoulder, and all the pressure fell on Dongji Yuanzhen. With cold eyes, he looked at the secret guard and said, put him down on the ground and give me his token. Yes, the secret guards moved quickly. Completed in the blink of an eye. Xiaobao handed Xunyuan Jun's token to Dai Wu with both hands. Dai Wu took the token, raised his hand, took out Xunyuan Jun's blood, and drew several seals. A red light flashed above the token. Immediately, the pattern engraved on the back of the token changed slightly. Dai Wu put the token back on Xunyuan Jun's and set up a barrier. Seeing this, Dongji Yuanzhen waved to Yan Miyu who was talking to Bailey Wenyu. Yan Mingzu, did Xiao Wu help you recover your strength? Yes. So you encountered an assassination. Dongji Yuanzhen smiled. Yes, Yan Miyu answered all questions. Dongji Yuanzhen's eyes narrowed slightly, he was really unlovable, and he refused to say anything more. Yan Mingzu, did you notice anything unusual about Xiao Wu along the way? And how did he help you regain your strength? Yan Miyu thought for a moment and said, abnormal. This is really true. Is Senior Dongji interested? When Dongji Yuanzhen heard the 800 twists and turns in Yan Moyu's words, he immediately understood that there was no chance of trying to get Dai Wu's previous reaction out of him. How many contestants are there in your underworld? Dongji Yuanzhen changed the subject. Senior Dai Wu and I, Yan Miyu said matter-of-factly. Considering the uncertainty of the simulated secret realm, Yan Miyu didn't want other people in the underworld to take risks. Anyway, later teams can still join, so there is no rush for a competition. At this time, a burst of golden light suddenly lit up, dazzling the eyes. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying pressure spread. Everyone get out of here, Dai Wu's cold voice sounded. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 882 Ling Yao God Ghost Hammer. After Dai Wu finished speaking, he had already left the cave with Xunyuan Jun's. The secret guard naturally followed out without hesitation. The Qin family dragged Qin Zixuan up and followed closely. Dongji Yuanzhen was a little behind, and before he even took a step forward, he heard Bailey Wenyu's anxious voice. Junior brother Yan, fifth senior sister is still practicing. You should go out first. When Dongji Yuanzhen heard these words, he stepped forward very quickly and kicked Bailey Wenyu out of the cave. He then said with a smile, Yan Mingzu doesn't need me to invite him out, right? This little girl wants to advance. We'd better not disturb you. After Dongji Yuanzhen finished speaking, he didn't care about Yan Miyu. He quickly left the cave, grabbed the confused Bailey Wenyu, and headed towards Bailey Wenyu. Yan Miyu dodged to the two of them. Dai Wu now rearranged the barrier and was healing Xunyuan Jun's injuries. The other secret guards stood nervously outside the barrier, not daring to take a breath. Dongji Yuanzhen let go of Bailey Wenyu and looked deeply at the golden cave. Senior Dongji, how is fifth senior sister's situation? Bailey Wenyu also realized that the previous phenomenon was caused by Ning Shiyu. However, he was still worried that Ning Shiyu would be constrained by the rules and affect her promotion. Dongji Yuanzhen was very satisfied with Bailey Wenyu's emphasis on affection and righteousness, and decided to reveal something to him. Silly boy, she has great fortune. Cultivation is not just about cultivating spiritual power. Spiritual power is the most basic. When the spiritual power stored in the body reaches a certain level, if you want to open the road to becoming a strong person, you must understand a path. There are thousands of paths to cultivation. As long as you choose the path that suits you, you will be able to transform into something magical. Did you see the runes around her? You can't cultivate such powerful runes through spiritual cultivation. You can only master the power of heaven and earth. It's a pity that her strength is imprisoned here, otherwise the power of this golden light would be even greater. Silly boy, study hard. You are in the same class. Don't fall too far behind. Otherwise, if you fall behind, you and her will only drift apart. If you want to stay by her side for a long time, you must catch up with her, instead of thinking about her waiting for you, let alone pulling her into the same position as you. I accidentally talked a bit too much. Don't be stressed. You still have to practice slowly. After Dongji Yuanzhen said the last sentence, he let go of Bailey Wenyu, then found a seat, sat down, leaned against the barrier, and looked up at the sky. Times change. Shifting stars. The characters are all different. But the stories are still strikingly similar. Even though there are new people and new things, they still remain the same. He was in hell and had seen too many people with dark natures. Many practitioners have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and naturally they cannot avoid greed and selfishness. Therefore, there are always some practitioners who choose extremely cruel methods in order to seize some beautiful things. If you can't fly high, you will break the other person's wings. In the cave, Ning Shiyu's golden light dissipated, revealing her beautiful and elegant face. Dongji Yuanzhen lowered his eyes and looked at Ning Shiyu and the hammer beside her. The hammer was originally purple, but now it began to change many colors. Colorful streams of light, shining brightly. The power is endless, as if it can shatter mountains and rivers. A faint smile appeared on Dongji Yuanzhen's face. It turned out to be the Lingyao divine ghost hammer. He thought that this thing had been destroyed in Kang Xuanji's hands, but he didn't expect that she finally relented and left something for the Ning family. It's a pity that the Lingyao divine ghost hammer seems to be incomplete, and its power will be greatly reduced when used. With the intact Lingyao divine ghost hammer, as long as it is swung, it can open up a space and trap the enemy in it. The current Lingyao Shengui hammer is completely unable to open up space. But after all, it is a supreme treasure. Even if it is incomplete, it is still astonishingly powerful. If Ning Shiyu had the strength just now, she would probably defeat all the Buddhas with one strike. Kang Xuanji. Kang Xuanji. Do you still love Emperor Qiongling more than you hate him? Otherwise, the Ning family wouldn't be left behind, right? Dongji Yuanzhen's eyes were extremely complicated, and his eyes fell on Ning Shiyu, carefully observing the changes around her body. Upon this observation, Dongji Yuanzhen showed an unpredictable expression. Suddenly burst into laughter, ha ha ha. Dongji Yuanzhen's wanton laughter startled Bailey Wenyu and interrupted Bailey Wenyu's thoughts. Yan Miyu glanced at Dongji Yuanzhen and then looked away. Shut up, Du Wu's cold warning voice came. Xiaowu, I discovered something interesting, you must want to know. Dongji Yuanzhen stopped laughing and said mysteriously. Du Wu ignored Dongji Yuanzhen and said to the secret guard, the injuries in the sea of consciousness are temporarily stable. If you want to repair them, it is best to use your soul to refine the soul replenishing pill. The more powerful the soul, the better. In addition, his danshin is completely destroyed. The best way is to dig out an inner elixir for him. Of course, you can also let him recondensate the inner alchemy. This process is more painful and difficult. It is better to dig one directly. After Dai Wu finished speaking, he opened the barrier and said, give me all your tokens and I will send you out. The secret guards looked at Dai Wu blankly, still digesting what he just said. Xiaobao woke up quickly took other people's tokens, and presented the 7 tokens with both hands. Du Wu took the token, waved his sleeves, took a drop of blood from each one, and blended it into the token. In less than a moment, Dai Wu returned the token to the secret guard and said, the restrictions on your token have been lifted, and you can leave here at any time. Qin Ziming heard Dai Wu's words and looked at Dai Wu several times. Xiao Wu, you have also lifted the restrictions on the Qin family and sent them out. Dongji Yuanzhen especially wanted to send away all the miscellaneous people. Du Wu gave Dongji Yuanzhen a blow, but still lifted the restriction for the Qin family. The secret guard took Shun Yuanzhen's away first, and the Qin family thanked Du Wu and left the secret realm. Dongji Yuanzhen approached Dai Wu with a smile on his face and said, Xiao Wu, look at Ning Yitu and observe her carefully. You must look carefully. Dai Wu looked at Ning Shiyu and the hammer beside her, and narrowed his cold eyes, what do you want to say? Dongji Yuanzhen said, you are really as sinister as Mr. Yan. I don't believe you didn't see anything. Du Wu said coldly, what can we do if we see it? You are really cold-blooded. When you were just an ordinary dog, Kang Xuanji protected you a lot. Don't look at me like that. Am I wrong? Dongji Yuanzhen as he said that, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Du Wu's whole body was filled with coldness, and he stared at Dongji Yuanzhen, if you want to die, you can continue. Yan Miyu and Bailey Wenyu looked at each other and tried to reduce their presence as much as possible. However, in the next moment, Du Wu and Dongji Yuanzhen disappeared in front of their eyes. Only then did Bailey Wenyu dare to speak out, Junior brother Yan, they seem to be quarreling about 5th senior sister. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 883 Kang Xuanji's Past 1. Within the field. Hiss, go Xiaowu, don't you know how to be gentler? Dongji Yuanzhen was lying on the ground, his image completely gone. There are footprints all over his body. Who told you to speak freely? If the Ning family and Kang family's affairs were leaked, do you know the consequences? Dai Wu asked coldly. If it weren't for the juniors outside, he would have already attacked Dongji Yuanzhen when he entered the cave. Dongji Yuanzhen looked at Du Wu with a pig-headed face and said, of course I know the consequences, so I didn't directly talk about Kang Xuanji. Dog Du Wu, did you also discover the Lingyao God and Ghost Hammer? Ah. Dongji Yuanzhen stood up, his almost invisible eyes sparkling. Xiao Wu, you had a lot of contact with Kang Xuanji back then. Can you tell me about the acquaintance between Kang Xuanji and Qiongling Emperor? No, Dawu refused coldly. Dongji Yuanzhen felt itchy. When he met Kang Xuanji, she was already with Emperor Qiongling. I really didn't know much about things before. Dongji Yuanzhen has always been curious. Why did Kang Xuanji fall in love with Emperor Qiongling? Dongji Yuanzhen took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision, and said, Xiao Wu, as long as you are willing to tell me what happened before Kang Xuanji and Qiongling Emperor met, I will return your rice bowl to you. Exclamation mark quote. Boom. Dawu's fist fell on Dongji Yuanzhen's face. Considering that Dongji Yuanzhen has no strength at all, the 5 powers of the earth are a little heavier. Dawu, stop fighting, I'll add another bone. To greet Dongji Yuanzhen, he was given a 5-pound beating. Dawu, if you move again, hiss. I'll give it back to you, isn't that enough? Dongji Yuanzhen repeatedly begged for mercy. Take it out, Dawu said with a gloomy expression. Dongji Yuanzhen Ma Lu took out several golden things and gave them to Dawu. Dawu put away his things and seemed to be in a much better mood, so he didn't notice Dongji Yuanzhen's hidden smile. Dongji Yuanzhen stood up again, approached Dawu, and asked, Xiao Wu, tell me about Kang Xuanji and Qiongling Emperor. I feel that what happened to them is related to Xuanmen. A dark red bloodthirsty light flashed across Dawu's eyes. Why? Dongji Yuanzhen explained, the annihilation of the Kang family has something to do with Xuanmen. After the Kang family was annihilated, Kang Xuanji alone escaped. The first thing she did when she escaped was to kill the mother of Emperor Qiongling, and Emperor Qiongling mother is from Xuanmen. Why didn't you tell me this before? There was a cold light in Dawu's eyes. Since he followed the Empress, he has been focusing on staying in the underworld and improving his strength. When he heard about what happened to the Kang family, it was already too late to help. Kang Xuanji was kind to him, so after learning that the Kang family was destroyed, he immediately wanted to find Kang Xuanji. However, Kang Xuanji was nowhere to be found at that time. He put in a lot of effort, but there was no sign of him. There are so many things involved in the destruction of the Kang family. I won't let you know. Plus, you were no match for the Xuanmen at that time. So what can I do if I tell you? Dongji Yuanzhen said in a low voice. Dawu's expression paused slightly and remained silent, as if he was lost in memories. Half an hour passed. Dawu said, I was the most ordinary beast in the Kang family's territory at that time. I was not treated well by other beasts. Only Kang Xuanji treated me differently. She often comes to my place to practice and brings me some food. But, one day, she came again. This time, instead of practicing, she started to be in a daze. She said that she met a weak young man when she was clearing out outsiders. That boy looks extremely weak, but he has a tenacity and perseverance that other strong men don't have. After that, she came to me more frequently, saying it was strange why the young man seemed to be able to calculate and save her from fire and water. Kang Xuanji is the heir trained by the Kang family. She has an iron-handed attitude. Everyone thinks very highly of her. But Kang Xuanji said that the young man was different. He could understand her hard work, take care of her, not put pressure on her, allow her to have weaknesses, and not strictly demand her. Dongji Yuanzhen's eyes turned evil when he heard this. The heirs of a family are carefully selected and go through countless hardships. The heirs enjoy the best resources of the clan. Naturally, they have to protect their own people and bear more pressure. And heirs should not have weaknesses. Emperor Qiongling actually said such words to Kang Xuanji with bad intentions. Dongji Yuanzhen thought so, but did not interrupt Dawu's words. She mentioned him more and more often, and she began to neglect her training. She was originally a leader, a role model for heirs of all races, but gradually, she lost her advantage. Thousands of years have passed, but my strength has not improved, and I don't care much about the affairs of the Kang clan. During that time, although her strength did not improve, she had the most smile on her face. It seemed that the young man's existence made her very happy. However, she is supported by her past glory. The Kang family has not removed her as the young master and still wants to continue to cultivate her. During this period, a young man from the Ning family rose to fame, replacing Kang Xuanji's reputation among his peers. When Kang Xuanji mentioned the boy, her eyes were filled with pride. She said that after he finally caught up with her, they could work hard together. But later, the smile on her face began to fade away, because as the young master of the Kang family, she will inherit the Kang family in the future, and the lover she chooses must join the Kang family. Since ancient times, the strong have made the rules. Kang Xuanji is strong enough to support her in finding a man to come to the Kang family. There are also many outstanding peers who are willing to join the Kang family. However, the boy she liked was the only one who was unwilling and asked her to marry into the Ning family. The family will never allow a carefully cultivated heir to marry outside. Kang Xuanji was obviously in love with the boy at that time. She always had a frown on her face. Her cultivation level plummeted again, and she was even slightly behind her peers from all races. The young man from the Ning family has an even greater reputation. It was at this time that I met Empress Haotu, who came to see Kang Xuanji. The two of them talked about many things and did not avoid me at all. The Empress persuaded Kang Xuanji to abandon the Ning family, saying that the water in the Ning family was very deep, and that Ning Qiongling had bad intentions. Later, when the Empress left the Kang family, she took me away. Kang Xuanji asked me not to return to the Kang family, let alone to interfere with the Kang family's affairs. That's all I know. Killing intent emerged in Dawu's eyes. At that time, his knowledge was too shallow to understand Kang Xuanji's affairs. Looking at it now, he can understand that Kang Xuanji was probably plotted by Qiongling Emperor. Dongji Yuanzhen was speechless. Oh my god. Kang Xuanji is actually a love brain. After you entered the underworld, you didn't care about worldly affairs. Do you want to guess how the outside world spread the news about Kang Xuanji? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 884 Kang Xuanji's Past 2. Dawu's eyes flashed with a biting coldness. How did you spread it? Dong Ji Yuanzhen shook his head, motioned Daiwu to sit next to him, and sighed, the rumor is outrageous. If I hadn't dealt with Kang Xuanji, I would have believed it to be true. Kang Xuanji was indeed the best among her peers at first, and then she was inexplicably lost among everyone. Many people say that Kang Xuanji's strength in the early stage was due to the resources of the Kang family. Later, the Kang family had a rift with her, and if they did not give her resources, she would not be able to do it. What followed was Ning Qiangling's fame. All the powerful people praised him, saying that he had accumulated a lot of experience, unlike Kang Xuanji, who was eager for quick success, and damaged his foundation, and his future achievements would be the same. And there are people from Xuanmen who deduce that Ning Qiangling has the qualifications to be a great emperor. Then, news came out that Kang Xuanji was stalking Ning Qiangling. She was even willing to give up her position as the young master of the Kang family, but she also wanted to stick to Ning Qiangling. Compared to the Kang family, who has a profound foundation, the Ning family is naturally not good enough. Later, it was reported that the Kang family took advantage of the opportunity to suppress the Ning family, forcing Ning Qiangling to marry Kang Xuanji. The Kang family took a fancy to Ning Qiangling's potential and wanted to become the future emperor in advance. In order to protect the Ning family, Ning Qiangling was a righteous person. Kang Xuanji became an arrogant and domineering eldest daughter of the Kang family. In short, in the eyes of the powerful, Ning Qiangling has suffered a great injustice, and Kang Xuanji has taken a huge advantage. There were still many people who didn't believe this at first. After all, Kang Xuanji was the proud daughter of heaven in the past. Everyone who works alongside her knows her excellence. It's just that these people are gradually drifting away from Kang Xuanji, and Kang Xuanji can't keep up with any of her peers. The first time I met Kang Xuanji was at the Ning family. She gave birth to a son for the Ning family. The baby was only 100 days old, but he was already in the state of becoming a god. Everyone in the Ning family welcomed us with smiles on their faces. Zhu Qiang was amazed when he saw the newborn baby of the Ning family. The empress did not look after the child and went to see Kang Xuanji immediately. Kang Xuanji's entire figure is haggard, her face is as pale as paper, her eyes are dim and lifeless, she looks like a dying person. I remember that before Kang Xuanji entered the Ning family, she had the cultivation of a quasi-emperor. Her lifespan was almost as long as heaven and earth. I don't know why she became like that after giving birth to a child. When Dong Ji Yuanzhen said this, the chill in Daiwu's eyes was enough to kill someone. Dong Ji Yuanzhen's body trembled. Don't be cool, it's not me who did this. You were in seclusion at that time, so I didn't take you there. Continue. Daiwu's black pupils gradually turned scarlet, and they were bone-chilling. Dong Ji Yuanzhen raised his hand and patted Daiwu on the head. Looking at Daiwu's murderous eyes, he continued, the empress saw that her former friend had almost turned into a paper figure. She was very angry and wanted to settle the score with the Ning family. Kang Xuanji grabbed hold of the empress and begged her desperately not to attack the Ning family. She even almost knelt down in front of her. At that moment I saw disappointment and sadness in the eyes of the empress. But the moment the empress grabbed Kang Xuanji's hand, the look in her eyes turned into anger again. The empress took Kang Xuanji away from the Ning family forcefully and found a place far away from the Ning family. It's strange. After Kang Xuanji left the Ning family, her eyes became a little brighter. Although she still looked confused, a lot of vitality in her body recovered. My queen sometimes goes back to the underworld to handle affairs, and I am the one who stays with Kang Xuanji there. At first, I was full of contempt for Kang Xuanji because of the rumors outside, so I didn't care about her at all. The Ning family outside is looking for Kang Xuanji like crazy, and even pressured the empress to hand over Kang Xuanji. Everyone was beaten back by the empress. 100 years after Kang Xuanji left the Ning family, she completely woke up, but she had no strength at all and had to start practicing again. The empress gave her countless treasures for her to practice. Kang Xuanji didn't say anything. She was immersed in cultivation. Occasionally she would ask me about cultivation. During the conversation and practice with her, I found that her cultivation talent and understanding were extraordinary, especially her understanding of the Tao, which inspired me greatly, and I broke through the realm that I had been stuck in for a long time. The longer you stay in contact with Kang Xuanji, you will find that the rumors outside are simply outrageous. It is absolutely impossible for her strength to be accumulated by resources. If Ning Qiangling is placed in front of her, her fart won't even count. It's nothing but a name. I also asked her about the rumors, but she kept silent. She was practicing well here, but Ning Qiangling still came over and brought the child with her. It's strange that a child who was born in the divine transformation realm can only reach the sky-peeping realm after such a long time. Then, Kang Xuanji and Ning Qiangling returned to Ning's house. I didn't stop them. The empress had something to do and she couldn't get away, and she had no time to take care of Kang Xuanji. I secretly went to Ning's house to see her several times and found that she was very happy and the smile on her face never stopped. I didn't understand it, but I thought maybe it was because she loved him, that's why she was like this. I stared at it for a long time and found nothing unusual, so I returned to the underworld and began to retreat. After that, I knew things were just like you. Ning Qiangling became Qiangling Emperor, the Kang family was exterminated, Kang Xuanji went crazy and took revenge on the Ning family, killing everyone in the Ning family, and destroying the Ning family's ancestral treasures, and has since disappeared. But some strong people said that when Kang Xuanji attacked the Ning family, Ning Qiangling and the child escaped by chance. However, after Kang Xuanji disappeared, the Ning family also disappeared. No one knows whether this is true or not. After Dong Ji Yuanzhen said this, his eyes gradually became serious. I don't know exactly what happened to the Kang family and the Ning family. I only know that after Kang Xuanji chose to return to the Ning family, the empress never took care of her again. Matter. My queen was very afraid when she mentioned the Ning family. She asked me to leave it alone, let alone tell you about the Kang family. Dawu, Kang Xuanji was definitely set up by the Ning family. That child is very abnormal. Kang Xuanji seems to be manipulated by the Ning family with some inexplicable power. The Ning family has always been unknown, and Ning Qiongling is a loser. Why is there a chance to deal with outsiders? With his strength, he was basically going to die, but he was saved by Kang Xuanji, and his life path changed from then on, and even the Ning family soared into the sky. I have specifically investigated the Ning family before. Ning Qiongling father relied on the same model to marry the legitimate daughter of Xuanmen and gave birth to Ning Qiongling. Then Ning Qiongling married the heir of the Kang family. From then on, the status of the Ning family changed. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 885 The relationship between Kang Xuanji and Ning Xiyu. Ning Qiongling used Kang Xuanji to give him resources and gradually became a strong person. As a result, the outside world thought that Ning Qiongling was forced to marry Kang Xuanji, with really sinister intentions. The one you are talking about is Ning Qiongling. Thankfully Ning Qiongling is dead. If he stands in front of me now, I will definitely blow his head off. Dongji Yuanzhen clenched his fists and said angrily. After listening to Dongji Yuanzhen's words, Dawu was silent. Dongji Yuanzhen felt the cold pressure around him and involuntarily moved a little further away from the ground. After a long while, Dawu said, Ning Qiongling is not dead, and neither is the child. Ning Xiyu must be a descendant of that child, but for some reason, she did not receive the true inheritance of the Ning family, nor the blood of the Kang family. Power. There was a hint of mockery on Dongji Yuanzhen's face, but Ning Qiongling has committed too many sins and is timid. He is afraid that Ning Xiyu's existence will expose his position. After all, as long as your strength reaches a certain level, you can deduce a lot of things based on your close relatives. If Ning Xiyu really inherited everything from the Ning family, then it would be easy for them to find her ancestors. Dongji Yuanzhen only felt a little headache. It seemed that he still had to find someone from Xuanmen. Dongji, the child born to Kang Xuanji may be the son of the rebirth curse. Dawu said seriously. FCK, the son of the rebirth curse. How dare the Ning family dare? No, the Ning family doesn't dare, Xuanmen dares. Dongji Yuanzhen carefully recalled the first time he met Kang Xuanji. Shaped like a withered mother. A baby in the realm of 100 days of transformation. What do you think? Why is it abnormal? And the angry look on Queen Haotu's face. So what Dawu said is very likely to be true. Dongji Yuanzhen narrowed his eyes slightly. That's not right. After the son of the rebirth curse is born, he will cannibalize the mother's body. Kang Xuanji was still alive and well at that time. In addition, the son of the rebirth curse cannot have offspring. Also, I remember the child's talent is not good at all. If he is really the son of the resurrection curse, he cannot be so bad and only advance once in thousands of years. After Dongji Yuanzhen said these words, his face turned dark and extremely ugly. He had another guess in his mind, that is, there were other children between Kang Xuanji and Ning Qiongling. For a moment, Dongji Yuanzhen didn't know what to feel. There was no news at all about this second child. Before the Kang and Ning families were exterminated, the possibility of secretly having a child was very slim. In other words, this child was probably born after that. Dongji Yuanzhen couldn't explain how he felt now, and there was a breath stuck in his heart that couldn't be released. When Kang Xuanji attacked the Ning family, Ning Qionglin's strength was far stronger than Kang Xuanji's. He didn't know what method Kang Xuanji used to destroy the Ning family. But it was definitely done with Ning Qionglin's tacit consent. Ning Qiongling turned the talented Kang Xuanji into a mediocre person for the sake of the prosperity of the Ning family. He also used Kang Xuanji to destroy the Ning family. What exactly does Ning Qiongling want to do? Dongji Yuanzhen stood up suddenly. Xiao Wu, help me regain my strength quickly. I want to find the Xuanmen people. Dawu flipped his wrist. Dongji Yuanzhen's token fell into his palm, and he raised his hand to draw a few talismans on the token. Dongji Yuanzhen suddenly felt that the shackles that restricted him disappeared, and his strength gradually recovered. Xiaowu, you are such a good person. How can I live without you? Dongji Yuanzhen was moved and took the token, with smiles in his eyes. Dawu gave Dongji Yuanzhen a cold look and led him out of the domain. When they came out, the sky and the earth were violently windy, and the terrifying coercion was spreading everywhere. Yan Miyu and Bailey Wenyu seemed to be unable to bear the pressure, but they were still worried about Ning Xiyu, so they struggled not to leave. Dawu waved his sleeves and laid down a barrier. Dawu took Bailey Wenyu's token and also lifted the restrictions imposed by the rules on Bailey Wenyu. Thank you, Senior Dawu. Bailey Wenyu saluted. Dawu didn't respond. His eyes fell on Ning Xiyu. She is somewhat similar to Kang Xuanji, but not completely different. Kang Xuanji has that kind of flamboyant and heroic beauty. Ning Xiyu is the kind of delicate, elegant and smart beauty. Ning Xiyu could not see the shadow of Ning Qiongling at all, but the Ling Yao divine ghost hammer belonged to the Ning family. If she can defeat this hammer, she must be of Ning family blood. The Ling Yao divine ghost hammer flashed with colorful light. Ning Xiyu felt full of power in her body at this moment. The power that continuously entered her body was very gentle. Gently unblock her 8 meridians. The spiritual energy at the spiritual root is condensed and concentrated. The color of the spiritual power stored in the body also changed, turning into gold. Ning Xiyu clearly felt that what remained in her spiritual roots was no longer spiritual power, but a more powerful force. She couldn't tell what kind of power it was. The only thing that is certain is that this power is extremely powerful. Click. The confinement in the body disappears. His previous strength was completely restored. What follows is that the realm continues to rise. Eventually it stops at a certain level. There is no thunder tribulation in the simulated secret area, so you can only wait until you get out to overcome the tribulation. Ning Xiyu slowly opened her eyes and regained all her strength. She grabbed the hammer on the ground and ducked out of the cave. Swing the hammer in the direction of the cave with all your strength. Boom. The mountain in front of me suddenly collapsed. It all turned into powder, not gravel. Seeing this, Ning Xiyu smiled with satisfaction. This was the weapon she wanted. She would not give the enemy a chance to talk nonsense. Seeing this scene, Dawu suddenly changed his previous thoughts. At this moment, Ning Xiyu and Kang Xuanji were almost identical. Fifth senior sister, congratulations on your promotion. Bailey Wenyu said enviously. Don't worry, I will protect you from now on. Ning Xiyu said boldly. Dongji Yuanzhen touched Dawu with his arm and said through a message, Go Xiaowu, I thought of another possibility. Do you think Ning Xiyu was born from a descendant of Kang Xuanji and a descendant of the Ning family? Who can guarantee that no one in the Ning family, except Ning Qiongling and that child, will slip through the net? Dawu looked gloomy when he heard Dongji Yuanzhen's message. Dongji Yuanzhen couldn't wait for Dawu's response, and continued to transmit the message, Go Dawu, let's get out of the secret realm quickly and find the people of Shuanmen. This is the battlefield of the juniors. Let's not get too involved. Dawu refused, You go out first, I have to deal with some things. What's going on? I'm with you. Dongji Yuanzhen didn't know what the sense of boundaries was. After all, it was safer to stay with Dawu. Need not. After Dawu's words fell, he disappeared in front of Dongji Yuanzhen. Dongji Yuanzhen instantly lost the aura of Earth 5, and his face turned gloomy. He glanced at Ning Xiyu and turned around to leave without saying much. Fifth senior sister, I seem to see disgust in the eyes of senior Dongji. Bailey Wenyu said helplessly. At the same time, somewhere on the first floor, the teams of Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu collided, and they both fell in love with the same beast. This beast belongs to our Jiang family. I advise you to get out of here. A man in black beside Jiang Chanyu said coldly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 886 Who did you give it to? Xiaowu, what are you doing here? Aren't those the boys from the Jiang family and the Chu family? I heard that the Jiang family and the Chu family are at odds. Dongji Yuanzhen stood in the air next to Dawu and looked at the two teams below. They completely concealed their aura, so neither team noticed that anyone was observing them from above. Dongji Yuanzhen touched his chin and thought, something is wrong. There is something wrong with Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu's eyes. This is not how enemies look when they meet. Xiao Wu, do you think Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu are the kind of people who cherish each other, but are forced to become enemies due to family hatred? The kid next to Jiang Chanyu is really verbose. If you have time to force him, you might as well take action directly. The Jiang family's team is obviously much better equipped than the Chu family. As long as you take action, you will definitely kill all the Chu family. Ellipsis. Dongji Yuanzhen said a lot as if he was just watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. Dawu was annoyed by his quarrel and gave Dongji Yuanzhen a cold look. Shut up. Why should you shut up? Don't you think my narration is interesting? I bring fun and excitement to your life. If you don't thank me, just forget it, and you're still trying to hurt me. Dongji Yuanzhen covered his chest, revealing a heartbroken expression. Look. Dawu felt his temples twitching suddenly and wanted to throw Dongji Yuanzhen down. Xiaowu, your life is too monotonous. Don't worry, brother is here to ensure that your future life will be exciting. After Dongji Yuanzhen finished speaking, he successfully received a knife in the eye. Dongji Yuanzhen hurriedly looked away and continued to look down. He was afraid that Wu Hui would go crazy if he continued talking. Dongji Yuanzhen frowned slightly. Xiao Wu, they seem to be quarreling on purpose. They seem to be acting. Are they trying to trap something? Dawu gave Dongji Yuanzhen a look of disdain, which seemed to mean, did you just see it? Below. The disciple next to Jiang Chanyu and a disciple of the Chu family were so quarrelsome that they refused to give in to each other. The disciples of the Yi family are always on guard, holding weapons in their hands, ready to attack the Jiang family at any time. The two secret guards of the Jiang family have been looking around, waiting for their prey to appear. As the stalemate between the Jiang family and the Chu family became longer and longer, Jiang Chanyu's expression changed. Chu Beizu's eyes dimmed and he nodded to Jiang Chanyu. In an instant, a disciple of the Chu family launched an attack on the disciples of the Jiang family, but if you look closely, you can see that they all restrained their strength. Suddenly, the other disciples couldn't hold it any longer and started fighting with each other. Chu Beizu wanted to stop him, but he seemed to have scruples and didn't move. It was at this time. A beast that looked like a bull rushed out. The two horns of the bull's head were like scimitars, extremely sharp and shining with an icy cold light. There is a row of sharp teeth in the mouth. It fell silently into the fight, trying to gain an advantage silently. But just when it was about to do something behind its back, Jiang Chanyu's voice sounded, the prey is coming. Chu Beizu also made moves for the people in the team, asking them to attack the beast behind them. The beast looked at the weapon pointed at it, but suddenly laughed. The laugh is crazy and slightly perverted. Cunning two-legged beasts, you're indeed the most insidious people. I love you so much. Only by eating such complicated food as you can I feel a sense of accomplishment. Dongji Yuanzhen looked down from the clouds and exclaimed, FCK. Why did Qiongqi appear here? One of the four ferocious beasts that disappeared mysteriously in ancient times is actually in this simulated secret realm. This is something Dongji Yuanzhen never expected. Dawu's eyes were dark, and he was also surprised. He knew that Jiang Chanyu and others were waiting for prey, but he didn't know that they were waiting for Qiongqi. Perhaps, they didn't even know that Qiongqi would come out. Qiongqi is the most ferocious and cruel beast among the four ferocious beasts. It likes to do evil the most, but it also likes to feed on evil. Xiaowu, do we want to take action? The group of rookies below are definitely no match for Qiongqi. Dongji Yuanzhen said this, of course, not to save the contestants below. He was just afraid that Qiongqi would destroy the secret realm. No need, Dawu said coldly. Dongji Yuanzhen wanted to say something else, but Dawu flicked his sleeves and added another layer of barrier. Dongji Yuanzhen didn't understand Dawu's actions. Below. A group of contestants surrounded Qiongqi. Ouch, who poked me in the butt? Kyongchi shouted angrily, and when he raised his hind hooves, a terrifying force burst out. Immediately, several contestants flew out and dropped their weapons. Young master, he's dead. A secret guard beside Jiang Chanyu said. At this moment, apart from Jiang Chanyu and the two secret guards beside him, Chu Beizu was the only one who did not join in the fight against the ferocious beast. Chanyu, why does this beast look a bit like Kyongchi? Chu Beizu said with a slight trembling. It's Kyongchi. Jiang Chanyu said to the two secret guards, you go and deal with it too. Young master, we want to protect you. The secret guard said coldly. Go quickly, Jiang Chanyu said with a majestic expression. The two secret guards looked at each other and took out their weapons to deal with Kyongchi. Jiang Chanyu stared at Kyongchi and keenly noticed that Kyongchi's strength had dropped significantly after killing several contestants. According to the rules of the simulated secret realm, a delicate balance will be maintained between the strength of the beasts and the contestants. And the power Kyongchi just burst out violated the rules. Therefore, it must be subject to rules, and it is best to deal with it at this time. Chu Beizu didn't think of this level. He just felt sorry for his dead children, 3 of whom were children of the Chu family. Jiang Chanyu glanced sideways at Chu Beizu for a few times. Seeing that he looked distracted, he suddenly said, Beizu, I want to ask you to borrow a weapon to use against Kyongchi. Chu Beizu was in a bad mood. What weapon? A hammer. Jiang Chanyu's eyes dimmed, remembering his ancestors' instructions that the ancestors of the Jiang family had a magical weapon left outside, and it eventually fell into the hands of the Chu family. Hammer. Purple. Chu Beizu felt a strange feeling in his heart when he looked at Jiang Chanyu's insightful eyes. Yes. Jiang Chanyu avoided Chu Beizu's gaze. Chu Beizu said calmly, the thing is no longer in my hand. Jiang Chanyu became nervous. Who did you give it to? At this time. Roar. Kyongchi's thundering roar sounded. There were many scars on it. You guys are so perfect for me. Of course, those contestants didn't get any favors either. Except for the two secret guards, all others were exhausted. Kyongchi is the leader of the 4 ferocious beasts. Even if his strength is limited by the secret realm, he is still no match for him through ordinary cultivation. Kyongchi's whip-shaped tail whipped violently, and several more contestants fell to the ground. Within half a quarter of an hour, the number of contestants besieging it became more than a dozen. Kyongchi was very dissatisfied that someone was actually more sinister and cunning than it. If this matter were to be heard by other ferocious beasts, it would definitely be laughed to death. Kyongchi's eyes rolled around and he decided to hold back a big move. He looked around and his eyes fell on Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu. Chu Beizu saw Kyongchi rushing towards them, pulled Jiang Chanyu away, and then quickly raised his bow and shot an arrow. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 887 I'm afraid the world will not be chaotic. Whoosh. A feather arrow shot out. Kyongchi dodged the oncoming arrow. One jumped down and threw Chu Beizu down, turned his head at a weird angle, and cut his horns down towards Chu Beizu. Beizu, Jiang and Jiang Yi, hurry up and take out that thing. Save him, hurry, Jiang Chanyu shouted sharply, completely losing his appearance as young master Qian. The two secret guards, Jiang and Jiang Yi, were slightly hesitant. When they hesitated, one of Kyongchi's horns penetrated Chu Beizu's body. Chu Beizu's forehead was covered with thin beads of sweat. Seeing this, Jiang Chanyu was anxious and regretful. He took out a black token, raised it, and said coldly, Jiang and Jiang Yi execute the order. Jiang and Jiang Yi no longer hesitated, each quickly took out a talisman and stuck it on Kyongchi's body. At this moment, the entire space seemed to have stopped. Jiang Chanyu anxiously came to Chu Beizu and said, save people. Jiang and Jiang Yi went over and struggled to lift Kyongchi. Pooh. The sharp blade was drawn out of the body. Jiang Chanyu dragged Chu Beizu out. The whole process only takes a few breaths. The next moment, Kyongchi moved. The other contestants looked at the secret guard who grabbed Kyongchi's 2 front hooves, and their eyes changed from shock to confusion. Why didn't they kill Kyongchi? Jiang and Jiang Yi quickly let go of Kyongchi. Dare to use the time-stopping talisman to yin me, you are really more and more in line with my appetite. After Kyongchi finished speaking, he flashed to the position where more than a dozen contestants died, and devoured them one by one. After Kyongchi swallowed the corpse, he found that his strength had recovered a lot. And Jiang Chanyu had already led the surviving contestants to escape far away. Kyongchi glanced at the direction they left and did not choose to pursue them. A layer of rules restricts it too much, otherwise none of them would be able to escape. Cao Ti, you swindler, get out of here. Why didn't you tell me the first floor was like this? Kyongchi shouted. You were willing to come here, do you blame me? Cao Ti walked out leisurely. If you hadn't told me that there were extremely guilty contestants on the first floor, could I have come down? Kyongchi glared at Cao Ti. If it weren't for the rules of the secret realm, it would definitely eat Cao Ti. Cao Ti said nonchalantly, I asked you to inform Master Feng that there are extremely guilty people on the first floor. What about you? In order to prevent chaos in the world, you hid the news and came to the first floor privately. Cao Ti wanted to go to the 3rd floor and personally inform Feng Qinggran. But there is a strange seal on the first layer. It cannot be opened and the only way is to contact the beast. Cao Ti really didn't expect that the news would reach Kyongchi. Kyongchi didn't feel guilty when he heard Cao Ti's words. I don't want to solve the problem for Phoenix Master so that I can get a reward. Maybe Phoenix Master will let me out when he is happy. Cao Ti gloated. Reward. Go ahead and dream. If you reveal your identity, those contestants will definitely spread the news that a vicious beast has appeared in the secret realm. You are in trouble. Spread the word. How can this be done? I have to silence them. After Kyongchi finished speaking, he turned around and chased Jiang Chanyu and the others. Cao Ti, you did a great job. Killing someone with a borrowed knife. This time Kyongchi will die. If we work together to get rid of chaos, we will become the only two ferocious beasts in the future. The human-faced tiger stepped out from the darkness. Tao Wu, is your head numb? If you die in the simulated secret, it will not cause damage to our body. Tao Ti is very tired. Without asking, it knows that Tao Wu is here to join in the fun. Even the appearance of evil spirits does not arouse their nervousness, and they are still in conflict with each other. Never mind. They have no memory of their clones and have no idea what evil spirits mean. Tao Ti, to tell you the truth, Chaos and I secretly tampered with the secret realm. If we die here, our soul will be seriously injured, and if it's serious, we will die. Yao Ju said excitedly. Where the clouds lie. Dongji Yuanzun's whole face was twitching. To be honest, the four ferocious beasts are not stupid, and they are also very smart. But there's a problem with them. Infighting broke out. No worries. Even if we lose 1,000 to ourselves, we still have to deal with each other. However, if an outsider wants to attack the four of them, they will unite and attack the outside world unanimously. However, in this external process, once the enemies are in a weak position, they immediately start to plot against each other. Xiaowu, I know why there is a problem in the secret realm. It must be the work of Yongzhao and Chaos, and then the evil spirits happened to discover this loophole, so what happened now? Dongji Yuanzun expressed his speculation. Well, you watch them, I'll go after Qiongqi. Dai Wu said absently. He had something to verify. When Dai Wu left, Tati and Yaoju left and found someone hiding above the clouds. Just as Dongji Yuanzun blinked, Tati and Yaoju appeared, one behind the other, blocking his way. There was glistening liquid hanging from the corner of Tati's mouth. This contestant seems a bit strong. Tati, he will give you food to increase your strength. Yaoju's voice was full of encouragement. Tati glanced at Dongji Yuanzun's token, squatted down, took a sip of saliva, and said, You eat, I'll give it to you. Yaoju paused for a moment, then said in a pretentious manner, Tati, I am doing this for your own good. You can increase your strength by eating him. Tati was unmoved. He is Phoenix Lord's teammate. I don't want to talk about it. Dongji Yuanzun looked at Tati with strange eyes. If it weren't for the drool flowing from the corner of your mouth, I would have almost believed it. Tati, you eat him, and I will keep it a secret for you. Phoenix Master will definitely not know about it. Anyway, his body has been swallowed, so there is no way to complain. Yaoju continued to encourage. Can you discuss it behind my back? Or you can send a message. Dongji Yuanzun said helplessly. In front of him, they discussed eating him. Do you think you don't take him seriously? Okay. His strength is beyond compare. It was normal for Tati and Yaoju to ignore him. Tati, he is a remnant from ancient times. If he misses this village, this delicious food will be gone. Don't you really think about it? Yaojuo's voice had an inexplicable power of bewitchment. Tati drooled even more, causing the team passing below to think it was raining. Captain, why is it raining only in this area? How strange. A team member got wet. What the hell? Why does this rainwater stink? It can't be poisonous, right? Captain, help me, I can't open the storage space and there is no detoxification pill. The wailing beneath the clouds did not attract the attention above. Tati stared at Dongji Yuanzun with burning eyes. The body he had seized was still an ancient remnant soul. The rich ancient aura made it almost lose its mind. But when it was about to bite Dongji Yuanzun, a golden bone was stuffed into its mouth. This taste. 10,000 years of mysterious gold. Tati swallowed the thing in one gulp. The next moment, the corners of Dongji Yuanzun's lips curled up slightly, and he shouted loudly, Duwu, help me. Your bones have been swallowed by a vicious beast. Then, before Tati and Yaoju could react, Dongji Yuanzun made a seal and disappeared. Chase, he has 10,000 years of profound gold on his body, Tati said decisively. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 888 10,000 years of mysterious gold. Tati quickly chased after Dongji Yuanzun. Yaoju stayed where he was, his eyes flashing with calculation. Tao Wu, are you sure the little rookie in front can hurt Tati and Qiongqi? Chaos figure gradually emerged opposite Yuzu. Of course, it's impossible, Yaoju said, waving his slender tail. Chaos pretended to be worried, then our plan will be ruined. Yao Zhao's eyes fell on Chaos and suddenly asked, Chaos, do you still remember the evil ancestor? Chaos was puzzled. Why are the demons involved? Didn't they come to the secret realm this time? Yongzhu really said seriously, evil spirits and evil demons are from the same clan, they just have different cultivation directions. Any creature can choose to become an evil spirit as long as it falls by itself. From then on, it can make a living by devouring all kinds of evil thoughts and strengthen its own strength. You also know that good thoughts are hard to find and precious in the world, but evil thoughts are everywhere. In the prehistoric period, if a saint hadn't reacted quickly and killed the evil spirit ancestor, the plane would have been ruled by evil spirits. Just now Tati mentioned that evil spirits appeared on the first floor. I feel that the situation is a bit bad. The rules we set must have allowed evil spirits to take advantage of loopholes. They may steal our victory. After hearing what Yao Zhao said, Chaos began to think seriously. Once the evil spirit appears, it will definitely become a reality. If they ignore the evil spirits in the secret realm and allow them to grow in strength, they will eventually suffer along with them. But if they join forces to deal with evil spirits, this plan will come to naught. Tao Wu, I really don't want to give up such an opportunity. Chaos Bear has a strong body, and his voice sounds a bit honest. Don't give in, hold it in. If we continue to fight among ourselves, it will definitely give the evil spirits an opportunity, and it will be easy for them to take advantage of them. The original intention of our plan is to seize the power of other ferocious beasts, not to give it to the evil spirits. An opportunity to stab you in the back. Chaos's eyes lit up and he was instantly relieved. It makes sense. There are plenty of opportunities to plot against other ferocious beasts. We must first eliminate external threats before we can prepare for internal fighting. I don't want to have the victory stolen by old Sixth. Yao Ju stared at Chaos for a while and said, there is a problem now. Our interference with the first level rules must be resolved quickly, otherwise, Yinglong will be stabbed. The consequences are hard to say. Originally, it was allowed for ferocious beasts to fight among themselves and kill each other. But since Fang Qingran appeared, things have changed. If they dare to kill each other, they will starve and are not allowed to eat food within the 10 directions. This simply chokes their lifeline. Every fruit grown in the Shifang domain is extremely sweet. Even a mediocre piece of grass is very fresh and tender. Not to mention that Fang Qingran also raised a group of beasts for them to eat. The meat of those beasts was hundreds of times more delicious than the meat of ferocious beasts. Therefore, in order to get a mouthful of delicious food, they have to suppress their ferocious nature, and they do not dare to kill each other every time they fight, so they cannot seize the power of the ferocious beasts. Yongzhu originally wanted to take advantage of this simulated secret realm to cause trouble, but fearing the risks, he specially invited Chaos to attack only the ferocious beasts and practitioners on the first level. As a result, an evil spirit appeared halfway. Everything goes to waste. What they do will certainly be exposed as well. When Fang Qingran noticed the anomaly on the first floor, he came here. When Yuzhuo thought of this, his body trembled unconsciously. Yao Ju stared at Chaos across from him in trance. How could Chaos take all the blame? It doesn't want to fast after returning to the Shifang realm. Now, Yinglong, Zhu Juyan, Bai Fang and others are obeying Fang Qingran, and it has no power to resist at all. Chaos must be allowed to resist everything. Otherwise, the sweet honey will not be available to it. Chaos, we can't sit still and wait for death. We must solve the first level problems as soon as possible to prevent the evil spirits from taking advantage of the loopholes. Yushu said seriously. How to solve it? Chaos was also afraid that there would be no food to eat when he returned. He seemed to have seen the tender roast lamb drifting away. Yaoju threw a scroll to Chaos. You use this to fix the loopholes in the rules, and I will go find the evil spirits. Evil spirits are more dangerous, so leave it to me. After you change the rules, you must come quickly to help. Yaoju explained a few more words and then left seriously. Chaos held the scroll in his mouth and looked in the direction where Yaoju left, his eyes sinister, and he let out a cold snort. A secret realm. Somewhere. Dongji Yuanzhen was so anxious to escape that he almost threw himself into Dawu's arms without noticing. Dawu stepped away with a cold face. Dongji Yuanzhen immediately asked for help. Dawu, save me, Tati wants to eat me. How much have you hidden? Dawu asked through gritted teeth. He noticed a familiar scent, it must be his thing. So Dongji Yuanzhen still has his things in his hands. Just a little bit. Dongji Yuanzhen had no time to feel guilty at this time. Those in front, please hand over the 10,000 years mysterious gold, and I can let you go. Tati followed up and shouted. If it weren't for the feeling that Dawu's aura was a little dangerous. Tati had already rushed over at this moment. The moment Dawu saw Tati, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he flashed in front of it, with a golden stick in his hand, and he whipped Tati very quickly. Ow. Tati howled and said angrily, how dare you use 10,000 years of profound gold to hit me, you are dead. Dawu was no nonsense and moved faster with his hands. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be Tati's opponent. But this is a secret realm. Tati can't show much strength. No revenge at this time. When will it be? Earth 5 specializes in picking out Tati's weak points and drawing them out. Tati wanted to resist at first, but finally realized that it couldn't beat Dawu now, so he wanted to run away. However, Dawu has stopped leaving the barrier for a long time. There is no escape for Tati. When Dongji Yuanzhen saw the scene of Tati being beaten, his heart twitched, and he murmured, this is such a cruel attack. It seems that Xiao Wu is really kind to me. I should mess with him less in the future. Roar, ouch. Stop, if you hit me again, I will fight back. Tati threatened while jumping around. It was greeted with a harder knock. Dawu is very particular about where he starts. They're all the most painful places. Tati feels regretful at this moment. Another enemy provoked by gluttony. When it was strong and powerful, no grass would grow wherever it went, not even a root system would be left behind. Therefore, there are many races. But who made it powerful at that time? It is also powerful. Brothers and sisters dominate almost everywhere. It robs all races of food without any regrets. After all, who calls it powerful? It just eats some food and has not wiped out the entire race. Unexpectedly, things have turned around. Its strength weakened and other races became stronger. In fact, after entering the simulated secret realm and seeing the beasts around Phoenix Master, it had a bad premonition. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 889 The Mysterious Man Reappears. At that time, after being beaten next to Fang Qingran, Tati breathed a sigh of relief, at least they didn't join forces to destroy it. It thought it was over. Unexpectedly, there was an even more ferocious one waiting for it on the first floor. Tati regrets it. It regrets coming to the first floor. It should follow the Phoenix Master. The beast next to her has already beaten it to vent its anger, and it will definitely not do it again. Tati felt pain all over his body, as if his skin had been peeled off and cramped. Tati cannot dodge every stick from Dawu. Simply choose to lie down. 5 dozen at will. Anyway, it has a rough skin and thick flesh, so it is just a good meal, so it is considered as repaying the debt. Seeing Tati no longer hiding, Dawu stopped his movements and said coldly, if you dare to go to the underworld again, you will die. He wanted to kill Tati. Back then, every time Tati came to the underworld to steal food, it would cause chaos in the underworld. The Empress is afraid of the power behind Tati, and Tati is very shrewd. He only steals treasures to eat and does not attack the beings in the underworld. The Empress could only teach Tati a lesson every time and then throw him out. If you don't go, I won't go. Can you have any good things in the underworld? Tao Ti beat him 5 times without hesitation, but he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him. All it regrets is its high-profile gluttony. The 5 eyes on the ground were cold and murderous. At this moment, a miserable cry came from the distance. Xiaowu, it's Qiongqi, Dongji Yuanzhen said in a deep voice with a slightly gloomy face. The 5 earthly consciousnesses spread to explore the situation over there, but encountered an inexplicable barrier. Put it on and follow me. Daiwu took a deep look at Tao Ti, hiding his murderous intent. Why? Dongji Yuanzhen asked puzzledly. Dawu explained, Qiongqi and Tao Ti have the aura of Miss Feng, they should be her contract beasts. Dongji Yuanzhen understood, no wonder you let it go. As soon as he finished speaking, Dawu was already heading towards the direction where Qiongqi screamed. Dongji Yuanzhen looked at Tao Ti and didn't dare to carry it. What if it bites him? It seems that there is no other way to take it away. Dongji Yuanzhen looked at Tao Ti with something wrong in his eyes, and there was a hint of excitement in his wretchedness. Tao Ti moved his butt back and said, I only like Luan Jin and I'm not interested in you. Just give up. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you either. Dongji Yuanzhen took out a bundle of ropes and walked toward Tao Ti with a smile on his face. The other side. Dawu was blocked from the barrier. Inside the barrier, black mist filled the air, and even with inner vision, it was impossible to detect the situation inside. Not even a sound could be heard. Earth 5 transformed into his true body. A dog's head is close to the barrier. Several sounds came into my ears. Are you the Jiang family's spiritual master? Have you met anyone special recently? Or anything special? Ling Tianyun, tell me in detail. For the sake of helping me catch Qiongqi, let me give you a reminder. You are useless and there is no room for growth. Go back and tell the ancestor of the Jiang family that it's time for the Jiang family to change its heir. Of course I can, but what good will it do to me? You deduce that there are other ferocious beasts in this secret realm, are you sure? When Dawu heard this, Dongji Yuanzhen chased after him with Tao Ti tied into rice dumplings. Xiao Wu, how did you transform into your true body? Is there a powerful enemy inside? Dongji Yuanzhen seemed to be aware of the crisis, so he deliberately hid his aura and sent a message to Earth 5. The real body of Earth 5 has a dog head that acts as a listening ear. You can hear the movement inside through any barrier and seal. Dongji Yuanzhen hid his aura, but forgot about Tao Ti, who was seriously injured. Almost as soon as Dongji Yuanzhen arrived, Dawu heard someone say, wait a minute, there are a few little mice coming outside, I'll go take care of them. The next moment, extremely terrifying power descended. Dawu hurriedly picked up Dongji Yuanzhen and Tao Ti to avoid them. There really is a fish that slipped through the net in ancient times. A man in black with a mask on his face and an airtight body appeared at the place where Dawu had just left. The man in black didn't wait for any reaction, and said happily, hello, ancient cultivator, how about submitting to me and ruling this plane together? Dawu looked at the mask on the face of the man in black, his eyes gradually turned scarlet, and a bone-chilling aura spread around him. Earth 5, calm down. You are no match for him, Dongji Yuanzhen said anxiously. Dawu let go of Dongji Yuanzhen and Tao Ti, and moved forward, blocking the man in black's sight of Dongji Yuanzhen and Tao Ti. Dongji, take Tao Ti and leave, Dawu said via voice transmission. Dawu, do you want to face him alone? Dongji Yuanzhen did not want to persuade Dawu, but was just a little worried. Well, the mysterious person has contact with the ancestor of the Jiang family. He also wants to catch the ferocious beast. Dongji, don't stay here and distract me. Dawu transmitted the message seriously, and his voice was rare without being cold, and he could hear a bit of dissatisfaction. Abandon. Dongji Yuanzhen pursed his lips, Dawu was preparing to die with the mysterious man. But keeping his strength here will only add chaos. He couldn't even die with the mysterious man. Dongji Yuanzhen grabbed Tao Ti, with a solemn expression on his face, and said through a message, Dawu, hold on, give me some time to save you. Dongji Yuanzhen activated the secret method and disappeared with Tao Ti. The corners of the mysterious man's mouth slightly curved under his mask. Ancient cultivators, you really impressed me. You transmitted your message right before my eyes and then ran away, but he can't escape. Dawu transformed into a human body, took out his weapon, and launched an attack directly. The mysterious man is definitely something to be afraid of. Otherwise, there would be no nonsense. Dawu started attacking without saying a word, which surprised the mysterious man. The mysterious man raised his hand to create a field. Killing is still safe within the territory. Wrong. The mysterious man looked surprised, his domain creation failed, and his strength continued to decline. Then, Dawu also felt that the power in his body was flowing away at full speed. Dawu's bright red eyes were fierce and violent. He flipped his wrist and used his last strength to stay away from the mysterious man. He couldn't just die. Ancient cultivators, what have you done? A heavy and long iron chain appeared in the mysterious man's hand. We are all guests from afar, so naturally we don't just fight and kill. A light and sweet voice sounded. Boom. Then a man in black fell in front of the mysterious man. Fang Qingbran and Ling Tianyun walked out of a crack in time and space. Fang Qingbran waved his sleeves and released several beasts. Fang Si, Little Box, Wan Ling, you go find Yongzhu and Chaos. If they dare to resist, beat them until they stop resisting. Fang Si showed a wicked smile on his handsome face. Leave it to us. Brother Ling, I'll go first. Master Fang will leave it to you. Fang Si patted Ling Tianyun on the shoulder before leaving. Ling Tianyun nodded in agreement. Ling Tianyun, leave these two people to you and search for souls directly. I don't want to listen to their nonsense. Fang Qingbran sent a message to Ling Tianyun. Fang Qingbran flashed to Dawu and handed him a token. Senior, I'm sorry, I put on a show. This is the competition token. Dawu took the token and a surge of power surged into his body. Daewoo's eyes were heavy as he watched Fang Qingran walk to the front of the barrier, with a pink axe in his hand, as if he was about to strike it. Master Phoenix, let me come, let me come. Tao Ti, who was wrapped like a rice dumpling, appeared out of nowhere and kept pooping at Fang Qingran's feet, shouting anxiously. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 890 Harmful Years of Disaster. Fang Qingran lowered her head and looked at the Tao Ti at her feet. Before inviting the ferocious beasts into the simulated secret realm, she knew they would cause trouble. So the plan was calculated. Give them a chance to cause trouble. Take the opportunity to catch the big hidden fish. But she didn't expect them to be really brave. He modified the rules of the secret area without authorization, restricted the strength of the contestants, and even wanted to get the true bodies in and eat them. Fortunately, she was prepared and made a puppet clone in advance. Even the contestants themselves can't tell, they're clones here. The clone will receive benefits, and after successfully exiting, the main body will receive gifts. If the puppet clone is injured, the rules on the token will protect the main body from damage. If it weren't for the puppet clone, after the trial is over, there will definitely be a bloody storm in the fairy world. The contestants sent in by those families are all the best descendants of a family. There are even some small families whose heads personally come in. If they all die in the secret realm, the consequences can be imagined. Until the outsiders with evil intentions and the evil dragon clan are eliminated, the world of immortality cannot be in chaos. It was probably Fang Qingran's long silence that made Tao Ti feel a chill. Tao Ti said in a soft voice, Master Fang, I didn't do this. I have been on the way to being beaten since the secret realm was opened. Fang Qingran's eyes narrowed. What's the matter? Tao Ti was speechless. Could it be that Fang Qingran didn't know the bad things it had done? Or is she giving herself a chance to redeem herself? Tao Ti said cautiously, Master Fang, I was wrong. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have listened to Yao Ju's deception and boarded his pirate ship. In fact, I didn't want to at all. My patience is limited. Fang Qingran interrupted Tao Ti, exuding strong coercion. Tao Ti wants to take advantage of this opportunity to become the master of the ferocious beasts and unify the 10 regions, and then it wants to trample you under its feet. Tao Ti sold him out without hesitation. Fang Qingran said in a majestic tone, what do you want from participating in this operation? Tao Ti hesitated and hesitated, until it could no longer withstand the pressure, and then it grunted, I want all the food in the 10 directions. Fang Qingran looked away, raised her hand to smash the barrier in front of her, and used the magic formula to disperse the black mist inside. Soon, the black mist dissipated. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. Qiongqi fell to the ground in a bloody mess. There were several disemboweled clones lying around. Only Jiang Chanyu stood there in a state of embarrassment. Fang Qingran took a glance and discovered that the dead ones were the children of the Yi family. The children of the Chu family and the Jiang family were lying on the ground, not dead, but still dying. Jiang Chanyu and Fang Qingran's eyes met for a moment, their eyes filled with panic. Fang Qingran walked toward Qiongqi, her pace neither fast nor slow, her expression different, as if she was taking a walk. When Fang Qingran passed by him, Jiang Chanyu whispered, Miss Fang, the situation was urgent, and I had no choice but to do it. Fang Qingran took a deep look at Jiang Chanyu. There was mockery in her eyes, and it was more something Jiang Chanyu couldn't understand. Fang Qingran stopped in front of Qiongqi and kicked him. Get up, no need to pretend. Qiongqi's strength is indeed not as good as that of the mysterious man. But it has a natural skill. If it is not killed immediately, as long as there are evil thoughts in the world, it can recover slowly if you give it time. Fang Qingran didn't know how to complain about this strange ability. In short, the harm will last for thousands of years. You Master Phoenix, I'm hurt. Don't care about me. It seems that you are a really evil person. I made a contract with you to have no regrets in this life. Qiongqi raised his head and said weakly. Its eyes were full of excitement. Get over to Tao Ti, don't delay me from handling things. Fang Qingran said in a bad tone. You must not have a good look towards Qiongqi. The worse you treat it, the better its attitude toward you will be. It's hard for Fang Qingran to comment on what this is called. Qiongqi struggled a few times, but was too weak to get up. As one of the 4 ferocious beasts, Qiongqi is powerful and proud in the world and rarely suffers losses. This time, if Fang Qingran hadn't arrived in time, its original power would have been lost. Fang Qingran investigated Qiongqi's situation and found that its recovery from injuries was very slow, and there was not much original power left in its body. Fang Qingran ducked in front of the mysterious man while Ling Tianyun was extracting memories. The mysterious man's cultivation level is too high, and the memory is not easy to extract. Fortunately, this is in a secret realm, and the mysterious man's power is imprisoned. Otherwise, Ling Tianyun might suffer backlash. Does he have the original power in his body? Fang Qingran did not go to investigate the mysterious man's situation. A being with such strength as the mysterious man must be on guard against him having a backup plan. There is a huge disparity in strength between her and the mysterious man. It's a bit stupid, so it's better not to do it. Yes, there are quite a few. The ones that were just absorbed probably didn't have time to fuse. Ling Tianyun replied distractedly. After Fang Qingran asked, she came to Qiongqi again. Fang Qingran flicked his sleeves and released 8 herons. Send it to that Zongzi. Don't worry about life and death. Just keep an eye on them both. If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. Without lessons, there will never be any repentance. The 8-headed heron was a little afraid of Qiongqi's blood. Phoenix Master, it trembles uncontrollably when I get close to it. The 8-headed heron was derived from the battlefield of the gods, and its bloodline power is very weak. Fang Qingran thought of this and put a talisman on Qiongqi. A ray of light flashed and the bloodline pressure disappeared. 8-headed heron Mars slipped forward, picked up Qiongqi, and threw it onto Tao Ti. Boom. Ow. 2 beasts collide. The Tao-Ti howl sounded. As for Kyongchi, it doesn't have the strength to bark. The gluttonous cricket pupated for a long time and finally emerged from under Kyongchi. The 8-headed heron shrank its neck, suspecting that he was a little too arrogant. This is a ferocious beast. But it stopped for a while and found that none of them attacked it, and then it felt relieved. Master Jiang, let's settle the score next. Feng Qinggran looked at Jiang Chanyu with unkind eyes. Miss Feng, most of our 2 teams were eaten by Kyongchi. After we escaped, it caught up and attacked us. We had no choice but to cooperate with the masked man and jointly deal with it. Jiang Chanyu didn't think he was wrong. In that case, he could only agree to the masked man's request. Otherwise, they would all become Kyongchi's food. Mr. Jiang, you should know that this is not what I am talking about. Then what else is there? Jiang Chanyu clenched his fists. The masked man was no match for Feng Qinggran, and neither was he. Feng Qinggran looked at Jiang Chanyu with a scrutinizing gaze. Who helped you regain your strength? Is it the masked man you mentioned, or the evil spirit? Or you don't know either? You only know that the Jiang family has arranged people for you in the secret realm. If you cooperate with them, you can easily get points, right? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 891 The Chaos of Extreme Joy and Sorrow. Feng Qinggran said every word. Jiang Chanyu's face turned ugly. The ancestor arranged it so secretly, why would Feng Qinggran know about it? Feng Qinggran looked at Jiang Chanyu's expression and gradually had more answers in her heart, and continued, I guess you just need to lure the beast to the designated place and then leave. The points will be available soon. It's just that you didn't expect that you would encounter Kyongchi here. Kyongchi's strength leaves you with no choice but to run for your life. However, after you escaped from Kyongchi, you probably didn't expect that Kyongchi would catch up. It happened to be the place where you had lured the beast before. When the masked man saw Kyongchi, he was afraid that it would run away, so he immediately came out to deal with Kyongchi. And you are all meeting the masked man for the first time. You first followed him to deal with Kyongchi, and after you surrendered Kyongchi, you pointed your finger at him. Those from the Yi family are the shields you pushed out to appease the masked man's anger, right? Am I right? Feng Qinggran asked softly. Jiang Chanyu's pupils trembled slightly, but he didn't miss a single word. Were you near here just now? Jiang Chanyu asked in surprise. Not there, she just saw it in the universe mirror. Jiang Chanyu subconsciously thought, how did Feng Qinggran know what happened if Feng Qinggran was not here? When Jiang Chanyu thought of this, he suddenly realized that his thoughts had been following Feng Qinggran, which was not what he wanted. Miss Feng, we are participating in the secret realm this time just to gain points. Is it wrong for us to kill ferocious beasts? Jiang Chanyu asked in return. There is nothing wrong with plundering and killing ferocious beasts. You can do it directly or plan to kill them, but your mistake is to unite forces that should not be united. Feng Qinggran's voice was slightly cold. Jiang Chanyu's eyes became complicated. He didn't want to compete with Feng Qinggran. But in the end, it was because of the Jiang family that they embarked on this path. At this moment, Chu Beizu on the side sat up. He looked around and saw the miserable corpses of the Yi family disciples, and also saw the few remaining disciples of the Chu family lying there. Chu Beizu stood up. When Jiang Chanyu heard the noise, he turned sideways and looked at Chu Beizu without saying anything. Snapped. Chu Beizu stepped forward, slapped Jiang Chanyu hard on the face, and then grabbed his collar. Why did you push the Yi family children out? Who is the masked man? Beizu, I'm sorry. Jiang Chanyu apologized. Jiang Chanyu, I really misjudged you. You have become as selfish as the Jiang family. Chu Beizu said and punched Jiang Chanyu several times. Not heavy. Originally Jiang Chanyu would not be injured. But he gave up the protective barrier. Pooh. Chu Beizu punched for the last time, and Jiang Chanyu spit out a mouthful of blood. Chu Beizu flipped his wrist, sword light flashed, and Jiang Chanyu broke a strand of hair. Jiang Chanyu, the old friendship between you and me has been severed, and we will become strangers from now on. Chu Beizu turned around to look for the children of the Chu family. Jiang Chanyu's body trembled, his eyes were lonely, he didn't want to. As the young master of the Jiang family, he couldn't help himself. After Feng Qinggran finished watching a farce, she clasped her hands and the green petals suddenly fell down. Time seems to be frozen in this area. Chu Beizu, Jiang Chanyu, and the contestants lying on the ground gradually turned into nothingness when they touched the petals. Finally, a petal fell into Feng Qinggran's hand. The green petal was already a little red. Feng Qinggran destroyed the petals. The memories that should be erased should naturally be erased. Feng Qinggran took a look around and found that Daiwu had already left. Here, only she, Ling Tianyun, 2 mysterious people, and the 3-headed beast were left. Just at this time, Feng Si, Wan Ling, and Little Box came back. Master Feng, we only caught the Tao-Ti. We searched the first floor but couldn't find Chaos. Feng Si threw the tightly tied Tao-Ti next to Tao-Ti. It was obvious that Yao Zhu had also been beaten. After it was thrown down, its eyes kept wandering around. Phoenix Master, I know where Chaos has gone. You appeared on the first floor, so it must have gone to the second floor. Yongzhu shouted loudly. The second layer of the secret realm. Chaos stood proudly on the sky. You idiot, there are evil spirits on the first floor, why not change to another floor? Now all the contestants, including the evil spirits, are trapped on the first floor. It will not be easy to take down the ferocious beasts on the second floor. Chaos said to himself, took out the scroll and activated the magic formula. Snapped. Suddenly a big wing appeared and flapped towards the unsuspecting Chaos. Chaos was dizzy for a while and couldn't even hold the scroll. A strong force dragged it away with the scroll in its mouth. When Chaos woke up, there was not a hair on the sky except it. Tao Wu, get out of here, you dare to attack me unexpectedly, did you do it on purpose? Chaos yelled. Apart from Yao Zhu grabbing the scroll, it couldn't think of anything else. As soon as Yu Zhu finished speaking, he felt a cool breeze coming from behind. It turned around quickly, and unexpectedly, the big wings also turned around and slapped its butt. Suddenly the buttocks were fanned high and swollen. Ouch, Yao Zhu, you old man, get out of here, you asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yao Zhu was scolding vigorously when a big wing fell from the sky. This time it wasn't a cool breeze, it was covered with hot flames. Yao Zhuo's heart trembled, it was Baifang's divine fire. Yongzhu moved very quickly, trying to avoid the divine fire. In the next moment, a few more big wings flapped from somewhere. It didn't escape. Lord Baifang, you have a lot. Don't argue with this kid. I'll get out of here and won't bother you. Chaos rolled around and wanted to leave. But it's too late. Flames surrounded it. Although Chaos is powerful, if it is allowed to take over Baifang's divine fire, it will never be willing to do so. Joke. It doesn't dare to take the fire that burns the soul now. Chaos, you have a lot of tricks. The first level is not enough, and you won't even let go of the second level. If you don't care about it anymore, will you overturn the secret realm? Baifang's leisurely voice sounded. It stands on one leg in the clouds. Its feathers are blue with some red spots on them, looking like burning flames. Lord Baifang, why are you here in person? Chaos said with the utmost flattery. Let's see how much trouble you idiots can cause, and you really let me down. Baifang's voice was brisk, but he had an air of calmness and authority. Chaos was even more frightened after hearing this. Lord Baifang, I'm sorry, I will never dare to do it again. It was all because of Tao Zhu who deceived me. I had no choice but to listen to it. Oh, within Shifang domain, I won't care how you make trouble, but you shouldn't make trouble outside. Baifang paused for a moment before continuing. You can make trouble outside as you please, but you should never dare, let others fool you around. And then, I almost lost my life because of it. After Baifang finished speaking, he looked at Chaos with disdain. Chaos didn't dare to refute, so he could only beg for mercy. Begging for mercy, it's useless to beg for mercy from me. Baifang flapped Chaos away with another wing. Chaos only feels like the world is spinning. Boom. As soon as it fell to the ground, a voice came from my ear, it's all together. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 892 The Forbidden Technique of Destruction. Chaos raised his head tremblingly and saw a large shadow falling towards it. Chaos immediately wanted to dodge, but found that he had lost all his strength and could not dodge at all. Here, young master, this guy's an old bastard who always likes to dig into ancestral graves. Feng Xi's high-pitched voice sounded. Hurrah! Feng Xi, Wanling, Little Box, Fang Yuyu, etc. all fell on Chaos as if they were free of charge. Chaos was beaten in a state of confusion. The whole beast was so stunned that it couldn't think at all. Feng Qingran sat on the swing made by Feng Jingyu, leisurely watching Chaos being beaten. Feng Jingyu opened her eyes wide, holding a red fruit in her hand, and asked excitedly, Sister Feng, can I go up and touch up some feed later? Feng Qingran asked curiously, do you have any grudge against Chaos? Feng Jingyu shook her head, it doesn't count. They don't dare to trick me yet. They just don't like them. Among the ferocious beasts, the four of them are the most capable of tormenting me. Lucius, ferocious and insatiable, he only cares about eating but not about beating. Wherever he goes, not even a blade of grass grows. Yao Zhu is cunning and insidious. He is afraid of chaos in the world and likes to stir up disputes. Qiongqi is a man of many evil deeds. He kills only according to his mood. He especially likes to eat human beings. As for Chaos, he is cunning and vicious, with countless tricks. He likes to lure creatures into corruption. Chaos is the earliest of the four evil beasts. Its bloodline power definitely does not belong to the ancient times. Chaos is the true bloodline of the supreme chaos. But it likes to disguise itself as a ferocious beast of ancient bloodline. It also likes to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. It always likes to reap the benefits from behind. It is precisely because of chaos that when many orcs have disputes, they must carefully detect whether chaos is nearby. Otherwise, no matter which side wins, the results will be taken away by chaos. In short, among the four ferocious beasts, the most careful one is chaos. Although the other three are scheming, they can't conceal their true nature as ferocious beasts. But chaos is different. It is too powerful. As long as it is disguised, it will basically not be discovered by the beast. Feng Jingyu originally only wanted to say a few words, but she didn't expect that when chaos was mentioned, she still couldn't hold back her complaints. Very powerful, Feng Qingran murmured, then looked at Chaos who was being beaten obediently. At this moment, Chaos looked miserable and helpless. She had always thought that the mastermind of creating loopholes in the simulated secret realm was Yongzhu. Because the one who takes action against the secret realm has always been Yao Zhu. Qiongqi followed and howled, wanting only to eat people. Taoti wanted to help them hold her down. Only Chaos seemed to have done nothing but said a few words before they took action. But the strength of Chaos is really hidden deep enough. Yinglong, Zhu Juyan, and Baifang didn't find anything wrong with Chaos. Does it mean that Chaos is actually stronger than them? If Chaos's strength is much higher than that of Yinglong, can it also freely enter and leave the 10 Directions domain? No wonder Feng Qingran thinks this way. This time the secret realm rules were constructed by Yinglong, Zhu Juyan and others. Ling Tianyun checked again. If only the soul of Chaos enters here, it will be very difficult to tamper with the rules. Feng Qingran's eyes were sharp. It seemed that she needed to re-examine the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain. Jingyu, you kick a few feet first, and then go to Ling Tianyun to check the situation. After Feng Qingran finished speaking, he checked the scroll that fell along with Chaos. The mysterious man Ling Tianyun wanted to refine began to try to resist. At first, the mysterious man thought that Ling Tianyun would not break the seal in his consciousness, so he did not take it seriously and allowed Ling Tianyun to extract his memories. As long as the seal is not broken, it is absolutely impossible for Ling Tianyun to see his real memory. But the mysterious man did not expect that the deception did not deceive Ling Tianyun, but also allowed him to discover his hidden memories. He was imprisoned due to his strength. The seal inside the body was completely weakened. Unexpectedly, Ling Tianyun actually broke the seal and began to extract his memories. The mysterious man didn't know where the problem was. Why was the supreme god-level seal released? The mysterious man trembled all over and looked at Ling Tianyun with horrified eyes. If his memory was really taken out and checked, his end would definitely not be good. The mysterious man struggled violently and activated the forbidden technique. A forbidden technique that can be activated even if there is no strength at all. However, once this forbidden technique is used, it will have a huge impact on longevity. It also quickly extracts vitality from the body. After the forbidden technique is completed, whether it is the body, soul, or spirit, all will suffer backlash. He is basically like a half-useless person. If it weren't for the desperate situation, the mysterious man would definitely not be willing to use this forbidden technique. Ling Tianyun's originally relaxed expression gradually began to feel stressed when the mysterious man used the forbidden technique. There was a strange force attacking his soul. This situation is getting worse. Soon, Fang Jingyu, who had finished kicking the chaos, came to the opposite side of Ling Tianyun. The soul swept over him and the mysterious man, and his expression changed slightly. He used the forbidden technique of destruction. If you forcefully extract his memory again, it will be contaminated. When the heavenly punishment comes, you do not belong to this small world. You should be very clear about the consequences of suffering the heavenly punishment here. Fang Jingyu warned. At this moment, Fang Jingyu was sitting on the swing, her eyes as beautiful as gems, staring at Ling Tianyun without blinking. The whole body has a temperament as cold as moonlight, giving people a sense of alienation. Her temperament around Fang Qinggran was completely different. Ling Tianyun immediately gave up searching for souls and asked doubtfully, "What is the forbidden technique of destruction?" When Fang Jingyu saw Ling Tianyun's crisp movements, a little pride flashed in her eyes. She saved someone's life. There should be merit. Seeing that he was asking for advice humbly, Fang Jingyu raised her chin and said, "The forbidden technique of destruction is a wish-like forbidden technique. It is unique to the witch clan. You can use this forbidden technique by burning your longevity. The more longevity you have, the more obvious the destructive effect will be when you use it. He should be afraid of death, or his strength is restricted, and since your strength is there, his forbidden technique of destruction did not cause much harm to you. However, if you continue, you will always be eroded by the power of destruction." After Fang Jingyu finished speaking, she carefully observed Ling Tianyun. Ling Tianyun's face was full of gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, so please be sure to accept my thank you gift." What Ling Tianyun handed to Fang Jingyu was a crescent-shaped jade stone. Jade exudes a warm yellow light. If you don't look carefully, it really looks like a shrinking crescent moon. When Fang Jingyu saw the thing in Ling Tianyun's hand, she suddenly raised her hand and knocked it away, and her face suddenly turned cold. The eyes that were originally like gems are now more like amber. It looks like a microcosm of the vast world. When Ling Tianyun met Fang Jingyu's eyes, he suddenly felt a sense of oppression. He stiffened and did not dare to make any movement. Ling Tianyun felt like facing death head-on. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 893 Moon Jade. "Why do you have this thing?" Fang Jingyu stared at Ling Tianyun. The coldness in her eyes seemed to pierce into his soul. Ling Tianyun had a hunch that Fang Jingyu would definitely kill him as long as he answered wrongly. The bad thing is that he is no match for Fang Jingyu. "This is something I got by chance when I traveled across the world. I feel it suits you very well, so I thought of giving it to you." Ling Tianyun told the truth. When he first saw Fang Jingyu, he thought she was like a little moon, beautiful and lonely. So he wanted to give this moon jade to her. In this way she is the moon with a companion. Haha, what an accidental gain. Fang Jingyu touched the moon jade in her hand, her body trembling slightly as she tried her best to suppress herself. From the moment she touched the moon jade, she suppressed resentment in her heart. This is Sister Fang's plane. She must not implicate Sister Fang because of her hatred. Sister Fang exists in this plane. Don't hurt Sister Fang. Fang Jingyu thought a lot before suppressing the overwhelming hatred in her heart. The look he looked at Ling Tianyun was still filled with murderous intent. Ling Tianyun didn't dare to move at all, watching Fang Jingyu's expression change. "Sorry, I have traveled too many worlds, and I really can't remember how I got this thing." Ling Tianyun couldn't help but speak again. He really couldn't remember the circumstances under which he obtained this moon jade. There are countless worlds in just one plane. And Ling Tianyun didn't even remember how many planes he had been to. So naturally I can't remember the whereabouts of the moon gem. What's more, before seeing Fang Jingyu, Ling Tianyun had no idea that there was this moon gem in his space. He can spot this thing. I discovered it just now when I was picking up the gift. Ling Tianyun didn't expect that a random gift could make Fang Jingyu have murderous intentions towards him. Ling Tianyun only felt that he died unjustly. At this moment, Ling Tianyun felt a vibration under his feet. Fang Qinggran also felt it, and couldn't help but condense her expression. She couldn't care less about the chaos in her hands. This was the phenomenon that the secret realm was about to collapse. Fang Qinggran took the beasts into the space and looked at Fang Jingyu. "Jingyu, what's wrong with you?" Fang Qinggran ducked to Fang Jingyu and asked nervously. "Sister Fang, I saw my former body," Fang Jingyu said aggrievedly as the chill in her body disappeared instantly. Fang Qinggran met Fang Jingyu's amber eyes, and her heart suddenly softened. She hugged her, patted her a few times, and then let go. She said extremely seriously, "Jingyu, I have to take back what is yours. Sister, stay with me." You look for. Fang Jingyu clenched the moon jade in her hand. Can I still find it? You can find it, believe me. Fang Qingren's apricot eyes were dim. If she really couldn't find it, she would use a special method to find it. In an instant, strange memories exploded in the sea of consciousness. Be caught off guard. Fang Jingyu's pupils widened and she trembled all over. She shook her head desperately and pushed Fang Qingren away. No. You are lying to me. You humans are all liars. Why did you lie to me? Why did you use that method to me? Question mark exclamation mark quote. After Fang Jingyu finished speaking, she covered her head. Ling Tianyun took action, trying to pull Fang Jingyu and Fang Qingren into the realm. Failed. He can only set up a barrier. But the coercion spread from Fang Jingyu's body immediately destroyed the barrier. There was also silver liquid approaching him little by little. Seeing this, Fang Qingren grabbed Fang Jingyu and said, Ling Tianyun, you go to the competition first. Don't let the team fall behind in points. Then, Fang Qingren and Fang Jingyu disappeared in front of Ling Tianyun. Ling Tianyun looked at the place where they disappeared in surprise and felt a strange power. However, before he had time to delve deeper, he was kicked out by force. Came to a wide place. All the contestants are gathered here. Not one is missing. Old Ling, have you seen Xiao Qingran? Dongji Yuanzhen approached Ling Tianyun and asked. Ling Tianyun was stunned for a moment, and a memory flashed through his mind. Dongji Yuanzhen seems to have no memory of that. Ling Tianyun didn't know that Dongji Yuanzhen took the initiative to request the erasure of his memory. But Fang Qingren didn't do that. She just erased their important information about evil spirits, mysterious people, etc., and kept the rest of what happened. This way she can settle the scores later. Ling Tianyun smiled and said, No, I am also looking for her everywhere. How will we arrange it after we go in without the captain? You can only make arrangements freely. Dongji Yuanzhen waved to Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu who were not far away. Are you too familiar with the rules? You must be careful after entering. Shunyu and Juns came over with the secret guards at this time, saluted Dongji Yuanzhen and said, Senior, after the competition is over, I will definitely send you the news you want. Ha ha ha, you kid is on the way. Dongji Yuanzhen said happily as he patted Shunyu and Juns' shoulder. All around, there were many contestants with frightened eyes. There was an uproar. I seem to have had a dream just now. I dreamed that I was helpless in the secret realm. It's not a dream. I'm in the same situation. I almost thought I was going to die. It felt so real. It's strange. Isn't it said that if you take the token and enter the secret realm, you can compete? Why are we still trapped here? You still remember what Emperor Yi Chan said before the competition. He said that secret realms are both real and fake. We must learn to distinguish. Did we go to an illusion because we didn't know the difference clearly? Then it's impossible for everyone to go to the fantasy world. This is simply out of the ordinary. It seems that except for those in the Buddhist world, everyone else is here. We might as well not even be able to find the real entrance to the competition, right? I don't know who came up with this sentence. Suddenly, many contestants had complicated expressions and could not enter the competition entrance. Is it so embarrassing? If that were the case, would the family still want them? What nonsense are you talking about? Even the contestants can't get in. Do you think Emperor Yi Chan dares? The entrance to the illusion must be relatively hidden. We may need to work together to find it. A domineering voice sounded. All eyes fell on the speaker. Work together. If you don't stab someone in the back, that's fine. Sixth junior brother, who is this person? Ning Xiyu looked at the porcelain doll-like boy not far away and asked in a low voice. Do not know. He is the hidden true heir of the Feng family, Feng Dishi. Shunyu and Jun smiled sarcastically. The Feng family was probably afraid that Feng Qingwu would reappear, so they secretly cultivated Feng Dishi. And he was acting as the young master on the surface, and came to block Feng Gehe's sword. But he doesn't care. After all, at that time, the strength of the Feng family was still needed to protect the alliance. Is he in a hostile relationship with you? Ning Xiyu's eyes flickered to Feng Dishi and Shunyu and Jun's. Comparing the two, Shunyu and Jun's is more stable. More suitable to be an heir. But she doesn't care much about other people's affairs. It was just a symbolic question about the other party's relationship with Shunyu and Jun's. Good relationship. Then go around a little bit. Just give Shunyu and Jun's some face. Bad relationship. Then deal with it as you like. Not familiar. Shunyu and Jun's expression was indifferent. He and Feng Dishi had never met each other a few times. Feng Qingqiang was afraid that he would attack Feng Dishi, so she didn't dare to let her hang out in front of him. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 894 Remembering the Past, Additional Update 1. In empty space. As soon as Feng Qingran entered, she came to the Hongmeng tree. Hong Mengshu felt that she was coming. All the leaves on the tree trembled. Feng Qingran did not pick up the leaves immediately, but found the eye of the moon god. Unexpectedly, after getting close to the eye of the moon god, Feng Jingyu's aura became even more violent. However, fortunately, she still retained some sanity and did not attack Feng Qingran. There is also a purple lotus on the Hongmeng tree. It branches into a petal. The purple petals sank into Feng Jingyu's eyebrows. Immediately, Feng Jingyu fell into a coma. Hongmeng, what's wrong with her? Feng Qingran asked nervously. The old god of Hongmeng tree said, put away the moonlight jade in her hand first, and keep her away from the eye of the moon god. Feng Qingran waved his hand, and the eye of the moon god and the moonlight jade disappeared. Hong Mengshu said deeply, it's a long story, and I don't know much about it. I want to know everything. Feng Qingran said seriously. The Hongmeng tree threw a leaf to Feng Qingran. You can see for yourself, I don't want to talk about it, it's too heavy. The leaf disappeared the moment it touched Feng Qingran's fingertips. Following this, more and more unfamiliar scenes appeared in Feng Qingran's sea of consciousness. In the screen. In the sea of flowers shrouded in fairy mist. A little girl swinging on a swing. Day to day. Year after year. Her eyes were always looking in one direction. Full of expectation. Finally, I don't know how many years have passed. A group of strong men appeared above the sea of flowers. They said something to the little girl. The little girl was doubtful. Shaking his head in denial. The group began to attack the little girl. Thousands of flowers withered. Only the little girl's swing and her seemed unaffected. They gradually became violent, but there was no way to harm the little girl. After a long time, a group of strong men came again. They took out something and presented it to the little girl. What it is exactly cannot be seen on the screen. The little girl got off the swing and followed the strong man away, and the scene ended abruptly. Is it true that if Xiao Jingyu leaves the swing, those strong men will be able to harm her? Feng Qinggran asked with a serious expression. Yes, Hong Mengshu replied quickly. What are you waiting for, little Jingyu? What did those strong men bring out? Feng Qinggran wanted to know more, but the information on the screen was too little. The Hongmeng tree chuckled a few times. How about you lend me the Hongmeng pearl for a few days and I'll tell you everything. Feng Qinggran felt Hongmengshu's emotions. There was no greed, only excitement. So, does it want to grab the Hongmeng pearl, or does it need the beads? What's that look in your eyes? The Hongmeng pearl in your hand is incomplete. I think I have enough strength, so I will help you improve part of its origin first, Xiaofeng. You really make me sad, we all. Hong Mengshu said very sadly. He also made a sound of, ying ying ying. Feng Qinggran's mouth twitched and she chose to hand the beads to the Hongmeng tree. The Hongmeng tree quickly rolled up the beads and placed them on the purple lotus of Samsara, and then said, the eye of the moon god is the right eye of the god of creation. After the death of the god of creation, his right eye was left in a place and gradually gave birth to spiritual wisdom. Practice slowly and transform into a human form. The eye of the moon god actually received her inheritance because of this. I also got some of the memories of the creator god. The eye of the moon god regarded the god of creation as her father, so when she became stronger, she wanted to find the god of creation. She has a pure mind, great strength, and the aura of the god of creation. She is like a walking treasure, swaggering through the market. Soon a strong person discovered the eye of the moon god and even discovered her origin. When the temptation is great enough, darkness is more likely to breed. All the powers covered the eye of the moon god, and want to get the power left by the god of creation in her. It's helpless, even if the powerful men from all over the world unite, they can't do anything to the eye of the moon god. Gradually, the strong ones began to join forces. The hard one doesn't work, so they chose the soft one. On the way to find the god of creation, the eye of the moon has a few more friends. They approached the eye of the moon with a purpose, and were discovered by the eye of the moon, which has insight into all things. But the powers still found the weakness of the eye of the moon god, and that is the god of creation. They lured the eye of the moon god to use up all their power so that they could take her down in one fell swoop. Just when they were about to succeed, a strong man appeared and ruined their plan. The strong man took away the weak eye of the moon god, placed her in a place to recuperate, and then left in a hurry. After that, what you see is the scene where the eye of the moon is sitting on the swing, waiting for the strong man to come back. But, for some reason, the strong man failed to keep his appointment on time. The powerful forces who wanted to get the eye of the moon god united again and finally got the eye of the moon god. They obtained the true body of the moon god's eye and ate it, but then they set their sights on the soul of the moon god's eye. All methods are used to the extreme. In the end, the eye of the moon god cannot resist the endless greed and is divided up by the powerful men in the sky. What happened later became more complicated. The 12 ancestral witches appeared, claiming to be the spokesperson of the creator god, and wanted to take back all the things left behind by the creator god. Faced with the powerful forces of the witch clan, the powerful forces finally became afraid and lived in panic. They made a fake eye of the moon god, which is the body that Feng Jingyu has now. Haven't you noticed that she rarely returns to the eye of the moon god since she followed you? After Hong Mengshu asked, without waiting for Feng Qinggran's answer, he continued, they will get power from the eye of the moon god, and part of it will be input into the fake eye of the moon god. The eyes of the moon god regrouped and remembered everything that happened in the past. She is no longer the pure person she was before. Everyone she meets will die. Seeing this, the powerful forces used the remaining fragments of her true body to suppress her, and then sealed her, leaving her memory blank. In the end, she was sent to the hands of the 12 witch ancestors by a group of strong men. I don't know what happened next. After Hong Mengshu finished speaking, he sighed helplessly. Feng Qinggran's eyes were bright and dark, revealing a fierceness. Hong Meng, those strong men who have devoured Xiao Jingyu's true body, do you think they are still alive? Hong Mengshu said, I don't know, let alone whether they are alive or not. Even if they are alive, you may not be able to find them. Over the countless years, countless planes and universes have been formed, and the past world has almost disappeared. Hong Meng, there is no time for immortal cultivators, so I have plenty of time to find them slowly. Feng Qinggran's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and her whole body was filled with ice. Xiao Feng, you have grown up and you are actually understanding the way of time. Feng Qinggran asked coldly, those powerful people who have swallowed the fragments of Xiao Jingyu's true body must have different auras on their bodies. How should we distinguish them when we see them? Xiao Feng, you are still too young. Caring too much about hatred will not be good for your growth. Practice hard. When your strength allows, everything will be solved. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 895. The process is slow. Fairyland. 6 heavens. Half a month has passed since the secret realm opened. However, in the standings, both individuals and teams have very few points. Yi Xingchen said before that the beasts in the secret realm are divided into 5 levels. According to the level of the secret realm. If you hunt the beasts on the first level, you will get 10 points for each one. Once a team accumulates points, they can go to the second level. As long as you can enter the second level, you will be directly rewarded with 1000 team points. The beasts on the second level each have points. As long as each team accumulates points, they will be directly transferred to the third level. The team that enters the third level of the secret realm can directly receive a reward of points. The fourth level requires points to enter, and will also be rewarded with points. The corresponding fourth level beast has 1000 points. Entering the fifth level requires 1 million points, and 1 million points will be awarded to the team that enters. For a team, the higher the level, the more generous the rewards will be. However, the strange thing is that now half a month has passed and no team has accumulated enough points. Many forces cannot sit still. Emperor Yi Chan, will something go wrong in the secret realm? The eldest elder of the Wen family stood up and looked at Yi Xingchen with a serious look on his face. No, Yi Xingchen said coldly. Yi Xingchen still maintained a concise answering style. The elder of the Wen family shook his beard angrily. Emperor Yi Chan, look at the standings. Half a month has passed, and the first place team has only received points. Based on their more than points, they only killed more than beasts in half a month. That means we only kill 2 or 3 a day. As far as I know, the leader of this team is Xunyuan Linglong. They are all from the Hidden World family. They are all powerful. If they unite, it will not be a problem to deal with an ancient beast. Could it be that the first level of the simulated secret realm is full of ancient mythical beasts? The last words of the eldest elder of the Wen family were in a questioning tone. As soon as he said this, all the powerful people looked at Yi Xingchen. If the first level in the simulated secret realm were all filled with ancient mythical beasts, perhaps it would be reasonable to get this point now. But that is impossible. Ancient mythical beasts are extremely rare, even in the previous gods, they're rare. The eldest elder of the Jiang family saw that although everyone was staring at Yi Xingchen, they were not dissatisfied with him, so he decided to add fuel to the fire. The first elder of the Jiang family slowly said, Emperor Yi Chan, Xunyuan Linglong also has a contracted divine beast, which is an ancient divine beast. If the first level is really an ancient divine beast, they won't only get more than points, right? An ancient beast, plus 20 powerful contestants. It should be easy to kill the ancient ferocious beast inside. As soon as the eldest elder of the Jiang family finished speaking, the expressions of many powerful men suddenly changed, and they stared at Yi Xingchen with sharp eyes, asking him for an answer. There are even many powerful people who directly exert pressure. Those who are slightly weaker cannot withstand the pressure and spit out blood. Yi Xingchen looked around, with no trace of fear on his face. Do you still remember what I said? The simulated secret realm will be based on the strength of the contestants. Xunyuan Linglong and the others are very strong, so they are stronger when they encounter beasts. Simulating the secret realm, the beasts they see are all derived from the secret realm. Naturally, there will be countless powerful mythical beasts. It just so happens that King He Tower has an impact on various contestants. You can go and take a look when you have time. Yi Xingchen's voice fell into Zhu Qiang's ears calmly. Many strong players looked unhappy. In order to win the first game and rank first in points, they sent in all the strongest teams. Emperor Yi Chan, why do you go to King He Tower to see the contestants' pictures? Instead of watching them here, Feng Qingqiong said with a gloomy face. Yi Xingchen said seriously, this is not a suitable place. You can watch the King He Tower that exists in the 7th heaven. All your questions can be answered in the King He Tower. Many strong men set off for King He Tower. Feng Qingqiong and Jiang Chengfeng looked at each other and seemed reluctant to go to King He Tower. They have been frightened by King He Tower. But King He Tower was protected by 4 ancient beasts, so they had no choice but to suffer. Yi Xingchen's eyes swept over Feng Qingqiong and Jiang Chengfeng, and a smile appeared on his expressionless face. Miss Feng said that this competition would definitely bankrupt the Feng family and Jiang family. Suddenly there was a little bit of anticipation, as these 2 behemoths collapsed. Neither Jiang Chengfeng nor Feng Qingqiong wanted to go to King He Tower. When they hesitated, many strong men left. There are many strong people from all walks of life, and naturally not all strong people follow Jiang Feng's lead. Soon, only the Jiang family, the Feng family, and their affiliated families were left. At this time, many powerful people poured into King He Tower. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed and he smiled and said, everyone, there are various seats to watch the game. If you want to watch it in the attic, it will cost you 100,000 immortal stones. We will include spiritual food, spiritual tea, spiritual fruits, etc. in it. In addition, you can also switch the angle to ensure that you are not bored. The loft is limited, first come, first served. If you don't go into the attic, you can go to the top floor of King He Tower. There are 10,000 immortal stones there, but there are no services. Light the side of the attic window. Sitting there was a distinguished and elegant man. He held the teacup and admired the grand scene below with a happy expression. Immediately, he raised his eyes and looked at a picture not far away. Inside are the pictures of each contestant. Compared to other scenes where you are panicking and working hard to kill the beast. Feng Qingren's team obviously looked like they were on vacation. They happily ate barbecue and chatted, with smiles on everyone's faces. Little junior sister, when do we start taking action? Ning Shiyu felt that the sledgehammer in her hand was already thirsty. Tomorrow, Feng Qingran responded. Feng Qingran entered the secret realm after dealing with the trouble caused by the 4 chaos. She thought the team should get a lot of points. As a result, Ling Tianyun was too strong and could not drive a ferocious beast with the same strength as him on the first level. Therefore, there is no beast in their team to kill. Feng Qingran had no choice but to change the rules and arrange suitable ferocious beasts for them. So half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Not a single beast in the group was killed. Xiao Qingran, why don't you go score points? I'll wait here. Before Feng Qingran could say anything, Dongji Yuanzhen quickly picked up the skewers and finished them in a hurry. Then he showed a satisfied expression. Senior Dongji, how about I leave the sixth senior brother to you? Otherwise, who will grill you skewers? Fang Qingran joked. Dongji Yuanzhen glanced at Bailey Wenyu, who was seriously grilling skewers. It looks very pleasing to the eye at the moment. Dongji Yuanzhen thought seriously, it's not impossible. Anyway, just go and score points. If we go, we will cause more trouble. Fang Qingran. Bailey Wenyu was immediately unwilling. Senior Dongji, you can stay here by yourself. I will follow fifth senior sister and the others. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 896, Getting into Trouble. Who will grill skewers for me when you leave? Dongji Yuanzhen asked seriously. Of the few here, only Bailey Wenyu has the best craftsmanship. The grilled meat skewers were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the meat was fragrant when he took a bite, which made him have endless aftertaste. He tried it himself, but no matter what, he couldn't get the flavor of roasted thyme. Bailey Wenyu was speechless, so he decided not to bake. Anyway, fifth senior sister and little junior sister are full. Bailey Wenyu simply put away the grill and found a place to close his eyes and rest. In fact, Bailey Wenyu was a little anxious inside. Ning Xiyu had successfully realized the Tao, but he had only touched the barrier, but he still had not truly broken it. Bailey Wenyu knew clearly that once too many people fell behind, the gap would only get wider and wider. It would be impossible to catch up at that time. Seeing Bailey Wenyu entering a state of cultivation, Dongji Yuanzhen helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Ning Xiyu and Fang Qingran looked at each other and said nothing. They stayed here for half a month. In addition to waiting for the derivative beasts, they also wanted Bailey Wenyu to relax. Because they felt impatience in Bailey Wenyu. If this impatience is allowed to continue, inner demons may develop. They made insinuations many times, but Bailey Wenyu never spoke out about why he was anxious. Ask Bailey Wenyu directly and don't tell him. The blue sky and white clouds, the beautiful scenery, I have meat in my hand, all I need is some wine. Xiao Qingran, have you prepared some wine? Give me some jars, Dongji Yuanzhen said while lying half down. No, Senior Dawu has told you that you are not allowed to drink. Fang Qingran refused simply. Probably only Earth 5 can suppress Dongji Yuanzhen. Goody Wu, when he gets out, I will take his things to auction. Dongji Yuanzhen said with a look of resentment. Then he finished the last skewer with hatred and lay down completely. Ling Tianyun leaned back slightly, put one hand on his knee, and looked leisurely at Bailey Wenyu, who was practicing, with a strange color flashing under his eyes. If Bailey Wenyu hadn't practiced in front of him, he really didn't know that Bailey Wenyu had so many seals on his body. Those seals will restrict Bailey Wenyu's cultivation. His strength is not allowed to cross a certain level. He could see the seal, but he couldn't break it. If the Territory Lord took action, he would definitely be able to break these seals, but Bailey Wenyu didn't even control the power of the simplest laws, so the Territory Lord couldn't help him yet. Otherwise both sides will suffer backlash. If Bailey Wenyu wants to make a breakthrough now, it's best to find out his past and take the right medicine. Ling Tianyun looked away from Bailey Wenyu and looked at the sky, seemingly thinking about the immortal realm. I don't know if the old man noticed that he left the immortal realm. If he found out, the old man would definitely jump in anger. Ling Tianyun couldn't help but smile. Compared to the immortal domain, he still liked the vast world outside. At this time, there was a noise not far away. Several contestants rushed towards the direction where Fang Qingran and others were. Behind them followed a giant python. When several contestants saw Fang Qingran and others, their eyes lit up. Fellow Taoist, help, we can't deal with this beast. Little junior sister, do we want to take action? Ning Xiyu asked. No need. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. There were no signs of fighting on any of these people, and they didn't even have a weapon in their hands. They didn't look like they had fought a giant python at all. Hearing the movement, Dongji Yuanzhen raised his hand and arranged a barrier for Bailey Wenyu. Don't let this little thing affect your children. Ling Tianyun was as motionless as a mountain, not even looking at the contestants. Ning Xiyu approached Fang Qingran and said, Little junior sister, do you still remember Wen Wanjin? Do you think the man who took the lead in running away looks very similar to Wen Wanjin? Fang Qingran explained, his name is Wen Jingjun, he is Wen Wanjin's younger brother, and he is the current young master of the Wen family. It turns out they're from the Wen family. They don't look like good people. Ning Xiyu basically had no favorable impression of anyone from the God realm. There are basically no women among the contestants in God realm this time. Except for the two women from the Hidden World family, there are no female contestants from any other team. There are also very few female cultivators in the fairy world, but at least they are not like the gods. The children of those families in the God realm always look down on women. As for Wen Jingjun, who was coming towards them, when he caught a glimpse of them, the contempt and disdain in his eyes almost overflowed. This name is really for nothing. None of Ning Xiyu or the other 5 people moved, which made Wen Jingjun and the other 5 look slightly ugly. A fierce look flashed in Wen Jingjun's eyes, and he nodded to the 2 people beside him. They quickly came to Fang Qingran and Ning Xiyu. Then he raised his hand and splashed a stream of blood on them. After the 5 people finished, they immediately walked away, leaving behind a voice, it's a waste of places for women to participate in such a competition. Neither Fang Qingran nor Ning Xiyu moved. The blood solidified in midair the moment they poured it out. The giant python, which was originally extremely arrogant, stopped at lightning speed when it was about to approach Fang Qingran. The giant python looked at Fang Qingran with horrified eyes, not daring to move. Going on? Fang Qingran asked curiously. I chased them, but 2 teams were tricked and eliminated in the middle. They just refused to fight me. The giant python trembled. Did you help them get rid of them? Yes, those teams insist on protecting him, so I can only eliminate them. The giant python said in fear. The coercion on this person was too strong, and it didn't dare to have any thoughts at all. Junior sister, these people probably want to use it to eradicate other teams and consume its strength. It's really despicable, Ning Xiyu concluded. You continue to chase them. Fang Qingran will not interfere with what happens in the game. What's more, the more contestants Wen Jingjun offends. In the following games, he will only get worse. Little junior sister, it's not like you to let them go like this. Ning Xiyu blinked and asked curiously. We won't waste our energy on him. Fang Qingran raised his hand, gathered the coagulated blood together, and examined it. Very good, it is the blood of cultivators. When a vicious beast encounters this blood, it must be unable to suppress its nature and will attack those stained with blood first. You know there are ferocious beasts here. The Wen family is really involved with the Jiang family. Wen Jingjun deliberately lured the python to chase them, and he probably had other purposes. They wanted to drain the python of its strength and capture it alive. Fang Qingran summoned a scroll and sent a message. Senior Yinglong, are there any beasts that have disappeared mysteriously in the secret realm? There were too many ferocious beasts, and Fang Qingran really couldn't find them. The ferocious beast disappeared. Let me check. Yinglong said via voice transmission. The beasts that the contestants saw were all transformed from the spirits of ferocious beasts. Every time they appear, their strength will be slightly higher than that of the competitor scene, and they are difficult to kill. Therefore, the player's points increase very slowly. Not long after, Yinglong sent a message. No ferocious beasts have disappeared, but the traces of a few ferocious beasts are very suspicious. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 897 Instigating Rebellion Against the Secret Guards. Yinglong said via voice, those ferocious beasts have been appearing for half a month, and they have been circling the first level of the secret realm. Senior Yinglong, please pay attention to them, don't get fooled. Fang Qingran finished explaining and put away the scroll. It's a fair fight and she won't interfere. But the contestants dared to plot against her beast. She won't let go of any of them. In order for the contestants to gain points, she set many rules to restrict the ferocious beasts. Just want to make sure every serious contestant gets points. However, now there is a group of people with ulterior motives who actually want to take advantage of the rules restricting ferocious beasts to attack ferocious beasts. Fang Qingran decided to take the initiative. I have something to deal with. Please pay attention to your safety. Ning Xiyu waved her hand and said, little junior sister, go ahead with peace of mind. Fang Qingran nodded to Ning Xiyu. She was reassured by Ning Xiyu's current strength. Dongji Yuanzhen smiled and said, Xiao Qingran, I hope you can kill a lot of points and give me a chance to lie down. Bailey Wenyu was still immersed in cultivation. Ling Tianyun didn't speak, nor did he look at Fang Qingran, but his intention was obvious and he would leave with her. After all, the appearance of a mysterious man is a dangerous signal. Fang Xi had already transformed into a beautiful little phoenix, standing on Fang Qingran's shoulders with one ling. The small box expressed aggressiveness. Without its place, it could only float next to Fang Xi. Wen Jingjun and others ran far away and stopped. The slightly thin secret guard next to Wen Jingjun said, Young master, do you think those people were dead just now? HMPH. At least those two women will definitely die. A sinister look flashed across Wen Jingjun's feminine face. The last thing he wanted to see was a woman competing with him for cultivation resources. The resources for cultivation in the upper realm are constantly decreasing. Those useless women should have quit practicing long ago. So his first goal this time is to get rid of those women in the fairy world. Then he would find a way to deal with Xunyuan Linglong and Tu Su Nianian from the hidden family. When Jingjun turned his head and glanced behind him, the giant python should not be able to catch up for a while. He had to think carefully about how to use the giant python to deal with the hidden family. Young master, who is our next target? A thin secret guard next to Wen Jingjun asked excitedly. In this competition, the more teams we eliminate, the better it will be for them in future competitions. You used a secret method to contact Wen Yi. I want to know where Xunyuan Linglong is. Wen Jingjun's slender eyes narrowed, as if they were closed. Young master, the head of the family has told us not to confront the hidden family. The thin man's secret guard reminded us. In order to protect Wen Jingjun, the head of the family arranged 19 secret guards. But all of them combined are no match for the hidden world family. The thin man is not afraid of death. He was born as a shadow guard and only has his master's orders in his eyes. He was worried that he would not be able to protect Wen Jingjun after confronting the hidden family. Do you think I'm reckless? Wen Jingjun looked at Wen San with displeasure. No. Wen San responded immediately. HMPH. Wen San, don't forget that this is a secret realm. We don't need to do it ourselves. There will be countless beasts to destroy the enemy for us. Wen Jingjun's voice was extremely cold, like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity. Wen San remained silent. This move was okay against other teams. But it is not enough in front of the hidden world family. Their strength and the beasts they draw are presented to Xunyuan Linglong and the others, which can be said to be giving them points. Wen San saw Wen Jingjun's confident look and decided not to say anything. Swish, swish, swish. Whoa. The sound of rubbing against the ground and passing through leaves. The next moment, the giant python's head suddenly pounced on Wen Jingjun. A secret guard quickly grabbed Wen Jingjun and ran away. Other secret guards followed suit. However, the giant python is hot on their heels. If this continues, they will definitely fall into the mouth of the python. Wen San made a decision immediately. Wen Wu, stop it from moving forward, we have to use the space conversion talisman. Wen San took out a golden talisman and threw it out. Immediately, golden light flashed, and Wen San and four disappeared, leaving Wen Wu alone to fight against the giant python. Wenwu was no match for the giant python. As soon as he faced him, the giant python beat him to the point of dying. Just when he thought he was going to die, a figure appeared and took him away from the dangerous situation. Came to a deserted place. The man let go of Wenwu. Do you really want to continue working for the Wen family? Wenwu looked at the person opposite him in surprise, wearing a secret guard uniform that was superior to him. They are the secret guards whose name starts with Wen, and they are on the bright side. And the person who rescued him was a secret guard whose name starts with the character, Yu. They are all very powerful, hiding in the dark and working for the Wen family. I can remove the poison from your body, you can think about it yourself. Yu Jing patted Wenwu on the shoulder and left. Aren't you afraid that I will betray you? Wenwu looked honest, but now he was even more stunned, with clear stupidity in his eyes. Yu Jing stood tall and held a sword in his arms, his eyebrows were indifferent, you can try it. Even if Wenwu exposes him. He also has a way to escape, but Wenwu is bound to die. The head of the Wen family is suspicious by nature and will not let go of any hidden danger. I don't want to try. Wenwu said extremely seriously. When he said this, his face had begun to turn pale. He violated the code of a secret guard and had the desire to break away from the Wen family. This is a secret realm and is not suitable for removing the poison. You need to take a pill to suppress the loyalty poison first. Yu Jing said, handing over a pill. Wenwu didn't hesitate, took it and drank it. Just continue to follow Wen Jingjun during this period and protect yourself. After Yu Jing finished explaining, he was about to leave. He still had too many secret guards to instigate rebellion and could not waste time. This secret realm really gave him an excellent opportunity. No cultivator would like to have his or her destiny controlled by others. Secret guards have been taught since birth to obey their masters, but they are practitioners. If they have a choice, who would be willing to be a secret guard? Moreover, most families use extremely ruthless means to find secret guards. All the secret guards they select must go through a brutal fight before they can survive until the end. Moreover, the secret guard obeys the advice of the family to which he is loyal, and must also take the poison. In the eyes of these families, secret guards are just tools and commodities. It's not a life at all. Of course, it is undeniable that some families are not so cruel. They only look for orphans without fathers and mothers. They treat the secret guards with serious training and will not give up the secret guards' lives easily. Yu Jing does not comment on the right or wrong of what they did. He would only pick out secret guards selectively. After all, not every family's secret guards could be poached. For example, the secret guard next to Shun Jun's. Yu Jing couldn't even think about it. It can't be dug out at all. But the secret guards of the Wen family are easy to poach. When we watched Yu Jing leave, his somewhat stupid eyes turned into gratitude. He clenched his fists and said to himself, finally, I have waited for the opportunity to take revenge. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 898. Wenwu suddenly slapped himself in the face and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, looking extremely weak. Another deliberate injury. Then he followed the breath and chased Wen Jingjun. After Wenwu left, a dark shadow quickly disappeared in the darkness. Young master, I saw a good show, you must be very interested. Xiaobao came to Shun Jun's excitedly. They were trimming and waiting for the next beast to appear. So Xiaobao was sent out to inquire about the surrounding situation. So Xiaobao saw Yu Jing and Wenwu. Since his strength was much higher than theirs, he watched the whole scene. What's the matter? Shun Jun's voice was clear and gentle, with a faint smile on his face. He had always been tolerant of the secret guards who grew up with him. Xiaobao smiled and showed his little fangs. Hey, young master, I saw the Wen family secret guard instigating a rebellion against the secret guard. Wen Jingjun, the little Yinjin, pushed Wenwu out to die, and then a Jade character secret guard rescued Wenwu. The Jade secret guard said he could remove the loyalty poison from Wenwu. What's even more interesting is that Wenwu seems to have a grudge against the Wen family. He seems to have wanted to attack the Wen family for a long time. This Wenwu looks very honest. I really didn't expect that he had such deep thoughts. He deliberately pretended to be hurt before he went to find Mr. Xiao Yin. Xiaobao said it all in one breath. Shun Jun's eyes flashed slightly but he made no comment. A secret guard next to him said, this Wenwu is not deep-minded, but scary. Xiao, why do you say that? Xiao Bao asked curiously. His face is slightly mature and steady, and his figure is somewhat strong, which is completely inconsistent with his name. Xiao calmly analyzed. He has a grudge against the Wen family, so he will not be loyal to the Wen family, so how can he withstand the erosion of the loyalty goo? Even if he can hold it back, Master Wen will definitely find out. The Master Wen didn't find out. This proves that Wenwu can deceive himself and avoid the detection of the loyalty goo. But hatred is so easy to hide. Wenwu is terrible in both his mind and endurance. As soon as Xiao finished speaking, several secret guards gave a thumbs up. Xiao, as expected of you, I suddenly feel that the Jade character secret guard may be the one who fell into the trap. Xiaobao said. Am I the only one who noticed the loyalty goo? Who raised this goo? Xiaobei wondered. They signed a loyalty contract with Shun Jun's. This kind of contract allows the owner to judge the loyalty of the secret guard. And the body of the secret guard will not be damaged by goo. Xiaobao sneered lightly. Who else could it be? Only that family can make such a disgusting thing. Our Shun Yun family almost caught it back then. Fortunately, it's very troublesome to cultivate this thing, otherwise the family would definitely use this thing to rule the entire upper world. The secret guards were almost discussing, and all looked at Shun Jun's. Shun Jun's looked at Xiaobao and asked, what are the characteristics of the Jade secret guard? How strong is it? Tall, upright, only half as strong as me. Xiaobao gave the answer without thinking. Holy shit. Look, who is this team called Lingyun sect? They didn't have any points before, but they have jumped to the top of the list in the past few days. They should be the first team to enter the second level, right? Don't you feel like there's something wrong with this team? Why can their points increase so fast? Really, are they cheating? Or is there a team helping them get points? What kind of cheating? Just go and see how this team fights. I just came back from Qinghe Tower. They deserve to be number one. The man opened his mouth, and the other powers standing in front of the list looked at him. Qinghe Tower is too expensive, we can't get in. A resentful voice sounded. It's only 10,000 immortal stones, is it still expensive? Everyone, I really want to hit him, but unfortunately I can't do it here. The man met the resentful eyes and trembled. Why are you looking at me like this? What I said is true. 10,000 immortal stones are not expensive at all. Working in Qinghe Tower, you can earn at least 1,000 immortal stones a month. If you do well, there will be more rewards. Sometimes the reward alone is only fairy stones. You can try it. Everyone's eyes were glaring. Little brother, do you know how to enter Qinghe Tower? The man smiled brightly, as if he had achieved his goal. Of course I know. If you want to enter Qinghe Tower, you can follow me now. As long as you pass the test and enter Qinghe Tower, you can now watch the game for free. Little brother, are you here to poach people on purpose? A cultivator asked suspiciously. The man was still smiling. Just tell me, are you coming? As long as you enter the Qinghe Tower, work hard, and complete your tasks, you can still get your own training room. Also, if you can become the shopkeeper of Qinghe Tower, you will have another chance to find Goddess Qingqiang to refine the elixir. Those who perform particularly well can find a painting scholar to make talismans. In addition, anyone who enters Qinghe Tower can enjoy the protection of Qinghe Tower as long as they are not actively committing crimes. The more the man spoke, the more excited the crowd became. Everyone was blushing and shouting that they wanted to join Qinghe Tower. That is Goddess Qingqiang. A goddess who can already refine divine elixirs. There are also painting scholars. A talisman can determine life and death. Must join. Seeing this scene, the man showed his white teeth and said, "Follow me, everyone, and I will take you to the test." Between moments. The square is empty. Not far away, several elders of the Yi family looked at the departing figures with a hint of envy in their eyes. They also want the opportunity given by Goddess Qingqiang to make alchemy. They also want to see footage of the game. Go if you want to. Yi Xingqian, who was sitting in front of everyone, said. The elders looked at each other guiltily, but finally failed to resist the temptation and left. At this point, only Yi Xingqian is left in this area. Come out. Yi Xingqian looked somewhere and said seriously. Xingqian, long time no see. The sky moon goddess came through the air. There seemed to be a clear light flowing around his body, as bright as a god, and he landed in front of Yi Xingqian. Why did you come to the fairy world? Yi Xingqian's eyebrows showed a bit of awe, without any joy of seeing an old friend again. After all, this person's appearance means something big is happening. The fairy world has finally stabilized, but it seems to be in chaos again. Thinking of this, Yi Xingqian's aura became more powerful, like a sharp sword that could be unsheathed at any time. The Lord Tianyu found a place to sit down, and his every move was elegant and natural. I remember that you don't like such tedious things. Why did you agree with the Emperor of Heaven? Yi Xingqian's eyes showed a hint of resentment. Do you really not know? Are you just pretending to be confused? Ha ha ha. Lord Tianyu smiled heartily. Of course he knew the reason, but the more he knew the reason, the more he wanted to ask. After all, Yi Xingqian's temper was simply stubborn. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 899. There will be a period later. As long as Yi Xingqian doesn't want to do anything. No matter what means were used, he cannot be induced to agree. On the contrary, it will make them refuse more simply. Lord Tianyu stopped smiling when Yi Xingqian's eyes were about to kill. I want to know the specific process. Yi Xingqian said coldly, I understand now, it doesn't mean that the whole family does not come into the house. Your precious daughter is really not a fuel-efficient lamp. You can rest assured this time, she will definitely be able to turn the crisis into safety. After hearing Yi Xingqian's words, Lord Tianyu suppressed his smile. Xingqian, old man Chang'an's situation is not good. Those guys from God are probably going to come out. You should be prepared in advance. Old man Chang'an still has a lot of life left. Why does this happen? Yi Xingqian asked, seemingly puzzled. Lord Tianyu shook his head. I don't know either. I can't interfere in matters in the upper world, so I'm afraid Chang'an is about to perish. Lord Tianyu has already broken through the territory and should not stay here. But since he stays here, he must hide himself, let alone change the fate of others. How strong are the powerful people in the sky? Yi Xingqian couldn't help but continue to ask. Only Xuanyu and Linglong can defeat them, and the rest are all little losers. Goddess Tianyu looked inexplicably nervous, and added, not counting my precious daughter. Yi Xingqian asked, what is Xuanyu and Linglong's strength? Being the co-lord of heaven and earth, I can barely escape. The Lord Tianyu did not say the specific cultivation level. Is there any way to deal with it? Yi Xingqian looked at the Lord Tianyu and asked. I don't. Tianyu Divine Lord responded. No, then what are you doing here? Yi Xingqian actually showed a disgusted expression. There is no doubt about the power of Lord Tianyu. The only cultivator who is above the great Tao and controls the endless power of laws. Transcendence from the great road, living as long as heaven and earth, and possessing an incorruptible body. A plane can be destroyed by raising a hand. But this kind of power is also a kind of restraint. Just because Tianyu Shenzhen is not controlled by the great Tao does not mean that nothing can suppress him. The Lord Tianyu needs to be controlled by the Tao above the Tao. The Tao will bind him and he must not interfere with the existence under the Tao without authorization. After all, with his strength, as long as he takes action, all living beings in the entire plane will be affected. Therefore, no matter how powerful Tianyu Divine Lord is, he cannot help Feng Qinggran resolve the crisis. Xingchen, you have changed. You were so upright before, but you were never like this. Lord Tianyu said, very hurt. Yi Xingchen finally couldn't help but give him a look. After Tianyu saw it, her expression became serious. I don't have a way to break it. The way to break it lies with Xiao Ranran. Yi Xingchen said coldly, Tianyu, that is my daughter. What strength does she have now? What strength does God have? If they take action, the beasts around her will not be able to protect her. Feng Qinggran was indeed very intelligent, but in the face of absolute strength, there was no room for strategy. The strategy can only work when the strength of both sides is almost equal. Xingchen, Xiao Ranran can complete it. This is not her death, but her opportunity. Of course, Lord Tianyu didn't want Feng Qinggran to take risks, but he believed in his daughter. Is it a chance of a near-death life? Tianyu, she shouldn't have to bear this. Is there anything you can do without telling her? Yi Xingchen asked, staring at Tianyu closely. Tianyu looked a little unnatural when Yi Xingchen looked at her. Of course, there were other ways to deal with it. But after those methods were deduced by Old Man Chankan, they all ended in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The entire upper realm will also become a purgatory on earth. However, under these endings, Old Man Chankan saw a different kind of vitality. If Feng Qinggran comes forward to deal with it, everything will turn around. As for the Old Man Chankan, he can no longer deduce it. When Tianyu heard this answer, her first reaction was rejection. Feng Qinggran had gone through so many hardships and finally reached this point, and he didn't want her to take risks. Tianyu said, of course I don't want her to take risks, but the last words of the Old Man Chankan still made me change my mind. He said that only by surviving a narrow escape can we break the situation of death in the future. Xingchen, as a practitioner, you are not afraid of encountering a near-death situation, because there is still a glimmer of hope in the near-death situation. I'm afraid of the inevitable death. The enemies she has encountered so far are not very powerful, they are all from this plane. Even if she cannot defeat them, she can still find many ways. In the future, as she becomes stronger and stronger, she will encounter more people from outside the plane. Those comings are so powerful that even I need to be careful when dealing with them. I'm afraid her death will come from outside the plane. So, this danger is an opportunity for her, a huge opportunity, and an opportunity for growth. When Lord Tianyu said this, there was guilt, worry, and self-blame in his eyes. After all, he was not strong enough to protect the most important person. Yi Xingchen looked at Lord Tianyu without speaking, waiting for his next words. Lord Tianyu was silent for a moment and continued, Xingchen, I came to you this time not only to tell you about God's affairs, but also to say goodbye. There are situations outside the territory, and I want to take care of them. As a father, I can't do anything for my daughter. I can only hold back outsiders and buy her more time to grow up. Many mysterious people have broken into the plane, but they seem to be afraid of something and are afraid to show up directly for the time being. You should be careful. Xingchen, no one is protecting you from God this time, so you don't need to worry about anything. See you later. After the words of Lord Tianyu fell, his figure disappeared. He still had to meet someone. Chang Pavilion. The scholar Danqing put down his talisman pen and looked at the young man beside him. Wajin, there are guests coming, go out and greet them. The boy respectfully said, yes. When the young man came to the entrance of Chang Pavilion, he saw a man with a handsome face and a graceful appearance like an immortal standing there. After Wu Jin saw the appearance of the visitor, he immediately put away his arrogant posture and saluted him. Sir, please come in, the master is waiting for you inside. Ah. Then a box fell into Hardware's hands. A gentle voice sounded, Xiao Jin, practice well, your enemy is on the way to kill you. Wu Jin looked slightly stunned, and before he could say anything, the Lord Tianyu had already entered Chang Pavilion. After the scholar Danqing made tea, he saw Lord Tianyu walking in. The Lord Tianyu looked at scholar Danqing and said, Old man Chankan asked me to bring you a message. Avoidance can never change the outcome. The painting scholar smiled nonchalantly. Is the barrier of heaven about to be broken? Yes, not only will something happen to God, there will also be something happening outside the territory. In addition, Old Man Chankan may be dying. Whenever you are free, remember to see him one last time. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 900. If you want me to die, just say so. When the Lord Tianyu and the scholar Danqing get along, they are obviously much more serious. Okay, after I leave the inheritance, I will go back to see him. The painter's eyes were complicated, but his face was calm. Have you accepted a disciple? Lord Tianyu couldn't help but show some curiosity. Who can get into this person's eyes? Drawing talismans really requires extremely strong spiritual power and talent. If there is only one outstanding talisman master among thousands of cultivators, it is already considered a good thing. Didn't you recommend it to me? The token she took has the seal left by you. The painter scholar asked doubtfully. He accepted Ning Shiyu not only because of her talent in drawing talismans, but also because of the token she took out. Lord Tianyu looked puzzled. What token? The painting scholar flicked his sleeves, and the token shadow appeared in front of the Lord Tianyu. Lord Tianyu looked at the suspended token, shook his head and said, I have never seen such a token, let alone seal it. Lord Tianyu didn't say the rest. After all, there is a high probability that there is a misunderstanding of the seal. The scholar's eyes flashed slightly, and he stopped worrying about this issue. Did you go to see her? She is very good, and the prosperity of the fairy world is the result of her leadership. The corners of Tianyu Divine Lord's lips curled up, exuding an aura of joy, and he said proudly, my daughter must be excellent. The painter scholar looked at the proud Tianyu god, and his eyes suddenly turned resentful. Yes, you two are excellent, but I am a trap. You asked me not to directly erase the mother of decay, and she stabbed me directly. No mercy at all. If it wasn't for my apprentice's sake, I would have died. Lord Tianyu felt a little guilty when he heard this. Is my daughter so cruel? I didn't expect this. After all, my style of dealing with things has always been very easygoing. The mother of corruption cannot indeed be killed. Destroying only the clone will anger its main body. In order to replenish the power of the dead clone, the main body will attack more living beings. If you want to kill the mother of decay, you must also destroy the main body. She doesn't follow you, the painter said sarcastically. It's true that if you don't follow me, follow Ah Wu. The smile on the lips of Lord Tianyu could hardly be suppressed. The corner of the painting scholar's mouth twitched, and he was about to issue an eviction order. Do you have anything else to do? Lord Tianyu thought about it and threw a book of exercises to the scholar Danching. The talismans on this are collected by me when I traveled. You can draw them when you have time. 10,000 of each will be enough. Give this to her. The skill is yours. The painting scholar resisted the urge to slap the exercise book on the face of Lord Tianyu. Just one talisman on this can consume most of his soul power. If you want me to tell you straight away, the painter said coldly. I don't want you to work in vain. I have a way to help you embark on the path of cultivating immortality. Goddess Tianyu pushed a box in front of Scholar Danching and stood up. Lord Tianyu added, the ancient cultivation techniques will probably be in your space, so I won't give them to you. The painter scholar watched the Lord Tianyu leave and did not regain consciousness for a long time. It's not that he doesn't want to cultivate immortality, but because he is born without spiritual roots, and his body cannot absorb spiritual energy. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to meet Wu Jin, who was willing to share his longevity and soul power with him. And his original spiritual consciousness is relatively broad, which can support him to draw talismans. Otherwise, he might not have a chance to escape from God. Since he left God, he has been looking for a way to give birth to spiritual roots in all walks of life, but he has found nothing. In the end, he gave up and came to the fairy world, where he devoted himself to drawing talismans. The painting scholar's hand was shaking as he touched the box. Can it really be restored? He slowly opened the box and found a purple elixir inside. The elixir pattern on it was retro and mysterious. Bright light burst out from the painting scholar's eyes, the chaotic pulse opening elixir. Wujin, I want to practice in seclusion. Chang Pavilion is temporarily closed. Scholar Danching buckled the box and took it to the time cultivation array. This is a hardware arrangement that can be adjusted to the time difference between inside and outside. A few years have passed outside, but hundreds of years may have passed within the formation. Every time Wu Jin practices, he is always worried that he will be in danger, so he sets up this formation. The painting scholar sat cross-legged, and before swallowing the elixir, he glanced at the time gems in the formation. There were still quite a few, hoping they would support him in completing his breakthrough. After hardware closed the Chang Pavilion, he noticed that the scholar Danching had entered the time formation. He looked helplessly at the treasure in his hand and had no choice but to put it away. Qinghe Tower. Countless powerful people gathered here to watch the situation in the secret realm. Look, this team called Feng Wu Jutian is so strong and they work together very well. Who is their captain? Why have I never seen him before? This is the current young master of the Feng family, Feng Dishi. He is very powerful. Didn't you see that Xunyu and Linglong gave way when she saw him? Feng family, I see, this Feng Dishi is so powerful, why did you choose Xunyu and Jun's as the young master before? Gradually, the voices talking about the game turned into gossip. Then everyone watching the game began to praise Qifeng Dishi. Of course, they were not bold enough to speak out against the young master of Wugui Pavilion, so they all subconsciously avoided mentioning Xunyu and Jun's. Feng Qingqiong was in the attic, investigating the situation here, with a slightly gloomy look on his face. This is not the effect he wants. Jiang Changfeng, who was sitting opposite Feng Qingqiong, didn't look too good either. They used to have a tit-for-tat relationship, but this time it's different. Their primary goal is to win first place together. Never let the final prize fall into other realms. Jiang Changfeng looked at the screen. The members of the Jiang family's team were constantly decreasing, and the points were stuck at, without any increase. He suspected that the secret realm was targeting the Jiang family. On the first level, a small team kills one beast before the next one appears. However, when the Jiang family team was hunting beasts, they encountered beasts from other teams. Many teams cannot defeat the beasts they encounter, so they choose to run away. Then, almost all the teams were able to lead the beast to the Jiang family team. As a result, they had to deal with several beasts at once. You must know that every beast the team encounters is very strong, and the team members must work together to deal with one. So several beasts appeared at once, and the Jiang family team became overwhelmed. As a result, the members of the Jiang family's team dropped sharply, and Jiang Chanyu and the others could only choose to avoid it. No, on the screen, Jiang Chanyu and the others had just finished dealing with a beast and were exhausted, when several more teams came behind them. Several teams were followed by a ferocious beast. Snapped. Jiang Changfeng slapped the 8 immortals table hard. Jiang Changfeng had an angry look on his face. This is simply too much bullying. Lao Qiong, Yi Xingchen must be targeting us intentionally. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore.